Chapter 1. Archie Sheridan had a paper birthday hat on his head and 6 bullets in his front pocket. The bullets rattled when he moved, making a clinking sound that no one else seemed able to hear. The hat's tight elastic band dug at his neck. He pulled at it, feeling the imprint of a ligature mark forming. "How was the bridge traffic?" Doug asked. Archie guessed that Debbie had sent him over. Go make small talk with the awkward guest. That's what he was now. A guest. It still took some getting used to. "Fine," Archie said. He rolled the bullets between his fingers. It was a lie. The bridge had been backed up for miles. Archie saw Doug's face light up, and then turned to see Debbie coming toward them from the kitchen. She was wearing a white chef's apron and licking frosting off her thumb. Her hair was dark and very short, and her body was strong and lean, though Archie supposed he wasn't supposed to notice that anymore. Doug reached to put his arm around her waist as she stepped next to them, but she gave him a quick look and he pretended to do something else with his arm. No public displays of affection in front of the guest. He might feel bad. "Archie says the bridge was clear," Doug said. He was tall and long-limbed, with light brown hair and a wispy beard that made him look like a graduate student. He looked 10 years younger than Archie, even though they were the same age. Debbie gave Archie a knowing smile. "Really?" she said. "At this time of day? That would be a first." Archie shrugged. He'd grown a beard once, but it had just made him look like a rabbi. He could hear the kids in the kitchen, but he couldn't see them. They had stationed him in front of a window in the far corner of the living room while they frosted the cake. The apartment still smelled like the lasagna Debbie had made for dinner. There were dirty dishes on the table. The window looked south, over downtown Vancouver. Archie could see the red taillights of airplanes lining up to land at the Portland airport, a barge making its way east down the river, the lights of the new Vancouver Library, Fort Vancouver, a movie theater, a digital bank tower clock. Oregon was just on the other side of the Columbia River, a distant, indistinct horizon. Archie lived in Portland. He knew its topography, its skyline, its bridges and landmarks. But the view from Debbie's window was an unfamiliar landscape. "It's not as far as people think," Debbie said, "if you can avoid rush hour." "I know," Archie said. But the truth was, he wondered sometimes if she had moved far enough. He missed his family, but he knew that the farther away from him they were, the safer he could keep them. Debbie's condo was on the 10th floor of a secure building. The kids didn't have a yard anymore, but no one got in or out of the building without being buzzed in. The elevators required a key card to operate. Security cameras monitored the hallways. 2 security guards were on duty in the building around the clock. The kids could live without a yard. "Sarah wants to be Gretchen Lowell for Halloween," Debbie said. Archie inhaled quickly and coughed. Debbie patted him on the back. "I already said no," she said, with a glance toward Doug, who was staring at his shoes. "I just wanted to give you a heads up, in case she brings it up." Archie's fingers tightened around the slick brass cartridges in his pocket. "She's 7 years old," he said. "She wants to be something scary," Debbie said. "It has nothing to do with you. Most of her friends don't even know." It had been over a year since Archie and Debbie had split for good, and she had enrolled the kids in school in Washington under her last name. It made sense for security reasons. It also required fewer explanations. Archie had been a public figure during the years he ran the Beauty Killer Task Force, but after Gretchen Lowell had kidnapped him and tortured him for 10 days, he had reached a new infamy. Since her escape 10 weeks before, the media had been revisiting every horrific detail. Doug's eyes darted around for something to say. "I hear you got a dog." "Sort of," Archie said, not wanting to explain. "The kids are excited," Doug said. Archie didn't need Doug to tell him anything about his kids, but he decided that now maybe wasn't the time to broach that particular topic. "We're ready!" Van hollered from the kitchen. Debbie pressed some matches into Doug's hand. "Can you help the kids with the candles?" she asked him. He smiled, happy to have been given something to do, and pattered off to the kitchen. "He's nice," Archie said. He was making an effort to be pleasant, but he also meant it. Doug was dependable, good with the kids, kind to Debbie. Doug engineered wind turbines, a profession with limited exposure to serial killers. Archie liked him. When he could force himself to forget that Doug was having sex with his ex-wife and spending quality time with his children. "Are you seeing anybody?" Debbie asked gently. Archie's fingers tightened around the bullets, and for a moment he thought that Henry might have told her about Rachel. But when he looked at Debbie's face, he saw only tentative concern. The question wasn't loaded. "Not really," Archie said. She frowned skeptically. "What does that mean?" she asked. Archie opened his hand and let the bullets drop back to the deep corner of his pocket. "It means I'm seeing someone," he said, "but I don't want to talk about it yet." Debbie's face brightened with pleasure. "Is it Susan?" she asked. "No," Archie said. "Seriously?" Debbie narrowed her eyes. "Does Henry like her?" Archie hesitated. "Tell me she's not blonde," Debbie said. Before Archie could come up with an answer, singing filled the living room, and Archie's children appeared, faces bathed in the glow of lit birthday candles. Doug stood behind them, guiding them forward, protective hands on their shoulders. Sarah held one side of the cake plate, and Ben had the other. They were dark-haired and freckled, baby teeth giving way to changed smiles. Every time Archie saw them, they looked more like their mother. They finished singing, and Archie blew out the candles. As he stepped back from the cake, he felt his phone vibrate. "Make a wish, Daddy," Sarah said. He didn't make wishes anymore. But he pretended. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, Sarah was beaming at him. "What did you wish for?" she asked. "I can't tell you," Archie said. He pulled a candle from the cake and handed it to her to lick the frosting off. The phone was still vibrating in his pocket. Archie glanced at the caller ID. It was Henry. He turned away from the cake and answered the phone. "Yeah," he said. "I'm at the Gold Dust Meridian," Henry said. "Homicide. You'll want to see this." Archie turned back toward the cake. Sarah and Ben were plucking candles off and sucking them clean. Debbie had threaded her hand into Doug's. 42 candles. 6 bullets. 2 kids. Every other weekend. "Okay," Archie said. He slid the phone back into his pocket and looked over at Debbie. He didn't have to explain. She knew the drill. "Do you have to leave?" she asked. Archie nodded. "1 slice of birthday cake to go," Debbie said. "Coming up." Chapter 2. The man lying on the bathroom floor of the Gold Dust Meridian looked to be in his mid-50s, but it was hard to tell because part of his head had been blown off and was dripping down the wall over the toilet. The killer had used a high-caliber weapon at close range. The wall was spattered with a stew of flesh, hair, and bone. The toilet seat was down, stained with a fine mist of sticky red. The bathroom was small. No window. 1 toilet and a sink. The body took up 3/4 of the floor space. The crime scene techs had a long night ahead of them. Archie and Henry stood in the hall, studying the scene over the crime tape across the open door, their gold shields clipped visibly to their belts. The bar was closed. The patrons had been assembled in the seating area and were waiting to be interviewed. The lights had been turned up and the music turned off, and the place was uncomfortably bright and quiet. "You know you have a birthday hat on, right?" Henry said. He had a day's growth of salt and pepper stubble on his shaved head, and with his hulking physique, he looked more like the bar's bouncer than a homicide detective. Archie reached up and touched the conical paper hat on his head, then pulled the hat off and pushed it in the pocket of his blazer. He could hear the toilet in the bathroom running, the hollow sound of water moving through pipes. The blood on the floor gleamed in the fluorescent light. "Why am I here?" Archie asked Henry. It was an ugly crime scene, but didn't look like something for the major case task force. Henry glanced back down the hall where two uniformed officers stood talking. "You knew him," he said quietly. Archie didn't let himself react, not emotionally. But he consciously waited a beat before he let his eyes move back to the corpse on the floor. He could make out the man's jaw and neck, half of an ear. But the face was too damaged. He didn't recognize him. Henry pulled an evidence bag with a Visa card in it out of his pocket. "He had a tab open at the bar," Henry said. Archie took the bag and examined the name on the card. This time his spine stiffened despite himself. He looked back at the body, then back at the card. "Shit," he said. "What do we do?" Henry asked. Archie rubbed the back of his neck and tried to think. The cops in the hallway were still talking. Someone from the ME's office would be here any minute. "Let's go for a walk," Archie said. Over the years, Archie had gotten good at projecting calm. He developed that skill first as head of the Beauty Killer Task Force, dealing with relatives of victims, his bosses, other cops. Then after he finally went home from the hospital, after Gretchen Lowell had held him captive for 10 days while she tortured him, he had again come to rely on that particular expertise, so he could pretend to be normal for his family. 2 years later, when he'd come back to work after medical leave, addicted to pain pills, he pretended every day. He could look anyone in the eye and assure that person with absolute confidence that he was fine. He had learned to lie. That skill had come in handy. He had Gretchen to thank for that. Now Archie forced himself not to hurry. He relaxed his limbs. Henry transferred the evidence bag to one of the patrol cops, and Archie and Henry exited through the side door. Archie searched for anyone watching, anyone out of place. It was almost 8 p.m. on Friday night. 4 patrol cars were parked in front of the Meridian on Hawthorne Boulevard. If Portland was hipster central, then Meridian was Portland condensed down to its hipster nucleus. The vibe was mid-century, but the zeitgeist was 1970s cocktail lounge. An oil portrait of a topless pinup girl hung just inside the door. There was a crowd out on the sidewalk most nights, but tonight's crowd was different. The patrons who'd been interviewed and released were now milling around out front. Many were in costume. A man dressed like Jesus Christ was hitting on a young woman in braids and a brass breastplate. Thor was arguing with a woman whose costume of strategically placed green fabric led Archie to presume that she was either a superhero or some kind of saucy leprechaun. Cleopatra was taking video with her cell phone. 3 zombies stood chain-smoking on the sidewalk. The bar had clearly been hosting some sort of Halloween event. Then there were the array of pedestrians who'd stumbled upon the scene, people with takeout boxes, cyclists, dog walkers, and diners from nearby restaurants who'd wandered out to Rubberneck. Some of them had cell phones out and were taking pictures. Cars slowed as they passed. Archie and Henry walked around the corner past a Lebanese restaurant housed in a restored Queen Anne Victorian. In the restaurant's yard, stainless steel patio heaters glowed dark orange over the outside dining area. As they rounded the corner, the street turned residential. There were fewer people around. Maybe someone was watching. Maybe someone wasn't. But Archie didn't want to take chances. He unlocked his car and they got in. He didn't turn on the car. He didn't want the dash lights to illuminate their faces. The dead man in the bathroom was Carl Richmond. He was a DEA agent. "We can't blow his cover," Archie said. "I'm guessing it was already blown," Henry said. Archie rubbed his face with his hands. "We don't know that." "This was an assassination, Archie," Henry said. "The bartender saw him, says he was alone. He met someone in that bathroom. The toilet lid was down. He wasn't in there pissing. He met someone, and that someone shot him in the head. No one heard anything, so I'm guessing our killer used a silencer. No one saw anything. Body was discovered by the next guy who went in there to expel some Miller Lite. This was planned. It was a hit. Henry was right. But it didn't change anything. Richmond had been running a deep cover operation. Drugs, dirty cops. It had been years in the making. Henry didn't know the half of it. "We don't do anything," Archie said. "We followed DEA's lead on this. If they didn't know Richmond was dead, they'd know soon enough." "We let this play out," Archie said. He peered out the car window. An upstairs light was on in the house across the street. "You think they're watching?" Henry asked. He wasn't talking about the DEA. "If I imported massive amounts of heroin," Archie said, "and I suspected someone was a cop and I had him killed, that's what I'd do." A woman walked by the car with a black lab. "I'd wait for 20 guys in DEA jackets to show up, because if they do, I know for sure that I was right. Either way, everyone your buddy worked with is in danger." "He wasn't my buddy," Archie said. He'd known Carl for 15 years, but he had never liked him. Carl put his investigations ahead of everything, and he was willing to sacrifice anyone to make the case. A decade before, Archie had delivered Carl an intelligence jackpot. Leo Reynolds, the 21-year-old heir apparent of the family that had controlled the drug business in the Pacific Northwest for the last quarter century. Leo had come to Archie for help getting away from his father. Instead, Archie and Carl had sent Leo back to operate under deep cover for the DEA. 10 years later, Leo Reynolds was still living a lie. If Archie had it to do over, he would have told the 21-year-old Leo Reynolds to change his name and walk away. Leo. Carl was Leo's only contact, Archie said, feeling his stomach tighten. If they had gone after Carl, Leo might be next. Archie fished his phone out of his jacket pocket and started to punch in Leo's number. But halfway through pressing the digits, Archie stopped, his fingers hovering uncertainly over the phone's keypad. A couple walked past the car, holding hands. She was already a little tipsy, and stumbled and then laughed. It gave Archie an idea. He deleted the partial number he'd entered and called a different telephone number instead. Susan Ward picked up right away. "Hey," she said. "You never call me. Have you noticed that? I'm always calling you, but you never call me. Is that weird?" "Is Leo with you?" Archie asked. "Seriously?" Susan said. "You're calling my phone and it's not even to talk to me? Do you know how strange that is?" "Is he with you?" Archie asked again. He glanced over at Henry, who was sitting in the passenger seat, watching him. It was chilly. The car was dark. The windows were fogging up. "Yeah," Susan said. "Why?" Archie could hear her reporter's instincts kicking in, and knew he had to get off the phone before she got too interested. The last thing he wanted was Susan getting involved in this. "I need you to tell him that I have to cancel lunch, okay?" Archie said. "Tell him that exactly. Archie needs to cancel lunch." "He has a phone," Susan said. "Call him and tell him yourself." "Susan," Archie said. "Please." He needed Susan to do this for him, and he needed her not to ask questions. Susan groaned. "Fine," she said. "Thank you," Archie said, trying not to let her hear the relief in his voice. He ended the call and started the car. Henry had found the piece of birthday cake on the dash and had unwrapped the tinfoil and was eating it with his fingers. "Tell me that's code," Henry said, his mouth full, "and that you really didn't just call to cancel lunch." Archie wiped some condensation off the windshield with his forearm. "We need to go celebrate my birthday," he said. "Your birthday isn't until tomorrow," Henry said. "Do you have cash?" Archie asked, eyes on the rearview mirror as he put the car in reverse. "Small bills." "For what?" Archie allowed himself a smile as he pulled away from the curb. "The strippers," he said. Chapter 3. Why Leo suddenly wanted to go to the Dancin' Bear, Susan didn't know, but she wasn't happy about it. She was dressed for the opera. They weren't going to the opera. They were supposed to be going to a musical stage adaptation of the Patrick Swayze 80s movie Roadhouse, but she had just bought an embroidered silk cape at a thrift store, and she was determined to wear it. It was silver, with a red lining and a rhinestone clip at the neck, and it grazed the back of her knees when she walked. She had paired it with a black sleeveless shift, hot pink tights, and her silver 28i Doc Martens. She had recently dyed her hair black with a white skunk stripe down the middle, and the whole look was very Cruella de Vil meets Daphne Guinness. It was perfect for a fringe theater performance. It was not ideal for a strip club. Leo breezed past the doorman while Susan stalked sullenly behind him through the wood-paneled entryway into the dark bar. Posters on the way in advertised the chance to meet girls up close. She did not like to go to strip clubs with Leo. It wasn't that she had anything against strip clubs per se. She just didn't like the way that everyone at the strip clubs seemed to know her boyfriend. Leo's father owned some of those clubs. Leo did business at some of them. But there was more to it than that. Leo liked these clubs. He liked them in a way that Susan knew she could never fully understand. It certainly had nothing to do with the decor. You couldn't smoke in bars in Portland anymore, but the club still reeked of stale cigarette smoke, and no one had bothered to collect the black plastic ashtrays that were still stationed on every surface. Candles flickered, Italian restaurant style, in red glass jars on the tables. Colored Christmas lights festooned the ceiling, some blinking, some not, every string a different style from the last, seemingly hung at random, as if the whole mess had been left behind by a rowdy bachelor party of drunken elves. Rope lights outlined the bar and the stages, the PVC tubing affixed with a staple gun. All that gaudy lighting, and the place was still too dark to see properly. Leo knew where he was going, though. He led Susan around the line to play Keno, past the first stage, toward the main stage at the back of the room. The club was bustling with the usual suspects. A dozen testosterone-fueled frat boys gathered around 2 tables and chanted encouragement to a poor asshole wearing a candy bra over his shirt and pounding a beer. Men in suits hunched over cocktails, ties loosened, wedding rings in their pockets. A few couples leaned close, giggling. Some Portland Timbers fans were so drunk that one of them nearly tripped over his scarf. And then there were the creepy guys. The ones who sat along the stage racks, their caps pulled low, nursing beers and clutching cash in their hands. Susan could tell that Leo was looking for someone. He wasn't obvious about it, but she noticed his eyes scanning the room. He must have settled on someone, because he beelined for a table at the far side of the main stage. A birthday boy, apparently. Susan could see the dorky paper birthday hat he was wearing. As Leo and she sidled past the stage, behind the creepy guys, Leo nodded at the stripper who was performing. She had dark hair and melon-sized breasts and a star tattooed over the pelvic bone she was swiveling. The stripper mouthed the words, "Hi, Leo." She was wearing a red headband with devil horns on it. Susan wondered if she always wore it, or if it was supposed to be some sort of Halloween costume. Maybe she'd started out in a full Satan ensemble and had slowly stripped it all away. They got to the table, and Leo put his hand on the birthday boy's back. The birthday boy turned and looked up. "Archie?" Susan said, the sound of his name swallowed by the music. Henry appeared then, with 2 beers in plastic cups, and he set the cups on the table and sat down in the chair next to Archie. Susan looked from Henry to Archie, expecting some sort of explanation, but she didn't get one. Henry avoided her eyes. Archie took one of the cups and lifted it in a toasting motion in her direction, and some of the beer slopped out of the cup onto the table. Was he drunk? Was Archie Sheridan drunk in a strip club wearing a child's birthday hat? Susan wasn't sure what to say. It was like the time she went to get her eyebrows waxed, and one of her editors from back when she'd worked at the Herald was there making an appointment for an anal wax. She couldn't get through an editorial meeting after that without picturing his smooth, hairless sphincter. There were things about people you just weren't supposed to know. Her face must have communicated her bafflement, because Archie pointed to the birthday hat, and then at Henry. "His idea," Archie yelled over the music. Susan tightened her fingers around Leo's arm. She wanted out of here. She had fled the brow wax and never gone back to that salon again. Archie could get drunk and go to strip clubs. That didn't mean she had to watch it. Archie motioned for Leo to lean in close, and then Archie said something to him. Leo stood up and laughed and clapped Archie on the shoulder. "Let's get you a birthday present," he said loudly. He looked up at the busty brunette humping the stripper pole and beckoned her with his finger, and she smiled and slid off the stage. Archie picked up his drink and stood up next to Leo. Everyone else around the stage jeered and wolf whistled. "What's going on?" Susan asked. Leo said, "I'll be right back." Susan was confused. They were leaving her? "No," Susan said. "I'll come with you guys." Leo leaned close to her and took her gloved hand. "I just bought Archie a lap dance," he said. He nodded at the girl, who was now pressing her bare chest against Archie. "I think he'd be more comfortable if you stayed here." Susan laughed. Leo was insane. A lap dance? Archie didn't want a lap dance. Archie Sheridan didn't do lap dances. There was no way. This was some sort of miscommunication. Susan looked over at Archie, waiting for him to honorably reject the offer. The girl had her arm around Archie's waist. He didn't seem to mind. He was smiling. Susan felt her face get hot. "Oh," she said. She stood there stiffly, while Leo walked Archie and the girl off to one of the private rooms down the back hall, and all the creepy guys seated around the stage clapped. Then she sank down in Archie's empty seat and peeled off her purple elbow-length gloves. She could feel herself starting to sweat, the silk cape sticking to her skin. "You changed your hair," Henry said. "Don't talk to me," Susan said. A new song started, and another mostly naked girl climbed up on the stage and started wiggling. Susan took a sip of Archie's abandoned beer. She didn't know what it was, but it tasted terrible. Chapter 4. Leo led Archie and the dancer into one of the club's private rooms. It was the size of a walk-in closet with a built-in bench on all sides, and mirrored paneling custom-fitted to the walls and ceiling. The effect was disorienting. Archie's reflection stared back at him from every surface. The dancer took his hand and he allowed her to guide him to the bench and sit him down. Leo grinned and took a seat next to him on the bench. Then Leo poured some of the Glenlivet he'd acquired as they had passed the bar into 2 glasses and handed one to Archie. There was a brass pole at the center of the room. Electronic dance music played through speakers that Archie couldn't see. The dancer leaned forward and blinked at Archie with her heavily made-up eyes. Her breasts swung. Her chest was beaded with sweat. She was wearing devil horns. "Happy birthday," she said in a breathy voice. "Thanks," Archie said. "But it's actually not until tomorrow." He looked over at Leo, who was already topping off his drink. "I don't really want a lap dance," Archie said. Leo reached his arm out and turned a dial on the wall, and the music lowered to a tolerable background beat. Then he settled casually back onto the bench, the glass of whiskey resting on his thigh. His eyes moved to the dancer. "There's a camera," Leo said under his breath. He took a sip of whiskey and glanced at the far corner of the ceiling. "They can't hear us, but they can see us. His gaze flicked over to Archie. "What's going on?" The dancer stepped back and reached for the pole. As soon as her fingers found it, she dropped into a spin, her body moving effortlessly around the pole, legs crossed at the ankles, her feet wedged into 5-inch high heels. Her face was blank, her eyes focused on the middle distance. Archie hesitated. "She's okay," Leo said. "She's a friend." "You can't trust people just because you've slept with them," Archie said. "I didn't say I trusted her," Leo said. He took a sip of whiskey and smiled. "I said she wouldn't say anything." The dancer continued to twirl around the pole, her hair grazing the floor. Her black thong matched the color of her shoes. "Carl Richmond was killed tonight," Archie said in a low voice. "Someone shot him in the head in the bathroom of the Gold Dust Meridian. Happened about 2 hours ago." Leo nodded. He didn't say anything, but Archie saw the corners of his mouth tighten. Carl had recruited Leo. He trained him and mentored him. He had been, for years, Leo's only lifeline to his alternate identity. "You okay?" Archie asked. Leo finished off the remaining whiskey in his glass in one swallow, his eyes on the camera. "They know someone's inside," he said. "I don't know if they think it's me, but they know enough to be paying attention." "So get out of there," Archie said. "Come with me right now. Walk away." "I've been doing this for 10 years, Leo said. "It's not an assignment. It's my life." "They'll kill you," Archie said. Leo had always been in danger, but if they were actively onto him, he was in serious jeopardy. And if Leo got himself killed, Archie knew that Susan would never forgive him. "Your father will kill you if he finds out who you are," Archie said. "You know that, right?" "I'm close," Leo said. There was a gravity in his eyes that Archie had never seen before. "Richmond was right about corruption, but my father isn't just paying people off. He has partners, Archie, people high up in law enforcement." It was what Richmond had always suspected, the reason why Jack Reynolds' shipments always made it through. If it was true, and Leo could identify the corrupt officials involved, it would be a game changer. This was why Richmond had been willing to risk so much. "And you can get names?" Archie asked. "He's grooming me," Leo said. "It's a family business. He wants his kid to run the store. The man is loath to give anything up, but he knows he has to." "What kind of law enforcement?" Archie asked. Leo poured more whiskey in his glass. "I don't know." "DEA?" If Jack had someone in the DEA, Leo was in even greater danger. Richmond had protected him as a source all these years, but with Richmond dead, Leo would get a new contact. Leo chuckled and lifted the glass to his mouth. "Probably," he said. "Richmond worried about that. He always told me that if anything ever happened to him, to assume DEA was compromised. He said the Bureau would step in. They've been running their own investigation, but they don't have anyone inside." There were only a handful of people who knew Leo was working against his father. If the FBI was taking over, Archie knew there was only one person Richmond would have trusted to run the operation. Leo lifted an eyebrow. "You know who my new contact is, don't you?" he said. Someone banged on the door. Archie and Leo barely had a chance to exchange a glance before the person on the other side pushed the door open a crack. "Leo!" a gruff voice called through the opening. Leo signaled the dancer with his hand, and she spun off the pole and moved in front of Archie just as a man pushed through the door. Archie kept his eyes on the dancer in front of him, but he could see the man's reflection in the mirrored walls. He was tall and broad, with a face that had seen too many fists up close. Scar tissue had left his flesh lumpy and his features lopsided. His cheekbones and nose looked like they had been broken and reset more than once by someone who had no future in otolaryngology. His hair was a thick graying tangle that hung in wisps against his shoulders. His upper arms were the size of Archie's thighs. No, Archie thought. Bigger. The dancer rotated her hips in low, slow circles, her eyes leveled at Archie. Archie swallowed hard. The man took in the scene with barely a flicker of eyeball movement, and Archie had the feeling that he'd been watching on a monitor somewhere, and that he knew exactly what he'd find.
"What are you doing?"
the man asked Leo.
"Celebrating with a friend,"
Leo said, lifting his glass. "Are you following me, Cooper?"
"He's a cop,"
Cooper said with an almost imperceptible nod in Archie's direction. The dancer was still writhing in front of Archie. She traced her fingers around her nipples and moaned. "He's a family friend," Leo said. "My sister, as you may recall, was murdered by Gretchen Lowell." Archie had scooted back on the bench as far as he could go. The dancer was caressing her abdomen with her hands. Leo chuckled. "This is Archie Sheridan." "Nice to meet you," Archie said. Cooper grinned at Archie from every mirrored surface in the room. His teeth were stained gray from old fillings.
"The hero cop," Cooper said.
He crossed the room in 4 steps and stood with his arms crossed behind the dancer, who appeared not to have noticed that Cooper had entered the room, or was pretending that she hadn't.
"I know who you are," Cooper said.
He regarded Archie with head-cocked suspicion. The dancer ran one of her hands along her inner thigh. Cooper sat down on the other side of Leo. The bench shook.
"He almost gets himself killed going after your sister's killer," Cooper said to Leo. "And all you get him is a lap dance."
"You're right," Leo said. Archie glanced over at Leo as Leo poured himself another drink and lifted it to his mouth. Then Leo turned to Archie and said casually, "You can fuck her if you want to." Archie coughed. The dancer kept moving her hips. The star inked over her pelvic bone was black, about the size of a nickel. "Maybe I'll play that by ear," Archie said. The conviviality left Cooper's face.
"What's your problem?"
he said. He leaned forward toward the dancer.
"Is he hard?"
Cooper asked her. Her expression didn't shift. For a moment, Archie hoped she hadn't registered the question. Then she squatted in front of him and pushed his knees apart. Archie glanced at Leo for help and got only a faint shrug. Cooper reached under his jacket and made a movement like he was unsnapping a shoulder holster. The dancer slid her hands slowly up Archie's thighs. Her eyes were still fixed on his, that dead stare, both seeing and not seeing, and Archie let himself look back. Her mouth was open a little, her head between his knees. She licked her bottom lip and arched her back a little so that her breasts lifted. She let her fingers dance over his zipper. She smiled at what she found.
"So is he a eunuch or what?" Cooper asked.
"He's hard," she said. Her thick lashes fluttered in Cooper's direction. "Wanna feel?" Cooper stood up, and for a moment Archie thought he was going to take her up on the offer. But Cooper just stood looking at Archie.
"So fuck him," Cooper said.
The dancer glanced at Leo.
"Wait,"
Archie said.
"Do you want to get off or not?" Cooper asked.
Archie grasped for something to say, some way to get out of this without compromising Leo. The dancer was still between his legs, a hand on each of his thighs. "I'm a little drunk," he said. "Maybe he wants some privacy," Leo said. "Turn off the camera." Cooper's eyes went to the corner of the ceiling, then back to Archie. The room refracted all of their faces. Cooper, Leo, Archie, the dancer. It made Archie dizzy. Cooper studied Archie for another minute, and then seemed to make a decision about him. He reached into his pants pocket, got out a clip of cash, peeled off $300 bills, and laid them on the bench between Archie and Leo.
"It's on me," Cooper said.
Then he pointed at Leo.
"Walk with me," he said. "We need to talk."
Leo gave Archie a weary look.
"Have fun," he said.
The dancer climbed back to her feet, tucked herself between Archie's open legs, and began rocking back and forth against his groin. Archie was going to kill Leo for this.
"Thanks," Archie said.
The door closed behind Cooper and Leo, and Archie was left in the mirrored room with the girl. The rocking turned into slow circles. Archie could feel his face flush.
"What's your name?" Archie asked.
"Star," she said.
"Will we know when the camera's off?"
"You'll see the red light go out," she said.
"Okay," Archie said.
He kept his eyes fixed on the camera.
"We'll just play along a little longer."
She had lifted herself off of him now, but only by centimeters. Her elbows were above her head, her hands holding her dark hair up. He could see the sides of her breasts as they swung while she writhed. The edges of his vision were going black. He tried to think of something else besides the nearly nude girl with her ass in his lap, but he couldn't avoid it. He saw her in every surface, every angle of her. "Touch me," she said. A trickle of sweat crawled down Archie's neck.
"I'm okay, thanks," he said.
"Guys don't just sit there," she said. "Put your hands on my hips." Archie studied the camera. He had no doubt they were being watched, probably by Cooper. Archie lifted his hands from where he had been gripping the bench and placed them on the curve of Star's hips. His palms were damp. His fingers grazed the waist of her thong.
"You haven't done this before, have you?" she asked.
Her shoulder blades seemed to crawl under her skin. Her spine undulated. Strands of her loose hair feathered against his face.
"Not really," Archie said.
The camera's light went off. Archie exhaled and lifted his hands from her body.
"It's off," he said.
Star climbed off of him and sat down on the bench at his side. She had instantly transformed. The parted lips, the heavy eyelids, the blank expression, all vanished. With a natural expression, her features looked different. She looked younger. She lifted a foot up and started unbuckling a shoe. "My feet are killing me," she said. Archie's groin throbbed. He looked at his watch. They needed to stay in here long enough to sell it.
"How long does this usually take?"
he asked her.
"With someone like you?" she said with a smile.
"Not long." Chapter 5. It was Saturday morning, and Archie had retrieved his newspaper and was sitting in his living room reading it over a cup of coffee. Ginger was stretched out on her side on the floor, her fox-like head resting on Archie's bare foot. Every so often she lifted it and looked up at him with her plaintive brown corgi eyes, and then, when she wasn't invited up onto the couch, exhaled loudly and lowered her chin back on his foot. Richmond's death was on the inside page of the Metro section. He was described as the owner of a pawn shop, and his death by gunshot was characterized as possibly drug-related. The entire incident had warranted one paragraph of coverage. No photo. This was good. Archie leafed through the rest of the paper. The quality of the Herald had gone downhill since Susan had been fired, but he hadn't gotten around to canceling his subscription. These days, most of the front section was dedicated to the manhunt for Gretchen Lowell. It had been 10 weeks since she'd escaped from the state mental hospital, and she was probably halfway around the world. But the breathless stories continued at a frantic pace. The beauty killer industry was back in full force. The dead body bus tour, the T-shirts. Salons had started offering beauty killer manicures again. At least some people were happy that she was at large. Portland's cottage industry around the beauty killer dropped off considerably when she was locked up. Now they seemed to be making up for lost time, and with Halloween just 2 days away, it would only get worse. Archie closed the paper and saw his own photo on the back page of the front section. It was part of a story about the history of the task force. The photo was a younger version of himself, back when he'd first taken over the beauty killer task force, when he was still married, before the gray in his hair, and the scars that Gretchen Lowell had left on his chest. He had never been handsome. His nose was crooked from a car accident when he was a teenager. His features were just asymmetrical enough to appear off-kilter for no identifiable reason. His eyes were dark and deep-set, so that he never really looked happy, even when he was. Archie felt Ginger lift her head from his foot, and he glanced down to see that her triangular ears were upright and angled toward the door. He was putting down the newspaper when he heard the first knock. It was Susan. She always knocked the same way. 2 short knocks with a pause, followed by 3 short knocks. "I know you're in there," she called through the door. Ginger stood up and trotted to the door, and then stopped and looked expectantly back at Archie. Archie tightened the belt around his terry cloth robe, got to his feet, and followed Ginger to the door. He hadn't planned on letting Susan in. He was going to stand his ground, explain that it was Saturday morning, and no one had been disemboweled or beheaded, and he wasn't working. But she had a way of circumventing the best of his intentions. She pushed past him and headed for the kitchen. She was wearing a silver skirt that looked like it was made from tinfoil, black tights, black Converse sneakers, and a red hooded sweatshirt, unzipped, over a black tank top. Ginger, whom Susan sometimes walked, pranced along at her feet, panting happily. "Do you have any coffee?" Susan asked. Archie closed the door behind her. Susan was already getting a mug out of the cupboard. "Help yourself," he said. Susan's clothes smelled like cigarettes. Archie had noticed it the moment he'd opened the door. Susan smoking cigarettes this early in the morning was never a good indicator. He watched as she poured herself the last cup of coffee from the pot, and then stooped down to pat Ginger on the head. "Happy birthday," she said in Archie's direction. "I forgot your present." "You didn't have to get me anything," Archie said. Susan straightened up and looked at him. She held the mug between her hands and blew on the coffee. Her eyes were red, and her mascara was smeared. She looked like she'd slept in her makeup. "Leo's not answering his phone," she said. "We had an argument last night. He left. This morning I went by his place. He didn't answer the buzzer. And I fucking leaned on it," she added. "If he'd been home, he would have answered." Archie wanted to ask what the argument was about, but he didn't. "Do you have a key?" he asked. She glanced away. "No." Archie took a deep breath. He didn't want to overreact. It was true that Leo might be in danger, but it was also true that Leo had his demons. Before Leo and Susan had started seeing each other, Leo had been linked with every exotic dancer and party girl in town. He was at clubs every night. He was not given to monogamy. For all Archie knew, Leo had spent last night with Star. Archie searched for a kind way to phrase it. "He stays out sometimes, right? Maybe he found somewhere else to crash." "We had a fight," Susan said. "Outside the club. He would have called. To make up." She gave Archie a meaningful look. "Trust me," she said. Archie checked his watch. It wasn't even 10 a.m. The way Leo had been drinking last night, he was probably hungover. "Give him time," Archie said to himself as much as Susan. Susan twisted a piece of black hair around her finger. "I have a bad feeling," she said. Her eyes darted toward the floor. "Has he said anything?" She glanced up. "I mean, about me?" Archie struggled to grasp the situation. No one had ever accused him of being savvy about relationships, but it was beginning to dawn on him that he had misunderstood. Susan wasn't worried that Leo was dead.
"You're afraid he's going to break up with you," Archie said slowly.
"He's so distracted," Susan said. "Something's going on with him, isn't it? I'm concerned about him. I know he's Archie lifted his hand to cut her off. "Shh," he said. He looked at the bedroom. The bedroom door was open. He didn't hear any movement. Rachel was probably still asleep. Susan's brow furrowed. "What?" she said. She peered toward the back of the apartment. "Is Henry here?" "No." "Who is it?" Archie scratched the back of his neck. "I have a guest." She looked at him, still not getting it. "A female guest," said Archie. Susan's eyes widened with alarm. "The stripper?" she said. "No," Archie said, incredulous. Susan took a tiny step back. "You're dating someone?" she asked. He could see her trying to hide her distress, her mouth getting small. "How long have you been dating someone?" "Not long," Archie said. "When was the last time you saw Leo?" "You said you didn't want to date anyone," she said. They both knew what she meant. He had said he didn't want to date her. Rachel was different. He couldn't have sex with Susan and not feel something. Rachel didn't want anything from him, at least nothing emotionally. He was trying to figure out how to begin to explain this when Rachel sauntered into the room. She was in the black tank sundress and sandals that she'd had on when she'd come over late last night, and even without a shower or makeup, she was a knockout. At that moment, Archie wished she was ugly. Rachel was Susan's physical opposite. Even Archie had not seen that until now, with the two of them in the same room. Where Susan was pale and freckled, Rachel's skin was a solid golden tan. Where Susan's figure was boyish, Rachel was curvy. Rachel was blonde. Susan was whatever color she happened to be that week. Rachel's beauty was obvious. Susan's was exotic. Even worse, Rachel was 2 years younger than Susan. Since Archie had used his age difference with Susan as one of his go-to excuses for why he couldn't be with her, this made him look like even more of a heel. Archie fumbled for words. Susan didn't move. Her eyes were fixed on Rachel. Her coffee cup had slipped forward at a perilous angle. Rachel looked as surprised to see Susan as Susan was to see her. "Hi," Rachel said. Ginger glanced back and forth from one woman to the other. Archie lifted a hand to his head. "I have to go," Susan said quickly. "Susan, wait," Archie said. He went after her, and she turned around and faced him at the door. "It's fine," she said. "You don't have to explain. You're an adult." Archie mentally kicked himself. He shouldn't have let her in, but there was nothing he could say that would undo it. "I'll see if I can check up on our friend," he said. Our friend. He hadn't wanted to say Leo's name in front of Rachel, but it came off as some weird platitude. He wanted to tell Susan that she was not the reason why Leo was distracted. He wanted to tell her that he would make sure that Leo was safe, and that someone, somewhere, was looking out for him. Archie wanted to tell her, but again, he couldn't. Susan's eyes were green and hard. She handed him her mug. It had a red ring of lipstick on it. "Thanks for the coffee," she said. She left, and Archie walked back into the living room and sat down in a chair. He set the lipstick-stained mug on top of the newspaper on the coffee table and looked at it. Ginger had flopped in front of the door that Susan had just exited through and was eyeing Archie accusingly. Archie called her, but she refused to come. "Sorry," Rachel said. "It's okay," Archie said. "It's complicated." He didn't offer any further explanation. He didn't talk to Rachel about Susan, or Henry, or his work. They didn't really talk about anything. She had come into his life suddenly, moving into the apartment a floor below his in the middle of the night. What little he knew about her was fraught with inconsistencies. It intrigued him. But it wasn't until that moment that he realized this was the very thing that attracted him to her. He could have sex with her because he couldn't trust her. "I have to go to class," Rachel said, "but I'll see you tonight." "Okay," Archie said. He was glad she had to leave, but he tried not to show it. He was already thinking about how he could track down Leo. Rachel seemed to sense that he was distracted, and she leaned forward and put her hand on his chest and kissed him on the mouth. As the heat of their mouths met, her hand slid inside his robe to the sensitive scar tissue over his heart. She dug her fingernails into the delicate skin, and Archie's breath caught in his throat. By the time she stood up, they were both breathing heavily. Rachel wiped the shine of saliva from the corner of her lip. "Do you want anything special for your birthday?" she asked. The scar on Archie's chest stung, and he felt a buzz of anticipation in his groin. He smiled. "Do you know how to do a lap dance?" he asked. Chapter 6. As far as your average incognito rendezvous went, the East Bank Esplanade was as good a place as any. Archie stood facing the river, looking across to the west side, where the downtown Portland skyline rose prettily behind the green band of Tom McCall Waterfront Park. The pavement at his feet was new. The only signs of the flood that had wreaked havoc downtown last winter were some spindly saplings and a plaque the city had installed explaining it all to tourists. On the other side of the river, the verdant West Side Esplanade was bustling with active Portlanders exercising in every manner imaginable, from roller skates to unicycles. It was the lunch hour, and the benches facing the river were hosting the usual array of people eating food cart quinoa veggie bowls, loitering teenage transients, and schizophrenics feeding seagulls. Kids played in the fountains. Canada geese sunned themselves in the park. October was all Portland saw of fall, a month of clear, high skies, leaves just starting to turn, a fresh coolness to the air. By November, all the fountains would be turned off, the leaves would be gone from the trees, and the sky would be low and gray until mid-July. The East Bank Esplanade, where Archie stood, was skinnier and less colorful than the West Side, and shoehorned between Interstate 5 and a riverbank choked with blackberries. The air tasted like exhaust, and the constant din of traffic blurred all other sound. Even the geese stayed away. But Archie liked it. There were fewer people and more historical plaques. Ginger tugged on her leash at a passing cyclist, and Archie reeled her in closer to him. She plunked down at his feet and quickly became absorbed by a couple of seagulls paddling by in the river. The water sparkled in the midday sun and looked deceptively clean and blue. Archie knew better. They pulled a corpse from the Willamette once a week. "Nice watchdog you have there," Raul Sanchez said with a grin. He stepped beside Archie and Ginger, who didn't even look up. Sanchez was a compact man, with thick, dark hair and rough-hewn features made rougher by the pockmarked scars that peppered his face. Whether the scars were a result of childhood acne or a close encounter with gravel, Archie had never asked. Some people didn't like to talk about their scars. "She's monitoring those dangerous gulls," Archie said, "and I saw you coming as soon as you crossed the Hawthorne Bridge," he added. "I almost didn't recognize you without your FBI windbreaker." "You should see my FBI PJs," Sanchez said. He started to say something else, then stopped and fiddled with a button on his tan jacket. "Obviously, you know I can't talk to you about the beauty killer thing," he said. Sanchez was the FBI liaison on the task force charged with hunting down Gretchen Lowell. Archie heard updates through the grapevine. He read the headlines. He knew she'd supposedly been seen in 6 countries so far, but there was never any solid evidence. No trail. They had all agreed back in August that the best thing for Archie's mental health was not to be involved. Nothing had changed. Archie had been the one who'd lobbied for Sanchez to take the lead. "I just want to know when she's dead," Archie said. One of the gulls squawked and flapped off, flying low above the water. "Let's talk about Leo, then," Sanchez said. Archie glanced over his shoulder at the interstate behind them. "Somewhere quieter," he said. The two men headed north, toward the steel bridge. Archie had to give Ginger's leash an extra tug to get her to leave gull duty. But soon she was trotting happily ahead of them. A cyclist pedaled past, pulling a small boy in a three-wheeled netted trailer. The boy smiled at Archie. He was probably high on exhaust fumes. Archie and Sanchez followed the concrete path along the river until it diverged from the interstate and the din of traffic waned. The Willamette gleamed serenely. A nearby sign warned that fish caught in the river might be toxic. "Leo's not answering his phone," Archie said. Sanchez turned his collar up against the chill. "I know," Sanchez said. "Everything okay?" Archie asked. Sanchez stopped walking, so Archie knew it was bad. "He's on the island," Sanchez said. "They took him there last night. We have surveillance outside. I have no idea what's going on inside." "Does he know you're his contact?" Archie asked. "If he read the note I sent with the flowers," Sanchez said. He squinted out across the river. "He's cut off. We can't contact him. There's no way to get a message through." If anything happened to Leo, Archie knew that Susan would never forgive him. "You need to extract him," Archie said. Sanchez peered at Archie, worry lines creasing his craggy forehead. "This isn't your problem, friend," he said. "You're too close." In the distance, Archie could hear the pedestrian alert bells of the steel bridge readying to lift. "Are we still talking about Leo?" he asked. "What do you think we're talking about?" Sanchez asked carefully. Archie had worked the beauty killer case for 13 years. She had cost him everything. Gretchen would always be his problem. They could take him off the case, but she would always be his. A brisk wind rippled the surface of the river. A jogger, still thumb-sized, was heading south on the esplanade toward them. "We're talking about Leo," Archie said. "I brought him to you guys," he added. "I'm the one who convinced him that he could do more good by staying in his goddamn family than by leaving. He came to me because he wanted my help getting away from his father. He trusted me. And I wrapped him up in a bow and delivered him to Carl." Sanchez nodded and looked out, stone-faced, at the Willamette. Upriver, the center of the steel bridge had started to raise, lifting the old wooden machinery shack affixed to the upper deck along with it. "I need to determine his status," Sanchez said. "So do it," Archie said. Ginger barked excitedly. The jogger was almost upon them. "There's no way in," Sanchez said. "Our resources are limited here by necessity. If we ask the wrong people to help, it could get him killed." Archie lifted his finger, and they waited as the jogger passed, although he couldn't have overheard anything with the ruckus Ginger was making. He was wearing lightweight shorts and a Life is Good t-shirt with the sleeves cut off. Every inch of his bare flesh glowed bright pink from exertion. His face looked pained. He didn't give them a second look as he went past. Ginger, disappointed, quieted and began snuffling in the grass. When the jogger was 30 feet south of them, Archie asked, "How many people know Leo is the source?" Sanchez scratched the back of his neck. "Besides me and you and—" He looked at Archie questioningly. "I'm guessing Henry?" "That's it." "Henry's my partner," Archie said. "I don't keep him in the dark." That hadn't always been true, but Archie didn't mention that. "Anyone else come to mind?" Sanchez asked. In fact, there was another person who knew Leo was DEA, a person Sanchez had not mentioned. Archie knew that Leo had told Susan his secret a few months ago. Protocol required Leo to report that to his superiors. Clearly, he hadn't. "I wouldn't know," Archie said. A barge loaded with construction equipment cleared the steel bridge, nudged along by an old tugboat. Men with construction hats stood on board, gazing at the shore. "This operation is new to me," Sanchez said. "I was the safeguard. Carl briefed me years ago so that if anything happened to him, I could step in and Leo wouldn't get left in the wind." "You mean like if Carl got his head blown off in the John, for instance?" Archie said. "That would fit the criteria," Sanchez said. "In the meantime, I'm trying to coordinate the search for a dangerous escaped serial killer." "I think I read something about that," Archie said. Sanchez caught himself. "Sorry," he said with a grimace. "I've just got a lot on my plate. I can't get Leo out without revealing his identity. But if I reveal his identity, it could get him killed before I can get him out." Archie wasn't buying it. This had been an important operation for the feds. A lot was riding on it. It was a career maker. "You don't want him out till he has the names," Archie said. Sanchez rubbed the side of his nose. "Okay, no bullshit," he said. "This operation has taken 10 years. If Leo can get us the names of Jack Reynolds' partners, then yeah, I think that's worth not rushing into anything. I have bosses whose names are on that list. So do you. That's why we have to keep this close." The Burnside Bridge yawned open to let the barge through. "Someone else knows," Archie said. "The girlfriend," Sanchez said with a heavy sigh. "He shot someone in front of her," Archie said. "He kind of had to explain. She doesn't know anything, just that he's DEA." Sanchez's jaw started working and his lips tightened. He mulled for a few moments, and then his face lit up. Archie knew where he was headed. "You think she would go in for us?" Sanchez asked. "No," Archie said quickly. But he hadn't convinced Sanchez. Archie could see it in the way his jaw kept working, the way Sanchez kept clenching his teeth. Sanchez's gaze was on the river, but Archie knew that his mind was playing out the op. Sending Susan in would be the most logical step. It made sense. She had a relationship with Leo. She would be the perfect conduit for passing information. "Use me," Archie said. "Newsflash," Sanchez said with a grunt. "Jack knows you're a cop." "Jack and I are friendly," Archie persisted. "Jack Reynolds is nice to you," Sanchez said. "That doesn't mean he won't kill you." "I said we're friendly, not friends. He knows about the pills. I can make that work for me. Convince him I have something to lose." Sanchez reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, extracted an envelope, and handed it to Archie. "What's this?" Archie asked. Sanchez smiled. "It's an invitation to a party at his house tonight." Archie looked down at the envelope. His name was printed on it. "You little fucker," Archie said. "You knew I'd do it." "Go in," Sanchez said matter-of-factly. "Determine Leo's status, and then get the hell out." Archie looked up at the cloudless sky. It had seemed like such a nice day when it had started. "Do you want me to wear a wire?" he asked. "If you wear a wire, they'll shoot you," Sanchez said. Archie turned to Sanchez. "Maybe I'll skip the wire, then." "I have people outside," Sanchez said. "Basic surveillance. We'll be watching everyone who goes into that party. If you can get to the bridge, we'll see you and we'll come for you. But once you're inside, you're on your own. So don't do anything heroic. I know you feel responsible for this kid, but he knew what he was getting into,
and he's not exactly an innocent flower. The barge had cleared the Burnside Bridge, and now the Hawthorne Bridge had started to open. Traffic downtown was fucked. "What if he's already dead?" Archie asked. "Then there's no one to protect," Sanchez said. "You scream like a girl, and we send in the cavalry. But if he's alive and he's okay, you leave him there. If he's alive and he's not okay, you leave him there. No heroics. I just need to know his status. Then we make a plan." Sanchez glanced at his watch. "I have to get back across the river," he said. "Can I expense the tuxedo rental?" Archie asked. "No," Sanchez said. He leveled his gaze at Archie. "We clear on this?" "No heroics. I determine Leo's status." Archie raised his eyebrows at Sanchez. "And you stay away from Susan." Sanchez smiled, and Archie gave Ginger a tug and started back north along the trail. He only made it a few steps before Sanchez called his name. "Yeah?" Archie said, turning back. "Happy birthday, buddy," Sanchez said. "I had plans tonight, you know," Archie said. Sanchez chuckled. "She'll wait." Chapter 7. Archie poured himself a drink to calm his nerves. The morning's blue skies had given way to cloud cover that had come in over the West Hills and hung low over the city. The tuxedo he was wearing had a black single-breasted two-button jacket with a peaked lapel and flat-fronted pants. At least that's what the woman who'd helped him at the tuxedo rental shop had said. He must have looked helpless, because she'd taken him under her wing right away, outfitting him with the appropriate jacket, pants, shirt, shoes, and bow tie. He'd taken a pass on the cummerbund. Archie lifted the hem of his pants and studied his socks, the only thing he was wearing, besides his underwear, that was his. They were black. He usually wore them to funerals. The last time he'd had a tuxedo on had been at his own wedding. He heard Henry and Claire in the hallway before they knocked. Specifically, he heard Claire's laugh. It was girlish and merry, and always sounded wrong coming from her mouth. Archie had canceled the dinner out that the three of them had planned for his birthday. The fact that they had decided to stop by anyway did not surprise him. Archie opened the door reluctantly. Claire was dressed to the nines in a black long-sleeved dress that hugged her growing maternity bump, and Henry was as formal as he got, in black jeans, his black leather jacket, a gray t-shirt, and cowboy boots. Their faces were beaming, apparently in the midst of a shared joke. Archie felt a surprising swell of jealousy. He missed that level of intimacy with another person. Whatever he and Rachel had, it was not a relationship in the traditional sense. Claire looked Archie up and down. "Did you get a catering gig?" she asked with a grin. Archie glanced down at his tux. "I thought I looked like James Bond," he said. Claire laughed again. Archie couldn't remember ever having seen her in a dress before. With her very short dark hair, boyish frame, and penchant for jeans and t-shirts, Claire Masland was pretty and feisty and smart, but few would describe her as ladylike. Her pregnancy had brought out her latent femininity. She was in her second trimester, and Henry had told Archie that last week he'd found her crying over a bowl of cake batter. This from a woman who had once left a witness handcuffed to a park bench next to a flooding river. Estrogen. It was a powerful thing. Claire produced a small, sweetly wrapped gift and put it in Archie's hand. "We wanted to drop off your present," she said. Then she bit her lip and gazed past him into his apartment. "I have to pee," she added. Archie stepped aside. "You know where to go," he said. She hustled past him toward the bathroom, her black high heels tapping against the fur floorboards. Henry walked in and closed the door behind him. "She's been peeing every 15 minutes, Henry said. "I don't know where it's all coming from." Archie flashed back to his ex-wife's 2 pregnancies. "It'll pass," he said. Henry took the drink from Archie's hand and sipped from it. "Do you want one?" Archie asked. "I don't want to be any trouble," Henry said. He lifted Archie's glass to his mouth again and grinned. "I'll just take yours." Archie examined his now empty hand. "I find that I am suddenly thirsty," he said. He walked to the kitchen and got another glass, and then set it on the bar that separated the kitchen from the rest of the main living space, and poured another drink. Henry leaned against the bar next to him. Archie saw him glance across the living room at the closed bathroom door. "You're getting mixed up in this whole thing with Leo, aren't you?" Henry asked in a low voice. Archie recorked the whiskey. No comment. Henry ran his hand over his face, and then smoothed his mustache with his thumb and forefinger. "Who's running it?" he asked. Archie took a drink and then set the glass on the bar. He looked at Henry with a helpless shrug. "Jesus, Archie," Henry said, his face reddening. "What if something happens to you? You don't turn up, who am I supposed to call?" "I'll be fine," Archie said. "But I need you to stop by tonight and take the dog out, okay? Use your key." "At what point do I start to worry?" Henry asked. Archie glanced outside at the darkening sky. 24 hours, he said. He picked a pen up off the counter and wrote a telephone number on a piece of notebook paper, tore the paper out, folded it in half, and handed it to Henry. "If you don't hear from me by this time tomorrow, open this." Henry looked down at the folded piece of paper between his fingers. "Is this your will?" Archie heard the toilet flush and water running. "It's my visa number," Archie said. "Run up as much as you can before they find out I'm dead." Claire came out of the bathroom and started toward them. "That's not funny," Henry said, putting the folded paper in his jacket pocket. Claire stepped next to them. "Did you open it?" she asked, her eyes shining. Archie exchanged a glance with Henry, thinking she meant the paper he'd just passed him. "The gift," Claire said, looking at the two of them like they were idiots. "Do it quick before I have to pee again." Archie pulled the present from his jacket pocket and unwrapped a white cardboard box. He lifted the lid. Inside was a round brass object, about the size of a Kennedy dollar but thicker, with a small knob on the side. It looked like an old-fashioned man's pocket watch, but without a watch face. It appeared to be solid brass on both sides. "It's a compass," Claire said. She took it from Archie's hands and flipped a latch on the bottom, and the top opened to reveal a compass face underneath. The compass arrow trembled and then swung to point north. "Claire thought you'd like it," Henry explained. Archie did like it, though he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with it exactly. Claire gave Archie a teasing poke in the ribs. "So, what did your girlfriend get you?" she asked. Archie's mind went to the promised lap dance, and he felt himself blush. He pulled at the collar of his shirt. "She's not my girlfriend," he said. "Whatever," Claire said. "It's been 2 months. Have I met her? No. If Henry hadn't seen her with his own eyes, I'd wonder if she was your imaginary friend." "Susan met her this morning," Archie said. "How'd that go?" Henry asked, lifting his glass to his lips. "Could have gone better," Archie said. "Susan hated her, didn't she?" Claire asked, beaming. Archie picked up his glass and took a drink from it. He wondered how long Susan would be pissed at him. Probably weeks. "Yep," he said. "I want to meet her anyway," Claire said. She didn't wait for a response, which was good because Archie wasn't prepared to make any promises. Claire picked up Henry's wrist and looked at his watch. Her eyes widened. "We have reservations," she said to Archie. Even with the high heels, she had to lift herself up on her toes to kiss him on the cheek. "Happy birthday," she said. "We love you, despite all your obvious problems and weird proclivities." "Thanks a lot," Archie said. She dragged Henry out the door. Henry caught Archie's eye as Claire pulled the door shut behind them. "Call me tomorrow," Henry said. 24 hours. Archie stood in his apartment alone. The cloud cover out the window was the color of ash. The Willamette River looked like molten silver. Archie finished his drink and then called Rachel. He got her voicemail. "Something's come up," Archie said. "I have to work." With someone else, he might have had to apologize or explain more, but he and Rachel had different rules. "But," Archie added, "I'm hoping I can get a rain check on that birthday present." He ended the call and put the phone in his pocket. Then he loaded his gun and clipped the holster to the waistband of his pants. He smiled to himself. Now he looked like James Bond. Lastly, Archie headed into the bathroom. He opened his medicine chest and pulled out a large amber prescription bottle marked Prilosec and tapped out 10 Vicodin into his palm. He'd been clean, more or less, for a year, and while he'd been in rehab, Henry had done a banner job of rooting through Archie's apartment and disposing of every pain pill he could find. But the one place that people never looked was right in plain sight. All Archie had done was switch out the pills. If his stomach ever started burning and he needed a Prilosec, he was screwed. He didn't use the pills. He just liked knowing they were there. Now he gently transferred the Vicodin into his old brass pillbox. It had been a long time since he'd carried that thing around in his pocket. But if he was going to play the role of the self-destructive detective, he needed the right props. Archie gave the pillbox a shake. The familiar sound of the pills rattling against the metal confines of the box made his mouth water. But he swallowed hard and tucked the pillbox in the pocket of his tux. He glanced at his watch. He'd been 42 years old for 7 minutes now. So far, so good. Chapter 8. Susan's mother didn't allow her to smoke in the house. Marijuana was fine. Bliss kept her bong right out in the open on the coffee table like a decorative sculpture. Incense? No problem. Bliss bought it by the case, filling the whole house with a thick cherry-flavored smog. But when Susan wanted to smoke a cigarette, she had to do it on the porch. Susan got it. Weed was natural. Cigarettes were cancer. Incense smelled nice. Cigarettes didn't. Plus, it was Bliss's house, so she got to make the rules. Susan may have grown up in the dilapidated Victorian, but it wasn't like her name was on the mortgage. She had moved back in with her mother while she was saving up to buy a place. Then she had lost her job at the Herald. The freelancing gigs were too unpredictable to sign any kind of lease, and her credit report wasn't exactly star renter material. So, here she was, getting cancer on her mother's porch. Bliss was at work, dyeing someone's mohawk pink or something. Only in Portland, Oregon did punk rockers go in for a root touch-up and a blowout. Bliss was the go-to stylist for the Rage Against the Machine set. It made for interesting hours. Susan tapped her cigarette ash into the jack-o'-lantern on the top porch step. The jack-o'-lantern had squinty eyes and a round, surprised mouth. Susan's jack-o'-lanterns never turned out as spooky as she intended. She pulled the hood of her sweatshirt up and checked her phone to see if Leo had texted her back yet. He hadn't. She heard the car pull in front of the house and looked up. It was black and sleek and official-looking, like one of those town cars rich people hire to take them to the airport instead of just getting a cab like everyone else. The car sat there for a minute. The windows were tinted, and Susan couldn't see inside. She stared at it anyway. Maybe Johnny Depp was inside. Finally, the driver's side door opened, and a huge man climbed out and started up the walk toward Susan. He was carrying a bouquet of pink roses, and was very definitely not Johnny Depp. Susan continued to stare. He led with his chest when he walked, and moved at a quick, confident clip, his huge arms at his side. His long, dark gray hair flapped at the shoulders of his dark leather jacket. She recognized him. She didn't know him. She had never been introduced to him, but she had seen him around. He was one of several men who always seemed at the periphery when she went out with Leo. He'd be at a nearby table or at a club. Occasionally he'd appear and say something in Leo's ear, and the two of them would vanish for a while. She didn't know who he was, but she didn't like him. She took a drag of her cigarette and didn't stand up. The man got to the porch steps and proffered the bouquet like it was the head of a dragon he'd just slain for her pleasure. Susan took the flowers, but was careful not to look too enthusiastic about it. She gave them a brief inspection and then laid them next to her on the porch. There wasn't a note. "Did Leo send you?" she asked skeptically. Leo had wooed her with flowers back when she'd worked at the Herald. But these weren't his style. Up close, the man's face was thickened with scars. They made his pale features blurry and uneven. "He'd like you to come to a party," he said. His voice was hoarse, like he had a cold, but Susan had the feeling it always sounded that way. He made a florid gesture like a footman welcoming someone on board a carriage. Mr. Gallant. Susan looked at the town car and then at him. "When?" she asked. "Now?" She laughed nervously and shook her head. No way. He can't just ignore me all day and then send me flowers and expect me to drop everything at his beck and call." The man swallowed and his jaw tightened. She could tell he was someone who was not used to being told no. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a set of stained, crowded teeth. "It would really mean a lot to him if you could come," he said. "What's your name?" Susan asked, flicking ash from her cigarette into the herb garden. "Cooper," the man said. "Let me tell you something, Cooper." She picked up the bouquet and looked down at the plump pink blooms. "The chemicals they use on roses are some of the worst in the world," she said, holding the flowers out so Cooper could see them. 20% of the pesticides they use on roses in Colombia are illegal in the U.S. Roses require a lot of fertilization. Do you know how much fossil fuel is needed to make fertilizer? Cooper stared back blankly. 1 kilogram of nitrogen-containing fertilizer takes 2 liters of oil, Susan said. Irrigation puts pressure on local water supplies and results in salinization of local farmlands. That's not even getting into the wage inequality endemic to most of the large corporations that dominate the global rose market. Susan shook her head. "Don't get my mother started on roses," she said. She put the bouquet down and leveled her gaze at Cooper. "Leo knows my mother. And Leo would never send roses to me at her house because he knows he would never hear the end of it. So I'm thinking, Leo didn't send these flowers. And he didn't send you." Cooper's smile was gone. It was probably for the best. It definitely didn't make him look friendlier. "His old man sent me," Cooper said. "He's hosting a rather extravagant fete this evening. Leo will be there and his father would like you to join them." Susan did want to see Leo. "Like a Halloween party?" she asked. "More like a masquerade ball," Cooper said. "Seriously?" Cooper shrugged. "Rich people," he said. Susan considered her options. Jack Reynolds was a criminal. A wealthy and socially prominent criminal, granted. She had met him once through Archie, the same day she had met Leo. Jack had been rather charming, considering they were there to grill him about a murder. He had a private island. He probably had really good parties. Then there was her supposed boyfriend. Leo had gone off the grid before, but this was different. She hadn't been entirely honest with Archie. The truth was that she had been the one to storm off last night outside the club. She had blown up at Leo for making them miss the musical production of Roadhouse, and she'd called a cab. But really, she'd just been mad about the lap dance he'd bought Archie. Now she was pissed that he wasn't returning her calls. She wanted to see him, if only to read him the riot act. Susan stubbed her cigarette out, dropped it in the jack-o'-lantern, and stood up to go into the house. Cooper was up the stairs in one step. He didn't touch her, but she stopped cold. "I need to change," she explained. She pulled at her hoodie. Her black tights had a hole in the knee. "I don't have anything to wear. I need makeup." That was all true. But she also wanted to go inside and call Archie.
"We'll take care of all that," Cooper said. "What are you, a size 4?
Susan nodded and fidgeted some more with her hoodie. She didn't like that he was looking at her that closely. Cooper studied her for a moment, and then something seemed to dawn on him.
"You're scared," he said. "You're scared of me."
His eyebrows lifted awkwardly, like he was trying to seem amiable.
"If Jack Reynolds ever wants you dead, lady, he won't send me in a car to get you," he said. "Too many neighbors, people see shit. They remember more than you'd think. Look behind me," he said.
Susan looked over his shoulder and saw their across-the-street neighbor, Bill, standing in the street by the curb with a rake.
"You see that guy pulling leaves out of the storm drain?" Cooper asked.
He turned and gave Bill a friendly wave. Bill waved back. Cooper turned back to Susan.
"That guy's a witness," he said. "The lady who passed us with the dog?"
Susan hadn't even seen a woman with a dog.
"She lives in the neighborhood," Cooper said. "So she knows you. The cops come by later, start asking questions. She's seen me in the car. She's a witness." Cooper nodded at her. "If Jack Reynolds ever wants you dead, you won't see me. They won't see me."
He smiled at her, seemingly pleased at the excellence of his explanation.
"This isn't how we do it, so you've got nothing to be afraid of."
Susan's spine was as rigid as a board. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" she asked.
"It's a party," Cooper said,
his eyes pleading.
"You want me to put a glass slipper on your foot?"
Susan didn't know what to do. She looked across the street at Bill. He was wearing rubber rain boots and jabbing the wrong end of the rake into the sludge of dead leaves that filled the storm drain.
"Hey, Bill!"
she shouted. Bill looked up. Cooper was right about one thing. Bill noticed everything that went on in that neighborhood. She had no doubt he'd made note of her visitor and his car. So she'd just make sure it stuck.
"I'm going to a party at my boyfriend's house," Susan called. "His dad sent this guy Cooper to drive me. Tell my mom, okay?"
Bill flashed her a peace sign. Susan looked at Cooper. He appeared vexed again. "Let's go," Susan said. She left the flowers on the porch next to the jack-o'-lantern and started down the porch steps for the car. "Do you have a minibar in that thing?" Chapter 9. Pay attention. It was one of the tenets of journalism. Susan fixed her gaze out the tinted window as the car went over the gated stone bridge to Jack Reynolds Island, and tried to take in as much as she could. The bridge was lined with lit torches that sent threads of black smoke snaking into the dusky sky. Traffic was already backed up, awaiting instruction from men in suits wearing earpieces and carrying clipboards, and barking orders at hired valets in red jackets. Cooper ignored the line and went over the bridge in the wrong lane. Once they'd made it the 200 feet to the other side, he bypassed what appeared to be the main drop-off point. Susan could see partygoers up ahead, people in tuxedos and evening gowns, walking up the trails through the manicured grounds to Jack Reynolds' neo-Tudor estate. They were all wearing masks, some elaborately festooned with feathers and gems, some basic black. Cooper hadn't been kidding. This wasn't just a ball, it was a masked ball. As social anxiety instigators went, masked balls were pretty near the top of Susan's list, right after playing team sports and giving speeches to old people. The old people always fell asleep, and Susan never knew if it was the speech or just their normal nap cycle. But people in masks were always assholes. It was a scientific law. Give someone anonymity, and all social niceties break down. The internet had proven that. By 10 o'clock, the couples would be fighting, and the single people would be hooking up with people they wouldn't be able to recognize in the morning. This was how masked balls went. This was what made them dangerous. Susan sank glumly in her seat as Cooper continued winding along a private lane that led around the side of the main house. Susan had been to the island before. Once. Archie had gone to Jack for help on an investigation, and Susan had tagged along. That's how she had met Leo. Leo had introduced himself as Jack's attorney. He'd conveniently left out the part about being Jack's son. She hadn't even known there were any islands in Lake Oswego before Archie had driven her over the bridge that first time. Lake Oswego was a large private lake run by the Lake Oswego Corporation and ringed by Tony lakeside residences. The city of Lake Oswego, where the lake was a wealthy suburb of Portland, a place where Trailblazer players lived and people waited 20 minutes in line for a croissant. Most of the Portlanders Susan knew didn't even know that Lake Oswego had a lake. Susan hadn't gotten to see much of the 5.5-acre island that first trip. They hadn't been invited inside the 1929, 9,000-square-foot Tudor mansion at the center of the island. Instead, she and Archie had talked to Jack and Leo near the castle-like stone boathouse on the private dock next to Jack's sailboat. Susan had Googled the island several times since then, and through old real estate records and Google Earth, she had put together a pretty complete mental picture of what she had missed the first time, namely the helipad, formal rose garden, guest house, waterfalls, lakeside pool, sauna, and the nearly 1 mile of walking trails. She and Leo had been dating for 9 months, and he had yet to invite her to the family compound. She got it. His father was a drug lord, and Leo was secretly working for the DEA. There were a lot of secrets to keep straight. He was probably afraid that she'd blurt out something she shouldn't over canapes with dear old Dad. Cooper parked the car next to a smaller Tudor structure, built out of the same old-growth timber and basalt as the main house. This was the guest house. Susan had seen pictures of it online in an old issue of Oregon Home magazine. Apparently Jack Reynolds entertained a lot of guests. His guest house looked twice as big as her mother's place. Cooper got out of the car and came around and opened the backseat passenger side door for her. "This way," he said, lifting his chin toward the guest house. She followed him without question. It wasn't that she didn't have questions, just that she had so many that she didn't know where to begin. Activity swarmed around them. The guest house was situated behind the main house and was clearly being used as a staging area for the party. A caterer's truck parked next to a florist truck parked next to an event supply truck. Men wearing windbreakers with the word security across the back muttered into walkie-talkies. Caterers in black pants and white shirts and black ties unloaded cases of wine. "When can I see Leo?" Susan asked. They had reached the guest house. The entry was an enormous arched oak door, framed with stone. Wrought iron lamps hung on either side of the door under gargoyles that had been carved into the stone. It all seemed a little ostentatious for a guest house, even an obnoxious one. Cooper turned the knob and went inside, and Susan scuttled in after him. The door opened into a cavernous room with a half-timber and stucco ceiling and walls paneled with gleaming dark wood. Arched leaded glass windows looked out on the lake. Twilight was giving way to bona fide evening. Susan could see the lights of the houses along the shore. The lake was black and empty, like a patch of starless sky. "You were right about her size," she heard Cooper say. Susan redirected her attention inside the room. It was the living room, or parlor, or whatever the very wealthy called places where they came together and drank sherry after eating escargot. The furniture was all dark wood and worn velvet and cracked leather. Oriental rugs blanketed the floor at carefully quirky angles. Antique books lined the built-in shelves. A young woman with long, wavy dark hair rose from a chair and walked toward Susan. She paused at a portable garment rack, on which several evening gowns hung, and pulled one from its hanger. Susan saw the professional-looking makeup box on the coffee table, a tackle box full of blush and oily sticks of foundation. The woman strolling toward her with the gown looked familiar. She was tall and fit, in her early 20s, but with the effortless confidence of someone older. Her black pants and black t-shirt were nondescript, but still showed off her curves. Her makeup was natural, her hair was loose, but there was something about the way she moved. She had the self-possession of someone used to people watching her. Maybe it was the way she flipped her hair or the sway of her hips, but something clicked. Susan recognized her, and as soon as she did, Susan felt her cheeks burn. She was the stripper from the night before, the one who had given Archie a lap dance. The hussy. Susan had tried not to wonder what had gone on in that room, what exactly the woman had done to get Archie off, and if he'd liked it. Susan had tried, but she couldn't get it out of her head. Archie had seen this woman almost naked. She had rubbed herself against him. Had he put his hands on her? Had Leo? Susan took a long breath, willed her face to cool, and smiled. The hussy stuck her hand out and smiled back. "Hi," she said. "I'm Star." Chapter 10. A valet had taken Archie's city-issued Taurus. He often felt the need to apologize when valets took his car. They always looked so disappointed. He wanted to explain that it wasn't his car, that it belonged to the city. But the truth was, if he ever bought his own car, he'd probably end up with something just as boring. The invitation had gotten him over the bridge. Now a thick-necked man wearing a dark suit and an earpiece looked Archie up and down. He had a broad chest and deep-set, watchful eyes, and his hair was shaved down to a stiff bristle. He looked like a cop, though Archie didn't recognize him, or maybe ex-military. "Name," he demanded. "Archie Sheridan," Archie said. Archie produced the invitation Sanchez had given him, but the man waved it away, and instead scanned a printed list he had on a clipboard. Archie could see the bulge under his suit where he was wearing a gun. That kind of thing could be hidden, but he wasn't trying. "I don't see you," the man said. Archie saw his body language shift. He straightened up, his chest expanded. He rotated a finger in the air, and two other men in suits looked up and started to make a beeline for them. "I'm a friend of Leo's," Archie said quickly. "Maybe you should check with him." Archie had a brief fantasy of the man with the clipboard calling Leo down from the house, and then Archie and Leo jumping into a car and driving away together. Could it be that easy? The other two suits arrived on either side of Archie. They looked like they'd come out of the same Humvee the first guy had, same body type, same general facial structure, same military bearing. "Stay with him," the first suit told the other two, and he gave Archie a skeptical look and stepped back, already lifting a cell phone to his ear. The two new suits crossed their arms in unison. Party guests streamed past them, jewelry glinting in the torchlight. They were all wearing masks. Archie was pretty sure his tux hadn't come with one. Maybe he could cut 2 holes in his sock and tie it around his head. He thought about making that joke out loud, but he had the feeling it would go unappreciated. "So," Archie said, "nice place, huh?" The island was over 5 acres. Archie wondered how many bodies were buried on it. They didn't answer. "Have you seen Leo around?" Archie asked. "Just an old friend, dropping by for a visit." Nothing. The first suit returned. "You're wanted inside," he said. Jack Reynolds was waiting in his office for them, wearing a tuxedo and puffing on a cigar. Music from the party was a distant thrum through the textured stucco walls. It had been over a year since Archie had seen Jack. When they'd first met, almost 14 years before, Jack had been leaner, almost hawkish. He was one of those men who seemed to get better looking as they aged. Though he was 65, the lines around his eyes and mouth, the silver in his dark hair, only made him look more dashing. He looked like one of those grinning silver-haired men in Viagra commercials who were always getting off motorcycles and heading inside to get it on with their waiting wives. Now Jack sat on the edge of his desk, the desk lamp behind him the only light on in the room. Cigar smoke hung like a cloud over his head. Archie had been in this room before. It was a masculine lair, the stucco walls hung with photographs of Jack's sailboats. A built-in bar sparkled with crystal glassware and expensive liquor bottles. Leather chairs and a leather sofa created a sitting area in the middle of the room under a massive wrought iron light fixture. Behind Jack's desk, the room's leaded glass windows looked out into darkness. Jack grinned and rolled the cigar between his fingers.
"Do you know who this guy is, Kareem?" he asked.
He wasn't talking to Archie. He was talking to the caramel-skinned man sitting next to Archie.
"No, sir, I do not,"
Kareem said in a British boarding school accent. Archie eyed Kareem. He had a knife-cut part in his dark hair and perfectly erect posture. His tuxedo fit him well. He didn't look like Jack's usual muscle. Archie had a feeling that he did something more important. Jack stood up and walked over to them.
"This is Archie fucking Sheridan," he said. "He ran the beauty killer task force. That bitch took him hostage and tortured him for 10 days. Took his fucking spleen out and sent it to his partner. So Archie here is strapped to a gurney in a basement in Gresham, and he convinces Gretchen Lowell to let him go. She calls 911 and turns herself in, saves his life."
Archie wished it had been that simple. "That's not exactly how it happened," he said. Jack put his arm around Archie's shoulders like a proud father showing off his son.
"A few years later, the bitch escapes from prison, and you know what this motherfucker does?" Jack asked Kareem. "He catches her again!"
Jack clapped Archie so hard on the back that he lurched forward. Archie coughed and straightened up.
"So, they send her to the nut house the next time?" Jack continued. "And a year later, damned if she doesn't slaughter a nurse and saunter the fuck out of there."
Kareem caught Archie's eye.
"Next time you catch her, you should consider shooting her," he said.
"Thanks for the tip," Archie said. Jack took a puff off his cigar and grinned. Archie wondered if it would be impolite to ask for a drink. The music seemed to be getting louder.
"So, why are you here?"
Jack asked, settling back on the edge of his desk. Archie didn't miss a beat. "Leo invited me," he said. Archie fished the invitation from Sanchez out of his tuxedo pocket and handed it to Jack. Jack smiled and tossed the invitation aside. A circle of his cigar smoke floated past Archie's face and then dissipated.
"You work in Vice now, Archie?" Jack asked.
Archie waved the smoke away, out of his eyes. "I don't care about your business, Jack," he said. It was true enough. All the years that Archie had come to this house, updating Jack on the investigation into his daughter's death, he had always treated him like any other bereaved family member. It didn't matter to Archie what Jack did for a living. Jack had lost his daughter, so Archie overlooked the rest of it. Jack nodded to himself.
"Leo invited you,"
he repeated skeptically. Archie played his ace card. "It's my birthday." Jack studied his cigar for a moment. Then he nodded at Kareem, and Kareem stood up and took a step toward Archie.
"May I?"
Kareem asked pleasantly. Archie stood as well and lifted his arms. "Inside left pocket," Archie said. Kareem reached inside Archie's jacket and pulled out his wallet. He opened it and extracted Archie's driver's license and then took it to the desk lamp to study it. After a minute, he returned the wallet and license to Archie.
"Happy birthday," he said to Archie. "He must have forgotten to put you on the list," Jack said.
"Must have," Archie said.
"You'll need a mask," Jack said.
He reached around and picked a mask off his desk and handed it to Archie. It was a shiny black plastic oval, with 2 holes for the eyes and a curved mold over the nose. A white elastic band was stapled to each side. Archie took the mask, but he didn't put it on.
"If he's not on the list, he hasn't been vetted," Kareem pointed out. "He's a cop," Jack said. "I think we can trust him not to steal the silverware."
"I don't like it," Kareem said. He glanced at Archie. "No offense." "He caught my daughter's killer," Jack said. "I think he's earned access to the no-host bar." No mention of Jeremy, Archie noticed. Jack had edited out that part of the story. Archie couldn't help himself. "She killed your son, too," Archie said. "I owe her for that one," Jack said. He said it easily, like it was something he said all the time. Then he directed a shrug in Kareem's direction. "My waste of space youngest went apeshit last year," he explained without emotion. "Tried to kill our friend here with an axe. Turns out he was harboring an unhealthy fascination with the beauty killer." "Aren't we all?" thought Archie. "The shrinks blamed his sister's murder," Jack continued. "Said he never got over it, but he always had a weak mind." Archie had no doubt that Isabel's murder had fucked Jeremy up, but his father had played a role in Jeremy's deterioration as well. "I guess that explains why I didn't see you at the funeral," Archie said. "That's your problem, my friend," Jack said, reaching forward to straighten Archie's bow tie. "You don't know when to give up on people." Kareem produced a small black electronic gadget about the size of a deck of cards. It had a dial on it and a small red light. He held it in front of Archie. "Any wires you want to tell us about?" he asked. "I told you," Archie said. "I'm invited." Kareem scanned the gadget up and down Archie's body, front and back. "He's clean," he said to Jack. "I hope you're not offended," Kareem added to Archie with a shrug. "Can't be too careful." "Of course," Archie said. Kareem pocketed the gadget and then held out his hand in front of Archie, palm up. Archie knew what he wanted. He set the mask on the desk, opened his tuxedo jacket, pulled his weapon from his holster, ejected the magazine, put the magazine in his pocket, and then laid the gun in Kareem's open hand. "I'm going to need that back," Archie said. It was his personal weapon, registered under his name. Leaving it out of his sight was an insane proposition. Kareem would know that, which was exactly why Archie needed to allow it. It was a gesture of trust. Or recklessness. "Of course," Kareem said. He put the gun on the desk behind him. "Now I just need you to empty your pockets," he said. Archie reached into his pockets and emptied out the contents on the desk. The compass, the brass pillbox, his wallet, cell phone, badge. Kareem picked each up and inspected it. He came to the pillbox and opened it. "What are these?" he asked, looking at the white pills. "Painkillers," Archie said. "I thought you went to rehab for those," Jack said. Archie picked the mask up off the desk and put it on, snapping the elastic band around his head. "I did," he said. Kareem held the pillbox out and laid it in Archie's palm. "Enjoy the party," he said. Archie closed his hand around the box and slipped it back into his pants pocket. "So where's Leo?" he asked. Cigar smoke veiled Jack's face. "He's around," he said. Chapter 11. Susan pulled at the hips of her dress. She'd chosen a strapless maxi number with pockets and a tight, structured bodice. The dress was gold silk, and the lining was just a hint too snug. It was possible that she was a 6 and not a 4, but she sure as hell wasn't going to admit it now. Star had presented her with 10 pairs of shoes in several sizes. She had picked out a pair of gold ballet flats, all the better if she had to make a run for it. Star had done her makeup and managed to slick Susan's shoulder-length bob into something resembling an updo. Once Susan was deemed properly gussied up, Star had presented her with a rhinestone-encrusted mask at the end of a long black wand. It was a female fantasy cliché, being whisked off to a ball and dressed up like Cinderella. In reality, it just felt creepy. But now, as Susan held the sparkly mask up and peered through it, she had to admit, Jack Reynolds knew how to throw a party. The grounds had been transformed into a wonderland. White paper lanterns glowed in the darkened trees. Torch-lined paths wound through gardens to hidden bars and musical quartets. There was a surprise around every corner, a fire juggler, a trapeze artist, women clad only in body paint tuxedos serving salmon tartines off silver trays. A Charlie Chaplin movie projected onto strips of muslin stretched between two massive Douglas firs. Susan guessed there were 500 guests, at least. Everyone was wearing masks, but she still thought she recognized a few of them. The scions of old Portland families, people whose ancestors had made a mint clear-cutting old-growth forest or running whorehouses for sailors down by the river. Their last names were on buildings downtown, on wings at the museum. They served on boards and went through acrimonious divorces. She hadn't seen so many of them in one place since she'd covered the opera one year when she'd worked at the Herald. She probably knew other people there, too, but who could tell with all the masks? Portland was a small city, and if you knew anyone at all, chances were you knew some of the people they knew. It was the kind of town where you could show up at a party thinking you'd know no one, and end up seeing 5 of your closest friends and a few people you'd been hoping never to see again. It was kind of a relief to be wearing a mask. She didn't have to pretend to know anyone. She didn't have to make small talk. She was anonymous. Susan took a tartine from a painted lady and huddled next to one of the propane outdoor heaters that were stationed throughout the yard. Her elbow was getting stiff from holding the mask in place. She still hadn't seen Leo. She texted him 4 more times since she'd gotten to the party, and he had yet to respond. She took another tartine from a passing tray, stuffed it in her mouth, and negotiated sideways past an approaching group of laughing couples. It was still early, but everyone seemed a little drunk already. The paths were clotted with slow-moving guests, too caught up in the ambiance or their own conversation to remember if they had a destination. The masks with feathers shed, and the feathers floated in the air like maple keys and colored the path with splashes of black and purple and green. Susan darted past the other guests, beads of gravel crunching under her feet. She navigated around everyone expertly, pivoting and dodging and skittering, occasionally offering an apologetic shrug or a half-swallowed, "Excuse me." She pretended she was trying to get somewhere, to find someone, that she was late. She pretended she was hurrying along a subway platform. All the while, she kept the mask in place, her elbow crooked at a 90-degree angle, the wand in her fist. She zigged and zagged down the crowded path, past another bar, behind the Charlie Chaplin movie, and down some slate stairs that led to a pool. The pool was a dark, green, luminous rectangle, carved into a stone patio that opened onto the river. LED orbs the size of softballs floated on the pool's surface, pulsing through a rainbow of colors. The stairs were lit with discrete accent lights, and lampposts stood sentry around the pool and lake embankment, but the landscaping around the patio was dark. Susan took the stairs 2 at a time and ran across the stone pool deck to where the paving stones gave way to a wall of trees. She stopped short as she glanced up at one of the bronze lampposts. Squatted on top of the lamp, wings outstretched, was a grinning bronze gargoyle. The cognac-like glow of the lamp's antiqued glass gave the gargoyle's eyes a mad gleam. Susan stepped off the patio and backed against the trees into the darkness. She was alone. She could hear the lake lapping against the shore, and farther away up the hill, the sounds of music and laughter. Across a half-mile of black water, she could see the lights of other houses, just visible through the conifers that surrounded the lake. The night sky was high and hard, like even the stars wanted to keep their distance. Gargoyles squatted on lampposts all around her, like a murder of crows. It was cold by the lake, and Susan's skin hummed from the chill. A few fall leaves, caught in the wind, scratched along the patio, and then finally flitted into the pool and were still. Susan lowered her mask and pressed herself against a tree trunk, hoping it would hide her silhouette. She kept her eyes on the stairs. Sure enough, he came. He had been following her through the party, always at the edges of her peripheral vision. Someone else might not have noticed. It was crowded. The men were all in tuxedos, wearing masks. It was dark. But Susan wasn't just anyone. She was a reporter. She paid attention. She noticed people, especially when they were wrestler-sized tough guys who had recently kidnapped her. Cooper took the stairs casually, with the easy gait of someone not in a hurry, not bothered, not stalking someone. He had changed into a tuxedo, nothing fancy and a decade out of date, and he was wearing a simple black mask like a comic book henchman. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he stopped. Susan didn't move. The bark was rough against her shoulder blades. She could feel Cooper's gaze searching for her in the darkness. Suddenly, the boisterousness of the party seemed very far away.
"Watch out for snakes," Cooper called.
Susan had to bite her lip to keep from whimpering. She stood on her tiptoes and scanned the dark ground around her for any sign of movement.
"Leo's brother Jeremy liberated 2 pet Burmese pythons a few years ago and no one's seen them since," Cooper called.
Susan thought she heard a slithering in the dark. She tightened her grip on the wand of the mask and wondered if it could be used to fend off a python.
"Pythons will wind around tree branches and drop right on top of you," Cooper said.
It was too much. Susan leapt forward, away from the trees, and stumbled out of the foliage onto the paving stone pool deck. Cooper chuckled, the silver in his teeth glinting in the lamplight. Susan quickly checked behind her for snakes, saw none, and then turned back to Cooper. "Why are you following me?" she demanded. He was still 15 feet away, and he didn't make an effort to get closer.
"It's a big island," he said pleasantly. "I didn't want you to get lost."
"I want to see Leo," Susan said. She brushed at some of the tiny bits of leaves that were stuck to her dress. "Or I'm leaving."
"Okay," Cooper agreed.
That was too easy.
"Right
now," Susan said, to be clear. Cooper produced a cell phone and lifted it to his ear. He said something into it, but Susan couldn't make it out. She was too far away. She took a few uneasy steps toward him across the stone patio, but by the time she was close enough to hear, he had already put the cell phone back in his pocket. He didn't say anything. She hated that. He made her ask.
"Now what?" she asked. "Want a skinny dip?" he asked.
"No," she said. He shrugged.
"Then I guess we'll wait."
"I know Archie Sheridan," Susan said. "He's a personal friend of mine. He's caught serial killers, so he could catch you guys if something happened to me. I've called him and told him I'm here." Cooper crossed his arms and gave her an amused look.
"Have you really?"
"Yes."
"Why don't you check and see if he's called back?" Cooper said.
He gave her a nod.
"Go ahead. We have a minute. Check. You might have a voicemail."
Susan tucked the bejeweled mask under her arm and got her phone out of her evening bag and checked it. No voicemails. She scrolled through her texts to see if Leo had gotten back to her, but saw only red exclamation marks next to the text she had sent him. She tried to hide her growing alarm. None of them had gone through.
"The elder Mr. Reynolds is not a fan of cell phones," Cooper said. "He finds them rude. If you ask me, he's fighting a losing battle, but he's the boss, right? He's had cell phone blockers installed. You can't get reception anywhere on the island."
He held up the cell phone he had been talking on, and Susan realized that it wasn't a cell phone at all. It was a walkie-talkie. She was on an island with a bunch of masked criminals and no way to call for help. The lake was very black and very cold, and the lights on the other side were very far away. The gravity of the situation was dawning on her. "I shouldn't have come, should I?" she asked. Cooper's face looked grave in the lamplight. There was a noise at the top of the stairs, and Susan found herself hurrying to Cooper's side. As she stepped beside him, 2 male shapes appeared side by side at the top of the stairs she had descended minutes before. The men were both in tuxedos, their faces shadowed and masked, But Susan knew Leo right away. She wanted to run to him, but she felt Cooper's hand tighten around her shoulder. Leo didn't see her, or at least didn't recognize her. Susan could tell by the way his attention was fixed on the other man. The second man was older, the same height as Leo, but a bit thicker, and accompanied by the orange glow of a lit cigar. Jack Reynolds, Leo's father. Susan could smell the cigar from 10 feet away. Jack had his hand on the back of Leo's neck as they walked. With another father and son, it might have been an intimate, paternal gesture, but Susan could tell by Leo's stiff gait that there was nothing paternal about this. Jack wasn't so much guiding Leo as he was steering him. Leo stopped on the stairs, and Susan saw his posture harden. He'd seen her. She lifted her mask and waved it meekly at him. She couldn't make out his face. It was too dark up there. Jack laughed and slapped Leo on the back, and then left him and jogged down the last few stairs and over to where Cooper and Susan were standing in the lamplight. "There's our surprise guest," Jack said cheerily to Susan. He put his hands on her shoulders and kissed her on both cheeks. He stank of cigars and liquor. She could feel the heat of the cigar in his hand against her arm. "A vision of loveliness," Jack said. "I knew Star could put something together for you. She wants to be a stylist. Such a waste. She fucks like a jackrabbit. We've all wet our dicks in her. Hey, Leo," he called back toward the stairs. "Did you ever think you'd share a fuck with Archie Sheridan?" She flinched when he said it. Jack must have seen it, because he smiled. He looked like one of the gargoyles. Susan had seen Gretchen Lowell smile like that, too. It was the pleasure that came from causing people pain. "What is she doing here, Jack?" Leo asked from the stairs. His voice was firm but strained, and it made Susan feel even worse for coming, because Leo so clearly had no idea she would be here. Jack stepped beside Susan and put his arm around her and gave her a squeeze. "The social event of the season, and you don't invite your girlfriend?" he called up to Leo. "You've been banging this one since what, January? And you've yet to bring her out to the house. I was starting to think you were embarrassed by me." Leo didn't move. "She's not my girlfriend." There was that gargoyle smile again. "She thinks she is," Jack said. Susan's eyes burned. She's not my girlfriend. She told herself that this was part of Leo's act. He lied for a living, didn't he? He'd told her he was working for the DEA. He was probably trying to protect her. So why wasn't he coming down the stairs to get his father off her? "I don't want her here," Leo said. "It does make fucking Star later awkward," Jack said. Susan forced herself not to react to his goading. She wasn't going to give Jack the satisfaction. She just wanted to get out of here. "I want her taken home," Leo said. Finally. But Jack's fingers tightened over her shoulders. "She's all dolled up," Jack said. The playfulness had left his voice. "She's here, and she's staying the night." Susan couldn't stand the smell of him. The cigars, the cologne, the brandy. "I can't spend the night," she said. She had plans. She had to wax her legs and watch Law and Order. Jack's blue eyes settled on hers. "I wasn't asking," he said. She was chilly, but his touch wasn't making her warm. It was more like he was sucking the heat right out of her. He gave her another smile, this one more shark than gargoyle. "If everything goes well, you'll be home tomorrow in time for brunch. In the meantime, enjoy the party. Have you tried the mini quiches?" Susan looked up the stairs, searching for some sort of guidance from Leo, but he remained a silhouette in the dark. "We should get back to our friends," Jack said to her. "Let Cooper know if you need anything." He turned and climbed up the first part of the stairs to where Leo was standing. When he reached his son, Jack settled his hand around the back of Leo's neck. The gesture made Susan shiver. She didn't know what sort of fucked-up game Leo and his father were playing, but she was pretty sure that Jack had just tossed her on the table and raised the stakes. "Susan," Leo said, "don't do anything stupid, okay?" "Can I come with you?" she called. Jack Reynolds chuckled in the dark. "She's a hoot," he said. "Yeah," Leo said quietly. She watched as Jack steered Leo around and then escorted him up the rest of the stairs. She was on an island, without cell reception, dressed like a Mardi Gras Christmas ornament, and her boyfriend was acting like the Manchurian Candidate. This was so fucked. A gust of wind blew off the river, and dried leaves rained from the trees. She wondered if Cooper had been telling the truth about the pythons. The party sounded louder, like people were drunker, but she could still hear the sound of Cooper breathing. "So which is it?" Susan asked him. "Is he using me to make sure Leo does something? Or doesn't do something?" Cooper put his hands in his pockets. "You want to know what I would do if I were you?" he asked. Susan gazed out at the cold black water. "Swim for it?" she said. It had been less than a year since she'd almost drowned in the flood. Technically, she had drowned. She had been clinically dead when Archie had pulled her from the river. Even the thought of her body in that lake made her squirm. "It's 9 p.m., Cooper said. "The party will go on until 4 in the morning. There's food, music, scintillating conversation. Relax. Have a drink." Was he serious? "Because a champagne cocktail is exactly what I need right now," Susan said. Cooper leaned close to her. He was a foot taller than she was, and 3 times as wide. The weird thing was, the gesture didn't feel threatening. Just the opposite. He made Susan feel safe. She had thought he was following her in order to scare her. Now she wondered if he was actually trying to protect her. "It will be better for him if he thinks you're not afraid," Cooper said. Chapter 12. Archie had never liked crowds. He depended on his ability to absorb every detail, to notice what was out of place, and too many people softened the lens. Everyone blended together. He had been patrolling the party for the better part of an hour. He hoped it looked like mingling. Every once in a while he would set a drink on a tray and pick up another one, so that to anyone watching, it would look like he was drinking more than he actually was. There was no good vantage point. The grounds were a maze of horticultural nooks and crannies. The island was crawling with guests. Everyone looked sweaty from alcohol and glowing with their own importance. Most of the tuxedos looked custom. Most of the women had hair that cost more to maintain than Archie brought home in salary. The valets had stopped parking cars. The gates at the end of the bridge were closed. None of the guests seemed to mind that they were all essentially now trapped on the island. Archie hovered near the house, scanning for signs of Leo. Some people had given up on their masks, abandoning them for the sake of comfort or conversation, or maybe because they were tired of looking like idiots, but Archie kept his mask firmly in place. He liked it. For the first time in 3 years, he could move among a crowd without worrying about someone recognizing him as the man who survived 10 days with Gretchen Lowell. A bar was set up near a hedge maze in the left quadrant of the front yard, and people waited in line for drinks. Others streamed in and out of the house. The music had transitioned from instrumental to electronic dance music. It pounded through speakers erected in the trees and vibrated the leaves on the branches. The main house was 3 stories of winsome Tudor architecture. Archie could see lights on throughout the house. The exterior walls were either stone or stucco crossed with decorative half-timbering. The roof was pitched and accounted for 2/3 of the house's surface. Getting an idea of the interior layout from looking at it was impossible. It looked like someone had taken 15 storybook cottages and smashed them together. Archie grabbed a new drink off a server's passing tray and headed for the front door. The first floor of the house was technically open to guests, except for a few rooms like Jack's office, which were locked. Most people who came inside to look around quickly left. Archie didn't have a reason to be there. There wasn't a bar or a table of food, so he did what people trying to get away with poking around had done for millennia. He pretended to look for a bathroom. He was within a yard of the bottom stair when he felt a hand tighten on his shoulder. Archie turned around and found himself face to face with another one of Jack Reynolds' private security detail. This one didn't have the same military bearing as the others, and his suit was cheaper. He was wearing a black mask like Archie's, probably given to him by the same person. Archie could see the tiny pricks of razor burn where he'd shaved with a dull blade or rushed the job. You could tell a lot about a man by how he shaved, if he cared about using the right tools, if he lacked patience.
"Upstairs is closed,"
Razorburn said. "I'm looking for a bathroom," Archie said. Razorburn scratched at his sideburn.
"Didn't you just use that bathroom a half hour ago?"
For someone with a bad shave, he was very observant.
"Prostate issues," Archie said.
Razorburn lifted his hand off Archie's shoulder and jabbed a finger down the hallway to the left of the stairs.
"Second door down the hallway to your left," he said. "Same place it was 30 minutes ago."
"Thanks so much," Archie said. Archie backed away and headed down the hall where Razorburn had directed him. A very young-looking woman had her ear against the bathroom door. She was skinny in an unformed way, like she'd just had a growth spurt, or hadn't gotten used to her longer limbs yet. She looked like she should be wearing jeans and a backpack on her way to high school, but instead she was wearing a royal blue slip dress and carrying a pair of stiletto heels in her hand. A mask coated in purple glitter was pushed up on her forehead in a tangle of blonde hair. When Archie got close, she looked up at him and laughed. Her face was pink. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot. She reeked of alcohol. Most cops didn't need a sobriety test to tell if someone was drunk. The sobriety test was for the courts. Cops could tell the moment you rolled down the window. It was all in the eyes. "Are you okay?" Archie asked. "My friend's a little wasted," she said. She held up another mask, this one coated in gold glitter, which Archie assumed belonged to the friend. She laughed again, and Archie could hear, underneath her giggles, the distinct sound of someone violently vomiting on the other side of the bathroom door. "Do you want me to get help?" Archie asked. The young woman had her hand on the door, holding herself upright. Her silver nail polish was chipped, like she'd chewed at it. "She's fine," she said with a hiccup. "She said so." "Get her some water, okay?" Archie said. She nodded vigorously, and Archie started to turn away, but then turned back. "How old are you?" he asked. She paused. Probably longer than she thought she did. 22. There was no way she was more than 19. "Listen," Archie started to say, but his concentration was broken by the sound of Jack Reynolds' voice behind him. Archie turned to look down the hall and saw Jack leading two men in tuxedos through the foyer in the direction of his office. Jack was between them, a step behind, a hand on each of their shoulders. Archie couldn't see the men's faces, only Jack's. But as they stepped out of Archie's view, Jack looked up, right at Archie, and smiled. Archie hurried forward down the hall, leaving the underage girl. But when he reached the foyer, Jack and the men were gone. The door to the hall that led to Jack's office was closed, and a new goon was standing in front of it. The goon had his arms crossed over his chest and was staring, heavy-lidded, into the middle distance. He wasn't wearing an earpiece, and he wasn't wearing a mask. He also wasn't wearing a suit. He had big hands and a broad nose, and a leather jacket that looked like it weighed 20 pounds. Archie looked down at his drink. It was half empty. He drained it. Then he held it up in front of the goon. "Do you know where I should put this?" he asked him. The goon didn't respond. Archie held the glass between them, and then opened his hand and let the glass drop. It hit the floor with an explosion of splintered glass shrapnel. "Dalboeb," the goon snapped under his breath. He stepped back a few inches and kicked the broken glass off his shoes. "Russian?" Archie smiled. The Russian straightened up again, his dead gaze fixed over Archie's shoulder. He didn't make a move to clean up the glass. "Sorry," Archie said. "I'm a little drunk." Archie waited. The Russian didn't move. He didn't leave the door. He didn't call for someone to clean up the glass. Archie turned his head and glanced back at Razorburn across the foyer, still leaning against the wall at the bottom of the stairs. He wasn't in any hurry to help. These two didn't work together. They had different bosses. The Russian had come with whoever was in the office with Jack. Archie was considering the pros and cons of dropping another glass when a woman appeared at the top of the stairs. It was hard to miss her. She was wearing a long black dress that was made out of some sparkly gauze material. A triangular piece of fabric harnessed each breast and then attached behind her neck. Her back was bare all the way to her waist. Her dark, curly hair was twisted up loosely on top of her head. She was carrying a reusable grocery bag. Her head was turned so that Archie couldn't see her face, but he recognized her body. Star. His lap dancer. Razorburn saw her too. He'd lifted his shoulders off the wall and pulled his hands out of his pockets. It was a predatory move. His posture shifted forward to put his weight on the balls of his feet. He was leering at Star as she descended to him. She kept her head down, a classic ploy to avoid interaction, but she had to pass him, and when she did, Razorburn caught her by the waist. The Russian across the hall unfolded his arms. A caterer hurried through the foyer with a tray of small bites from the kitchen and exited through the front door. Razorburn pulled Star to his chest. She smiled and straightened up and said something to him, and Archie saw her move the bag she was carrying behind her hip. Whatever was in it, she didn't want it drawing Razorburn's attention. Razorburn's lips were shiny with saliva. He wrapped his hand around Star's wrist and moved her hand to the front of his pants. He was either oblivious to anyone else's presence, or he didn't care. "No heroics," Sanchez had said. "Star?" Archie said loudly. Razorburn and Star both snapped their heads in Archie's direction. Archie strolled toward them, feeling the Russian's gaze on the back of his neck. Star didn't pull away from Razorburn. She was smart. Men like Razorburn needed to feel in control. If she disentangled too soon, he might react violently. "You remember me," Archie said, lifting his mask above his eyebrows. "Detective Sheridan." Archie saw a trace of a smile cross Star's lips. "The birthday boy," she said. "That's right," Archie said. "You're Leo's friend," Star said with a glance in Razorburn's direction. Archie saw what she was doing. She was spelling it out for him, but letting him put it together himself. Razorburn might be dumb, but he knew enough not to do something stupid in front of a friend of the boss's son. Sure enough, Razorburn retracted his arm. "I'll find you later," Archie heard him snarl. Star adjusted the strap of her dress and stepped forward out of Razorburn's reach. Her wrist was red where he had grabbed her, and Archie could see the pulse in her throat throbbing. She had been afraid, even if she'd done a nice job not showing it. Her knuckles were white where she clutched the straps of the grocery bag. It was one of those polypropylene grocery totes that the stores guilted people into buying instead of using paper or plastic bags. This one had a recycling symbol on the side of it and a sad-looking polar bear. Archie had 5 similar bags in his trunk right now. His bags were all empty. The bag Star was carrying was not. She saw him looking at it and moved the straps up her arm and onto her shoulder. "Can I buy you a drink?" Archie asked. "The drinks here are free," Star said. "Even better," said Archie. "Well, "Come on, then," she said, and Archie followed her toward the front door. Star's legs were bare, and her dress showed them off. She was wearing black, strappy, high-heeled sandals, which didn't slow her down at all. Her polypropylene bag was secured under her arm like a top-secret diplomatic pouch.
"Good luck with your prostate," Razorburn called after Archie.
Archie ignored him, but did glance back one more time at the Russian as they left the house. He had recrossed his arms and was looking straight ahead, where Razorburn had settled back against the wall, directly in the Russian's field of vision. The broken glass was still at his feet. Then Archie followed Star through the door and out into the night. She was several feet ahead, and Archie had to hurry to catch up with her. She navigated the grounds easily. She had clearly spent some time here. They passed other guests, but everyone was drunk and no one seemed to notice them as they went by, moving off the main path to a smaller one, and then around the left side of the house along the border of one of the waist-high hedge mazes that Jack had installed throughout the grounds. Archie wondered how many decomposing bodies of lost guests turned up in those things. Star led him around the back side of the hedge. The path was gravel, and their steps made a grinding noise as they walked. Tiny rocks spit out from under Star's heels, but it didn't slow her down. There wasn't a bar on this side of the house, and it wasn't well lit. Archie couldn't see any other guests now. The electronic music still pounded, but they were far enough away from any speakers that it was background din. Star stopped, hugging her arms for warmth as late evening set in. A lone torch flickered nearby, casting her face in a jittery tangerine glow. It was the first time Archie realized that she didn't have a mask. Her glittery black dress winked and sparkled. Something glinted in her hair. At first, Archie thought it was a barrette. "Thanks for the graceful exit," Star said. It was a kiss-off. Archie had served his purpose. She was in a rush, and it had something to do with whatever was in the bag. "What are you doing here?" Archie asked her. He was trying to stall her. It wasn't a barrette. It was something wet. Archie peered at Star's hairline, attempting to puzzle out what had briefly caught the torchlight. "Look," she said, "you're sweet, but I have to go." Archie reached his hand up and touched her hair. She didn't pull away. She didn't even look surprised. She was used to men hitting on her. She took it like a pro. Archie moved his fingers away from her head and showed them to her. The torchlight bathed them both in uncertain dark shadows that quivered with the flame. Archie could smell the citronella torch oil burning, a pungent chemical lemon mixed with sulfur. He held his hand nearer to the torch so she could see the stain of red on his fingertip. "It's blood," he said. "It's called transfer splatter. That means that someone touched blood, and then touched you." She was trembling. Her hand shot up to the spot where Archie had touched her hair, and she started to claw at it, pulling the hair loose. "It's okay," Archie said. "I got it." He could feel the wet on his fingertips, a coolness on his skin. She had allowed a crack in her facade, and now the wall was crumbling. Her hands tightened into fists, her face tensed with fear. The skin of her neck and chest was rough with goosebumps. It's what happened to people after car accidents, after the adrenaline surge dropped and the body indulged in all that repressed panic. Archie had to refocus her, keep her calm. "I can help you," Archie said. Leo had talked to Archie freely with Star in the room. Archie didn't know how much she knew, but Leo clearly trusted her with his life. Whatever their relationship was, Leo relied on her. If he was in trouble, he'd go to her for help. Archie tilted his head at the bag. "Is that for Leo?" She nodded, swallowing hard. "Where is he?" Archie asked. "In the guest house," she said, in a voice barely above a whisper. "Can you get me in there?" he asked. She seemed to consider it, taking several long breaths. She was gathering herself, rebuilding the emotional wall. He watched it happen. Her bearing changed. She set her shoulders back. She lifted her chin. Her expression settled into a mask of pretty/neutrality. Finally, she gave him a nod. "Maybe. If they think I'm taking you there for a party." "A party?" Her eyes were hard now, her irises reflecting the orange flame. "I'm not here as a guest," she said. "I'm working." Archie digested this. So Star did more than dance. It made sense, considering their introduction, but he had hoped, for her sake, that their interaction had been an anomaly. He measured his response, searching for the right level of nonchalance. "Oh," he said. "Right." Archie heard voices approaching. Star leaned forward and swiftly pulled the shirt tails from Archie's pants, and then reached up to pull his tie loose. She fumbled with it for a moment, and then Archie whispered, "It's a clip-on." He thought he saw her roll her eyes, but she unclipped it and opened his shirt collar. The voices were closer, and Archie looked over Star's shoulder to see two of Jack Reynolds's security detail rounding the corner. Star pressed against him, the black bag between them, touching but not touching. Whatever was inside the bag, it was soft. The men looked at Archie and sniggered, but kept walking, and soon disappeared around the house. "All clear," Archie said. Star stepped back, creating space between them. "If we run into anyone else, I may kiss you, so try not to freak out or cry or anything," she said. "Sure," Archie said, wondering what it was about him that made her think he'd cry if he was kissed. She took his hand and they continued along the hedge maze away from the light of the torch and back into the darkness. Her hand was cold, and as it warmed in his, Archie searched for something to say. He barely knew this woman, but they had shared an intimate moment. He had seen her barely clothed. He'd been turned on by her. But then, it probably hadn't seemed intimate to her at all. She'd just been working. She'd figured him for a prude. If only she knew. "So, is Star your real name?" he asked, the question sounding stupid even as it left his mouth. "Star's my stripper name," she said. The dark side yard opened up to a brightly lit gravel driveway filled with catering vehicles. Across the driveway was a vine-covered Tudor cottage straight out of a fairy tale. "My real name is Destiny." Archie thought he saw Star wink when she said it, but he couldn't be sure. Chapter 13. The door to the guest house was unlocked, but Archie noticed that Star opened it slowly, peering cautiously inside before she quickly stepped over the threshold and pulled him in behind her, past the stone gargoyles that stood sentry on either side of the front door. No one had questioned them. Two men in catering uniforms with masks around their neck were leaning against a van smoking cigarettes, but they had barely glanced up as Star and Archie had walked by. Archie didn't spot any of Jack's security detail stationed at the back of the house, but that didn't mean they weren't there. "There are cameras," Star said, closing the door, "all over the island." Archie didn't know if she knew that for a fact or if she was just being paranoid. But if she was being paranoid, it was contagious, and he found himself scanning the corners for telltale red lights. Inside, the house looked bigger than it did on the outside. The Tudor architecture carried over, with dark exposed wood beams and arched doorways, and stucco walls that had been expensively and laboriously distressed for authenticity. The lights in the room were on a dimmer switch and had been dialed down to the perfectly calibrated ambient glow of a high-end restaurant, barely light enough to see your food, but not light enough to read the menu. There was a selection of gowns spread out in the living room and what looked like a makeup kit on the table, as if someone had used the space as a makeshift dressing room. Archie noted a red-hooded sweatshirt cast over the back of a sofa and a pair of black sneakers kicked under a chair. Susan had a sweatshirt like that. But so did half the people on the east side. "Upstairs," Star whispered. Archie nodded and followed her out of the living room and up a flight of carpeted stairs. Their footsteps were soundless on the carpet, and the house felt still and empty. But as they headed down the second-story hall, Archie could make out the faint sound of water running. Star stopped at a closed door and put her ear to it and listened. The water sounded like it was coming from the other side. "It's me," Star said. She turned the doorknob and pushed the door in. Archie followed her inside to a large guest bedroom suite. The door to the private bath was open, and Leo Reynolds stood in front of the sink, with the faucet running. He was wearing a tuxedo, but the jacket and tie were gone. His shirt was unbuttoned and open, and his sleeves were rolled up. The white fabric of the shirt was soaked with blood. Arterial spray. Low velocity. The water in the sink was pink. He was cleaning up. Leo froze when he saw Archie. His eyes were bloodshot. His hands shook. Whatever had happened, it had been bad. "Are you okay?" Archie asked. Leo exhaled roughly and stared at Archie with dismay. Then his eyes went to Star. "What have you done?" he asked. "Bringing him here." "He can help," Star said. "We were worried about you," Archie said. "What's going on? Tell me what happened." "They'll be back any minute," Leo said. "Jesus Christ!" He looked fixedly at Archie. "We have a problem," he said. He walked toward Archie and put his arm around Archie's shoulder. Archie could smell the soap Leo had used, and a stringent, eye-watering odor. He'd known to use something strong, something that would obliterate any trace of blood that luminol might pick up. "Listen to me," Leo said. "We don't have much time. Susan is on the island." Archie felt something deep inside him go cold. "They're using her to control me," Leo said. "You have to find her and get her out of here." "Susan," Archie said. His mind went back to the red hooded sweatshirt downstairs. "What?" Archie felt Leo's arm tighten around his shoulder. "I'm sorry," Leo said as he stepped behind Archie. Leo's elbow hooked under Archie's chin, and the hand of his opposite arm palmed the back of Archie's head. Archie tried to step away, but Leo pressed against him, his thigh secured against the back of Archie's leg. Leo's grip on Archie's neck was firm, and Archie struggled to get a breath. He could already feel the black fog of unconsciousness closing in on him as his brain screamed for oxygen. The carotid artery traveled up the side of the neck. When the blood flow was interrupted, you had maybe a minute before you blacked out. Archie clawed at Leo's arm, but he was already losing strength. "I don't know how to do this very well, so don't fight me," Leo whispered into Archie's ear. "I don't want to break your neck." Archie's hands were tingling. His lips and tongue were going numb. He felt his hands drop to his sides, and his body relax as Leo lowered him to the floor. Leo's arm was still tight around Archie's neck, his hand still pressing hard against Archie's skull. Archie saw his feet out in front of him, twitching on the floor, his stupid rented shoes. And he saw Star inching forward into his vision. Her hand was over her mouth, her dress shimmered. And then she blurred, and when she came into focus again, she was gone. And Gretchen was there. Gretchen didn't look like she had the last time he'd seen her, when she'd freshly escaped from the mental hospital, and her hair was dark, her body still showing signs of the medication they'd pumped into her. She looked like she had before, in all her homicidal glory. Her thick blonde hair fell in glossy waves to her shoulders. Her features, those famous blue eyes, her regal nose, that beauty queen smile, were almost blindingly attractive. She was just a hallucination. The mind did funny things when it thought it might be dying. But Archie was still aware enough to find it interesting that of all the people his brain decided to conjure at this moment, it chose her. She smiled at him and took his hand in hers and lifted it to her cheek. He felt her imaginary touch all the way to his groin. "There, there, darling," she whispered. "You didn't think I'd let you celebrate your birthday without me."
Chapter 14. The bedroom window is open, and a cool breeze blows through, tickling Archie's chest and arms. In the heat of sex, he hadn't noticed it, but now he is cold. He pulls the sheets up to his waist. Gretchen is lying on her side next to him, but he doesn't cover her. Her cheeks are still flushed, and she doesn't look chilly. Also, Archie likes to see her naked.
"What did you tell Henry?" she asks.
She has one arm supporting her head, and the other draped along her side, her elbow resting in the deep dip of her waist, her forearm curved along her hips, her hand on her bare thigh. Her hair is tousled, and her skin glows with perspiration. He can look at her body all day long. The fullness of her breasts, her smooth thighs, every angle and curve. "I might have mentioned that I had a counseling appointment," Archie says. Gretchen's relationship with the task force has made coming up with excuses easy. She had offered them her services free of charge. Archie had been one of the first to sign up for sessions. He told himself at the time that he was leading by example, but in retrospect, his intentions might have been baser.
"Do you think you'll ever tell him?" Gretchen asks.
She brings this up a lot. She seems to worry that Archie and Henry will go out for beers one day, and Archie will spill his guts. She doesn't understand Archie's relationship with Henry at all. There is no way Archie will ever tell his partner anything about this. He has already let himself down. He doesn't want to let Henry down, too. "God, no," Archie says. "No offense." Gretchen looks skeptical.
"Many men brag about their conquests."
"I'm not proud of this," Archie says. "It's not something I would ever brag about, and believe me, Henry would not be impressed." He's seen the way that Henry looks at Gretchen. He knows Henry doesn't like her. Gretchen sighs deeply and looks away. The room is painted pale yellow, and the light from the brass and crystal chandelier overhead gives everything a buttery glow. When she turns back to him, her eyes seem sad.
"I'm sorry I cause you so much pain," she says.
"I'm here, aren't I?" Archie says. Just looking at her makes his heart rate increase. The attraction he feels toward her is unlike anything he has ever experienced before. He reaches for her hips and pulls her closer to him on the bed. "I have free will," he says. "I'm the one who's cheating. You're not doing anything wrong."
"I think your wife might disagree," Gretchen says.
"Probably," Archie says. "But I'm the one she'd hate."
"For a detective, you're not very smart about women," Gretchen says.
Her body is warm under his hands, and he feels the physical pull he always does when they are this close. He has memorized her. He knows her intimately. Even after their first sexual encounter, he could conjure her in his mind like a photograph. "I can't get you out of my head," he tells her. "I spent all day at a crime scene, and all I could think about was you." She leans closer to him.
"Tell me about it,"
she says. Archie hesitates. She'll get the file tomorrow anyway, and it hardly seems like bedroom talk. "It'll all be in the file," he says.
"I want to hear about it from you,"
Gretchen says, laying her head on his chest, her cheek over his heart. Her blonde hair rises and falls as he breathes. Archie doesn't talk about his work with Debbie. Even when Debbie presses, he refuses to talk to her about the murders. He tells himself that she doesn't really want to know. He doesn't want to scare her. But Gretchen is a consultant on the case. She's seen all the crime scene files. She's read all the notes.
She's viewed all the crime scene photographs and autopsy reports. For the first time, Archie can tell someone about his day. He can unload. It makes him regret not being able to share that with his wife. She was young, he tells Gretchen quietly. 22. Graduated from Cornish up in Seattle in the spring. Lydia Hayes. The beauty killer murdered her at her apartment in North Portland. She lived off of Alberta in a house that had been subdivided into 4 units. She didn't lock her door. We think he entered early in the day and waited for her to come home from work. She was a server at a brew pub downtown. She got off at 10 and told her coworkers that she was headed straight home. He kept her alive most of the night. She was tied spread-eagled and naked to her bed. She had duct tape over her mouth, or the neighbors would have heard her screaming. The killings aren't usually sexual, Gretchen says. Her hair is over one shoulder, revealing the curve of her neck. It doesn't look like she was sexually assaulted, Archie says, but the scene was definitely staged to make a point. The chandelier throws a large shadow on the ceiling above the bed, like a giant spider. Maybe she reminded him of someone, Archie says. What did she look like? Gretchen asks. Archie hesitates, not sure she wants to hear the answer. You, actually, he says. Blonde, blue eyes. The beauty. He feels Gretchen shiver. Archie touches the back of her neck. Do you want me to close the window? He asks. It's not that, she says. His finger finds the small hollow at the base of her skull. We don't have to talk about this. I want to know, she says firmly. I want to try to understand the killer. The killer. Never him. Never he. Gretchen is always gender neutral. You're avoiding pronouns again, Archie says. You don't know it's a man, Gretchen chides him. That's your assumption. The spider on the ceiling seems to crawl as the crystals on the chandelier tremble gently in the breeze. Women don't kill like this, he says. She rolls over so the back of her head is now resting on his chest, and she looks at him. What did he do? She asks. He poisoned her, Archie says. We found a half-empty bottle of drain cleaner and a spoon on the bedside table. And she was cut all over, with a scalpel, it looks like. Superficial, just enough to hurt and to make her bleed a little, but not enough to kill her. He must have cut her 1,000 times, working up one leg, then the other. She would have anticipated each incision. That would be the worst part. Knowing it was coming. Knowing it would go on and on. It must have taken hours, Gretchen says. Each cut had been deliberate. There was a pattern to it, he says. It was as if her flesh had been decorated, each incision a new detail in a grisly textile. He carved column after column of curved slices that intersected like segments of a chain. Archie curls his hands and hooks them together in front of Gretchen to illustrate. Gretchen frowns. Like pieces of a heart? Maybe, Archie says. The incisions covered every inch of her except for an area right here. He places his palm lightly at the base of Gretchen's throat, about the size of my hand. That area of the body had been clean, except for one delicate incision in the shape of a heart. He can feel the pulse of Gretchen's carotid artery under his touch. That's where he carved his signature, he says. Gretchen threads her fingers through his hand and lifts it from her throat. She had a poster of Multnomah Falls on the wall of her bedroom, Archie continues. You can buy them at the gift store. How many times had he and Debbie taken out-of-town guests to Multnomah Falls, and then the gift store at the base of the waterfall? How many of them had bought that very poster? And a lot of books, Archie says. She snowboarded, that's what her mother told me. She just moved here 2 months ago. Her mother said she spent all her tip money on a season pass for Mount Hood.
"You'll catch the beauty killer," Gretchen says.
She says it with so much conviction that Archie almost laughs, but her expression is completely serious.
"I know you will," she says.
These days, Archie isn't so sure. He feels farther from the killer than he's ever been, and the murders are only accelerating. Each new killing weighs heavier than the last. Why didn't she scream? He asks. It has been bothering him all day. Her upstairs neighbors were home the whole time and didn't hear anything. He would have had to take off the tape to feed it to her. Did he hold the blade to her throat and force her to drink the drain cleaner? Or did she do it willingly? Was she just done?
Gretchen squeezes his hand. The killer had been terrorizing her for hours by then. It was probably something of a relief.
Archie isn't sure which is worse.
The idea that the drain cleaner had been forced down the victim's throat, or the idea that she'd been driven to take it without threat or force, as a means to end her own suffering.
She should have screamed, he says.
They are quiet. The curtains on the window move a little. The spider on the ceiling dances. Otherwise, the room is still. "Is that why you thought of me today?" Gretchen asks. "Because she looked like me?" The truth is more shameful.
"I thought of you because she was naked on a bed," Archie says.
"It turned you on," Gretchen says softly.
He looks away. Lydia had been a beautiful woman, even bloodied and cold, and she'd been sexually staged, splayed open and tied to a bed. He's male. He has reactions. Lizard brain reactions. Can't be blamed for that.
"It's okay," Gretchen tells him.
Archie swings his feet onto the floor and sits up. "I have to go home."
Gretchen crawls behind him and puts her arms around his waist. "It's an understandable biological response," she says. She lifts a hand and runs it through his hair along the back of his scalp. "Look at me," she says. She has perfect blue eyes. "It was nothing. Don't let it get to you."
A smile plays on her lips.
"Some people like to be tied up," she says, eyes twinkling. She moves her face near his cheek and nuzzles at his ear. "If I asked you to tie me up, would you?"
Archie pulls away and looks at her, unsure if he's heard correctly. She raises an eyebrow at him and smiles. "I don't want to tie you up," he says.
"You've done a lot of things recently you never thought you'd do," she points out. She lowers her chin and gives him a flirty look. "It's fun. I would make it fun. It's fantasy. It's completely normal. A lot of people play games in bed."
"I'm going now before you pull out a latex mask," Archie says.
"You'll think about it, though, won't you?" she asks.
She lies back on the bed and wraps her hands around the bedposts. It is eerily similar to how the latest victim had been secured to her bed, but Gretchen couldn't know that. She arches her back and moans, and Archie feels a twinge of heat in his groin. "Goodbye," he says, looking for his socks. She lets go of the bedposts and wriggles toward him on the bed.
"Stay longer," she purrs.
"I can't," Archie says. I have to get home. They're waiting for me. He sighs and pulls on his pants, already feeling the knot of guilt and shame that tightens in his chest every time he leaves her house. It's my birthday. Chapter 15. Archie awoke to the sound of birds. He opened his eyes, squinted in the light, and saw water. It lapped gently below him, shimmering with dawn. His whole body hurt. He lay there for a few minutes without moving, trying to piece together where he was and what had happened to him. Then he slowly took in his surroundings. He was splayed on his side on a muddy bank, surrounded by ferns. He could see across the lake to the docks and houses hedged in by conifers. He was still on the island. He wrestled his wrist forward with a groan and looked at his watch. It was almost 5:30 in the morning. He felt cold to the bone, and his hands felt numb and clumsy. He tried to sit up and felt a stabbing pain in his head. He took a few slow breaths and then gently eased himself into a sitting position. His shirt was grimy and stained with dirt. His jacket and tie were gone. His mask was gone. He had mud under his fingernails. His hands smelled strangely of lavender. He felt an irritation in his throat like he'd swallowed something, and it had gotten caught halfway down. Archie coughed, trying to dislodge it, but couldn't bring it up. He swallowed hard a few times, trying to get it down the other way, but it remained firmly in place, a small itch behind his Adam's apple. He emptied his pockets. His phone still said no service. He still had the compass from Henry and Claire. He still had the magazine of bullets that he'd ejected from the gun. He opened it. There were only 2 pills. He stared at them, perplexed. There had been 10 when he'd started the evening, and he didn't remember taking any. He touched his throat, wondering if that's what he was feeling, a pill. He pinched the remaining 2 between his dirty fingers, tossed them on his tongue, and chewed them. The bitter taste pulled at the corners of his mouth as the pills broke apart between his teeth. He swallowed the last of the chalky residue and looked at the water. Then he tried to stand. The sudden change in elevation drove a blade of pain through his head again. He reached up and touched his skull, and his fingers found dried blood. He searched his memory for any clues to what had happened, and came up with nothing. He remembered Star. He remembered finding Leo in the bedroom, and then nothing. He stumbled to the edge of the water and looked at his reflection. His face was smeared with mud. Blood clotted his hair. He coughed again, trying to clear his throat. What had happened to him? Archie saw splinters of images. Star coming down the stairs. A gargoyle on top of a lamppost. Leo washing blood off his hands. Then he had a flash of body memory. Leo's arm around his neck, the pressure of Leo's palm pressed against the back of his skull. Leo had choked him. Archie worked backward, trying to puzzle it out. He saw Leo's face, talking to him, the urgency in his eyes. He was trying to tell him something important. Susan. Susan was on the island. Archie turned and started clawing his way up the mud embankment. Chapter 16. Susan yawned and turned the page of the Town and Country magazine she was reading for the 4th time. She didn't feel so elegant anymore. Her makeup had dried to a cakey mask that felt like it cracked when she smiled. The fabric of the gold dress stuck to the stubble on her legs, and her armpits were sore where the bodice had chafed her raw. She snuck a glance at Jack Reynolds. He was sitting behind his desk with his tie unknotted and a cup of coffee next to him, reading that day's New York Times and looking like the cover of Cigar Aficionado magazine. A housekeeper had brought the paper a half hour ago, along with a copy of the Wall Street Journal and a cup of coffee. No Herald, Susan couldn't help but notice. He probably read it online. He hadn't said a word to her for the last hour. He hadn't even offered her a section of the paper. The coffee smelled good. Cooper was sitting in one of the chairs that faced Jack's desk, not really doing anything. He hadn't been doing anything for hours, which made Susan bored even to watch, but seemed to suit Cooper just fine. Susan, meanwhile, had read The Economist, 2 issues of Palm Beach Illustrated, and something called The Robb Report. The Town and Country wasn't actually that bad. Who knew that Christy Brinkley's Hamptons remodel had been such a trial? Susan felt bad for her. The phone on Jack Reynolds's desk rang. Susan noticed that he let it ring exactly twice, even though he was sitting right there. He picked it up, listened, and then said, "Let him in." Susan put the magazine down. She had been in that room waiting for Leo to take her home for over 4 hours. It was about fucking time. The truth was, she didn't feel bad for Christy Brinkley at all. She felt bad for Leo, whose boyfriend stock was currently tanking, and to whom she planned to give the talking to of a lifetime. She searched the floor for her shoes and put them on, and picked up the paper shopping bag that held her street clothes and purse. When the door to the office opened, she was ready to go. But it wasn't Leo who walked in. It was Archie. He was coated in filth, disheveled, begrimed, grubby. Dirty didn't even begin to describe it. His clothes were creased and crumpled. His hair was a catastrophe. He had soil smeared on his face. Bits of vegetation clung to every part of him. He gave her a nod. "It's time to go home," he said. Susan looked at Jack and Cooper. They didn't look back. They were staring at Archie. "Now," he said. Susan gulped and nodded. She didn't know what he knew or didn't know, or what had happened, or how long he'd been there, but she knew now was not the time to ask any of those questions. She hopped off the chair and hurried to him, clutching the paper shopping bag to her chest. Jack had laid the newspaper down on his desk and was looking up at them calmly. "You're tracking dirt on my Persian rug," he said to Archie. "Where's Leo?" Archie asked. Up close, Susan could see blood in his hair. It had collected and congealed, leaving the top of his head matted with dark red. A trail of red traveled along his hairline and disappeared behind his ear. Susan took his hand. It was freezing. Jack picked up his coffee cup and lifted it to his lips and took a sip. Then he set it down. "Leo's gone," he said. "Wait," Susan said. "What?" If Leo was gone, why had she been sitting here for 4 hours waiting for him? She leaned close to Archie. "I saw him last night," she said, "down by the pool. They said he'd meet me here and take me home in the morning." Archie smelled like mud. Underneath all the dirt, she could see that he was wearing a tuxedo. He'd been at the party. Had he come looking for her? Or for Leo? A small brown leaf unstuck itself from his shoulder and fluttered to the floor. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Did you come because of me?" Archie didn't answer. His eyes were still fixed on Jack. "Give me my fucking gun," Archie said. Gun. Susan's stomach did a somersault. She could feel the tension in Archie's hand, every muscle tightening. Jack got a key out of a box on his desk, and he unlocked one of his desk drawers and slid it open and reached in and pulled out a gun. Susan scrutinized Archie's face, searching for some clue as to what the hell was going on. Cooper walked the gun over, and Archie let go of her hand and took the gun from him, and then Cooper stepped away and leaned up against the wall next to a framed photograph of a sailboat named Isabel. Susan wanted to get out of here. She hovered at Archie's elbow, tightening her grip on the paper bag as if she might turn and dash away at any time. But Archie's attention was on the gun in his hand. He lifted it to his face and inhaled deeply, smelling it. Then he reached into the pocket of his pants and produced a magazine of bullets and loaded the weapon. He did it like he did it all the time, though Susan realized that she'd never seen Archie fire his weapon the entire time she'd known him.
"I heard you had too many pills and passed out, my friend," Jack said from the desk. "I thought you'd left."
Susan glanced anxiously at Archie. It was no secret that Archie had struggled with a pill addiction, and Jack was probably full of shit. But she still wanted Archie to deny it. Archie met Susan's gaze silently, and she looked away, embarrassed. "Where's Star?" Archie asked Jack. "Star?" Susan practically coughed. That's why Archie had come. To find the stripper? She adjusted her grip on the bag. "Please," she said. "Let's go." Archie just stood there, his gun in his hand at his side. Jack's grin widened slowly.
"You want another crack at her?" he asked.
"Where is she?" Archie repeated.
"She's working," Jack said, and he made a humping motion with his hips to illustrate.
Susan waited for Archie to respond. Jack's comment hadn't registered on Archie's face at all, but she knew that it had bothered him. Archie didn't like men who talked disrespectfully about women. He didn't even like men who talked disrespectfully about Gretchen Lowell, and she murdered people for sport. "I'll be right back," Archie said to Jack, and then he turned and put his hand on Susan's back and shepherded her toward the door. "Wait," Susan said, pulling away from him. She wanted to go, but she did not want to be herded, and she was certainly not going to leave without Archie. "Tell me what's going on." Archie glared at her. His brown eyes looked bleary. He had that look that said, "Don't ask me questions, just follow my lead." "You're going home," he said. Cooper was still leaning up against the wall. He cleared his throat. Susan looked over at him. He said one word. "Go." She didn't even see his lips move. It was hard to know for sure he'd even spoken. Susan's skin itched. She had the feeling then that everyone in the room knew something that she didn't. She adjusted the bodice of the dress, feeling the tender heat of the rising welts under her armpits. She was tired. She wanted to go home. She looked at Archie and nodded reluctantly. He took her by the elbow again, keeping the gun drawn. He kept his hand on her elbow the whole time as he escorted her out of the office and down the hall, the paper bag crinkling in her arms. They followed the muddy footprints he'd left on the way in. Susan was aware of people behind them, eyes on her back, footsteps in tandem with theirs. But she never turned to look, so she didn't know how many it was or who. Archie held the door open for her, and they stepped outside into the light. The white vinyl tents shimmered with dew. The gas heaters had been collected together and the gold chairs stacked. The sky was tinged with the apricot glow of dawn. Archie led Susan down the wide path through the manicured front lawn. The torches on either side had all been extinguished. Here and there, napkins littered the ground. A lone wineglass sat empty, abandoned on the grass. They followed the path to the curved driveway and then walked along the private road over the bridge to the gate. They stood there for a moment, waiting. There was a security camera mounted on a gatepost, and Susan and Archie looked at it, looking at them. After a moment, there was a metallic hissing sound, and then the gates yawned open. "Get on the main road, and then keep walking," Archie said. Susan looked at him, incredulous. "By myself? What about you?" "Someone will pick you up," Archie said. "Don't talk to anyone about Leo except for Henry and someone named Sanchez." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going back to check on some things," Archie said. Susan saw through his evasiveness. "You're going back to check on Leo and that stripper," she said. She knew the stripper's name. She just didn't use it. "I'll go with you," Susan added. "Leo's my boyfriend." Archie flinched when she said it. He always did. It's why she'd used the word boyfriend. Archie pressed his lips together. "Leo needs to know you're safe." The road beyond the gates was quiet. No traffic. The morning air was crisp and cold. Susan hugged her arms. Boyfriend. Now she felt bad. Her eyes went to the blood along Archie's hairline. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "I need to know you're safe, Susan," Archie said. "I have to go back. Please, go now." Susan nodded numbly. She didn't know what to say. "See you soon? Call me later? Don't get yourself killed?" So she didn't say anything. She cradled her paper bag of clothes and walked through the gate. She heard the mechanical gears of the gate closing the moment she'd cleared the property line, and she looked back, but Archie had already turned and was walking back over the bridge to the island. Sanchez. Sanchez. She was suddenly very cold, and she dropped the bag and dug out her red sweatshirt and put it on over the gold dress and zipped it up and put up the hood. She got her phone out of her purse and checked for reception. 1 bar. She picked up the bag again and started down the road, her eyes fixed on the phone screen in her hand. 2 bars, and she'd call Henry. The road didn't have sidewalks, so she shuffled along the edge, her ballet flats scuffing against the pavement. There was no one around. Newspapers, safely ensconced in plastic bags, poked out of the mailboxes that lined the road. The dried leaves that had fallen during the night blanketed the grass, waiting for the leaf blower. Crows squawked in the fir trees. 2 bars. She didn't hear the car until it was right upon her. She stepped onto the grass as it rolled past her on the right. A black, industrial-looking van, no markings. It pulled over to the side of the road just ahead of her and waited. Susan froze. Archie had said that someone would pick her up, but he didn't say it was going to be Ted Bundy. She would call for a cab if she had to, thank you very much. She was scanning her phone contacts for Henry's number when she heard the van backing up. It was rolling in reverse right toward her. She didn't have time to react. She was too startled, too sleep-deprived, too flummoxed. When the van got so close she could have kicked it. It stopped, and the back door opened. A man in jeans and a sweatshirt and a day's worth of beard held out his hand to her. "FBI," he said. "Get in." Chapter 17. Archie sat on the stone steps of the Tudor mansion, feeling pleasantly high. He remembered this now. The shudder of warmth under his skin, the way his bones seemed to soften, that feeling of wet cotton lining his skull. All the small discomforts to which he'd grown accustomed, the stiffness in his ribs, the prickly sensations of his scars, the burn of acid in his throat, the stab of pain when he inhaled deeply. All melted away to something peripheral. He didn't even mind the itch in his throat anymore. It was amazing what 2 little pills could do. A few years ago, it would have taken a handful to reach the same effect. His tolerance had changed. He reached up and touched his head, winced, and then looked at the gritty, dry blood on his dirty fingertips. Too late for stitches. He'd have another scar. Now he just had to find out how he'd gotten it. The front door opened, and Jack Reynolds came out and sat down next to Archie on the step. Jack had a round red ceramic mug of coffee in each hand, and he held one out to Archie. Archie took it. The hot mug reminded him how cold he was. He took a sip and let the steam coming off the coffee warm his face. The Vicodin made his tongue feel thick. "I remembered that you take it black," Jack said. "Yep," Archie said. The orange glow of daybreak had given way to a blindingly blue morning. Archie liked the sound of dawn, the way that every noise seemed bright after the hush that had settled overnight. The grass glistened with dew. The trees were ablaze with fall colors. "Are you planning on spending all day on my stoop?" Jack asked. Archie took another sip of coffee. "I'm not leaving until I see Leo." Jack frowned over his coffee cup. "I have house guests." The Russians. Archie had been counting on that. "I know," Archie said. Jack looked at Archie for a long time. His eyes were attractive, thoughtful, but beyond that, Archie had a hard time reading them. Jack was a handsome man. Even Archie, who knew he could be obtuse about such things, couldn't miss that. As Archie aged, he saw himself fade and slacken in the mirror. As Jack aged, he only got better looking. Distinguished, people called it. His face was chiseled, his temples gray. He had that square-jawed sitcom father from the 50s look, just your friendly drug kingpin next door. Archie felt a ripple of relaxation move up his spine to that wet cotton in his skull. Jack took a sip of coffee. He squinted at Archie, the picture of conviviality. If he knew something violent had happened at his house, he was doing a good job of hiding it. "Take a shower," Jack said. "You can join us for breakfast." Chapter 18. Archie leaned into the steaming water, letting it run over his head and down his back, rinsing the blood out of his hair. The shower was the size of his entire kitchen, with slick black granite walls and a built-in granite bench on one side. Archie didn't know what the bench was for. Maybe some people got tired while they took showers and had to sit down. There were 3 polished nickel spigots, a large one, about the size of a hubcap, over the center of the shower, a hand spigot on a metal hose looped on the wall, and another spigot installed into the granite at knee level that Archie could only imagine was for washing feet. Although why someone would get into a shower just to wash their feet escaped him. There was no shower curtain or glass divider. The shower had granite slabs on 3 sides and was entirely open to the rest of the room on the 4th. Rich people liked to let it all hang out, apparently. Somehow this seemed to work. So far as Archie could see, no water had splashed beyond the imaginary shower border onto the marble bathroom floor. Archie studied the expensive-looking products arrayed on the granite shelf at elbow level: shampoos and conditioners in fancy bottles, body washes, soap in a wrapper with French writing on it, and 2 black washcloths rolled up like burritos. If this was the guest bathroom, Archie couldn't help but wonder what the master bathrooms were like. Solid gold fixtures? The hardware alone looked like it cost more than what he made in a year. The Tudor theme of the rest of the house ended at the threshold. This bathroom was entirely 21st century, with automatic faucets, recessed lights, a marble floor, and a gas fireplace. It had taken Archie 10 minutes to figure out how to operate the Japanese toilet seat. Archie picked up one of the soaps and unwrapped it. The soap inside was black. He'd never seen black soap before. He lifted it to his nose. It smelled faintly like whiskey. Archie rubbed it around in his hands and then lathered his chest. The suds were thick and creamy. and as he moved them around his chest, the rough, tender tissue of his scars tingled under his touch. He moved his fingers over each one. He knew the topography of every scar, the soft, pearly ones that were long and surgical, the tough lumps where she'd driven nails into his chest, and the smaller gouges that marked where she'd just cut him for fun. The combination of the heat of the shower, the pleasant, musky odor of the soap, and the pills in his system left him feeling more relaxed than he had been in months. Endorphins pulsed in his brain. He moved his hand down, tracing the length of the scar that ran from his xiphoid process to his solar plexus. The surgeons at Emmanuel had given him that one when they'd opened him up to repair the hack job she'd done taking out his spleen. That scar was hard and thick, the flesh faded to a pale seashell pink. He moved his hand lower. "Archie," he heard someone hiss. Archie dropped the soap and spun around. Through the steam, Archie could make out Leo entering the room, just closing the bathroom door behind him. Archie stood there, flustered for a moment, and then fumbled to turn off the faucet. "Let it run," Leo said, walking over. "I don't know if they're listening." He came to a stop on the other side of where the shower curtain should be, and then just stood there, casually, as if it were perfectly normal to be having a conversation while one person was naked and lathered with soap. Did Leo really think that Jack Reynolds bugged his bathrooms, or did he just think someone might have their ear to the door? Archie didn't pursue it, but he left the shower on. "Are you okay?" Leo asked. Archie had stepped out of the downpour coming from the hubcap spigot, but stayed in the shower. Blood-tinged water was splattered on his feet. Steam rose around him. Soap suds slid down his chest. He waited for Leo to toss him a towel, but he didn't. "I woke up an hour ago near your boathouse with a concussion," Archie said. "What do you think?" Leo was standing in front of the towel rack, blocking Archie's access to it. "The Russians were coming back," Leo said. "I didn't want them to kill you. I didn't have time to explain. I used the chokehold to knock you out. I told them you didn't see anything. We left you in the bedroom. That was the last time I saw you. You were supposed to come to in a few minutes." They were really going to do this. They were going to have a conversation while Archie was completely naked. The soap on Archie's chest traveled down the inside of his legs in foamy clumps. He stepped back under the shower stream to rinse it off. "What do you mean you told them I didn't see anything?" Archie called through the water. "What didn't I see exactly?" He eyed Leo through the water and steam. Leo had changed out of his bloody shirt, but otherwise still appeared to be wearing his clothes from the night before. His tux pants were wrinkled. His shirt sleeves were rolled up. The collar of the new shirt was opened, and the pits were slightly stained. He hadn't slept. He seemed agitated. "The guy that was bleeding in the bathtub," Leo said. The walls of the granite shower stall were starting to sweat. Archie inhaled the heat. The pills made his head feel heavy, like his brain was marbled with fat, and he had to fight for clarity. "Go on," Archie said. He'd washed the soap off and was hell-bent on getting a towel. He moved out from under the shower stream, but Leo was still blocking the towel rack. Archie had to reach around him to get to it, his bare flesh grazing Leo's body. Still, Leo didn't move. Archie pulled the towel into the shower with him and started to dry off. "One of the Russians," Leo continued. "They think he was informing to the FSB. He walked in on something he wasn't supposed to see. They brought him to me. Jack doesn't trust me, Archie. He was about to walk into a meeting. I had to prove I could handle it." Archie wrapped the towel around his waist, relieved to finally have some coverage. "What happened to him?" he asked. "I shot him," Leo said matter-of-factly. The words sank in. Now the towel seemed trivial. Archie sat down on the granite bench. Water flowed around his feet. "He's dead," Archie said. He was dead the moment they suspected him, Leo insisted. If I hadn't done it, someone else would have. He looked at Archie pleadingly through the thin wall of steam that divided them. His eyes were red. A slick film of mucus lined one nostril. Leo wiped at it with his hand. None of this made sense. "Where's the body?" Archie asked. "I don't know," Leo said, shaking his head. "I helped them get it downstairs into a catering van. When I came back up, you were gone. I assumed you woke up and got out of there. I hoped you had." Archie tightened the towel around his waist and stood up and walked over to Leo at the edge of the shower. "You're done here," Archie said. "You know that, right? You're walking out of here with me today." "I've given 10 years of my life to this," Leo said. "In a few days, I can bring down the Russian connection and Jack's partners in law enforcement. I could do time for murder." "You think?" "I'm not doing it alone," Leo said. "I'm taking them with me." Archie couldn't believe they were having this conversation. Archie in a towel, a deluge of water going down the drain behind him. Leo had killed someone. He was compromised. He was clearly high on coke. And Archie was the one who'd gotten him involved in the first place. "You need to talk to Sanchez," Archie said. The color drained from Leo's face. "What?" Archie asked. Leo took a small step back, like an invisible hand had suddenly given him a hard shove. "Sanchez is dirty," he said. Acid burned in Archie's throat. No. That couldn't be true. Archie had sent Susan to Sanchez. He'd told her she could trust him. But if Sanchez was dirty, why had he sent Archie to the party to begin with? "He came to me," Archie said. "He sent me here last night to check on you." Leo's eyes widened. "Sanchez knows I'm undercover?" Archie nodded, seeing where Leo's mind was going. "Then Jack knows," Leo said. The torrent of water in the shower was the only noise. It sounded like a rainstorm. Then Leo laughed, a hard, mirthless chuckle. "He's fucking with us," he said. His eyes were desperate. "I killed a man. For nothing." "Are you sure he's dirty?" Archie asked. "There's no doubt." The bathroom door opened again, and Jack Reynolds walked in. Archie made a mental note to lock the door if he ever took a shower here again. Leo turned his face toward the wall, clearly fighting for composure. "You people have some interesting notions of boundaries in this house," Archie called. "Brought you some clothes," Jack said, holding up a neat stack of clothing and a pair of shoes. He set the stack next to a potted orchid on the marble vanity and then sauntered over to join them near the shower. Archie tried to act like there was nothing strange about the fact that he was standing there wet and wearing a towel talking to Leo while the shower continued to run behind them. Leo still had his head turned, but his color was better, and his expression had formed into something close to neutral. "Am I interrupting something?" Jack asked, looking from one of them to the other. "This is quite the intimate little picture. You two seem to like the same women. Maybe you should cut out the middleman and just fuck each other." Leo met his father's gaze and smirked. "What makes you think we haven't?" he asked. The comment hung in the air. Archie coughed. Leo crossed in front of Archie and stepped directly in front of Jack. For a second, Archie thought Leo might take his father by the neck, maybe try out that chokehold again. Archie might not even have stopped him. But Leo's body was relaxed, his shoulders loose. He had been undercover so long that he could drop into character just like that. Leo grinned at Jack. They were nose to nose, Jack refusing to give ground. "I had his cock so far down my throat," Leo said. "I thought I'd choke." He ran his thumb along the corner of his mouth and licked it. Archie couldn't think of anything to say to that, even if he'd wanted to. He wasn't going to get into this pissing match, not that anyone was looking to him to say anything anyway. Jack smiled, though he didn't look amused.
"Clean yourself up," Jack told Leo. "Our guests are awake."
Leo shot Archie a quick look, and under his mask of libertine bemusement, Archie thought he saw another emotion. Fear. Then Leo reached out and straightened Jack's tie. It was an odd little display, rich with both intimacy and malice. When he was done, Leo stepped around Jack and strolled out of the room. Archie watched him go. The door closed silently behind him. If it had been Archie, he would have slammed it. Jack stayed where he was. He looked Archie up and down, his eyes lingering on Archie's torso, his chest and abdomen, where he had the most scars. If Leo had noticed the ravaged state of Archie's body, he hadn't shown it. "I'd really like to finish my shower without an audience," Archie said, fighting an instinct to resecure his towel. Jack's eyes stayed on Archie's abdomen, traveling up the thick scar along his midline that marked where Gretchen had split him open for his spleen.
"She worked you over, didn't she?" he said.
"She tortured me," Archie said.
"Yeah," Jack said.
He lifted his gaze and met Archie's. There was something lascivious in Jack's eyes, and Archie was certain that Jack had meant for him to see it. Jack chuckled.
"I left something in your clothes," he said. "Consider it a free sample."
Then he turned around and left the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, Archie stepped back into the shower, turned off the water, and then stood watching as the last of the water streamed around his feet and circled the silver drain. His pulse throbbed in his fingers. His throat itched. The shower spigot dripped. Archie coughed and felt something come up his throat a millimeter. He coughed again. The tickling sensation intensified, scratching at his larynx. He cleared his throat, spat in the shower, and coughed again. His head pounded. He gagged and his throat constricted, and the itch became a raw sting. He was bent over, a string of saliva dangling from his lips, when he finally managed to dislodge it. He reached into his mouth to the back of his tongue, gagged once, and pulled out a small, light-colored hair. He held the hair between two fingers. It was thicker than scalp hair, and shorter, coarser, with a slight curl. Archie felt a vice tightening at the back of his neck. He left the shower and walked, dripping, to where his grimy tux lay in a heap on the floor. He dug the brass pillbox from his pants pocket, opened it, and gingerly laid the little hair inside, his fingers clumsy and wrinkled from the shower. Then he snapped the pillbox shut, set it on the marble vanity, and backed away. There were explanations. The pain in his neck spread forward, up behind his ears. The hair might have been in something he'd eaten. He might have inhaled it. It could be a facial hair. Archie rubbed the back of his neck. He was losing his mind. This was ridiculous. It was a hair. It could have come from anywhere. Hadn't a few of the caterers had beards? It could have come off a beard, fallen into a drink Archie was served, and then lodged in his throat. He had dreamed about Gretchen, that's all. She was on his mind, and he was high, and he was being paranoid. He needed to get dressed and get off the island. Sober. After some sleep. Things would start to make sense. Archie dried off and pulled on Jack Reynolds's satin boxers and tweed pants. The pants were lined with silk. They looked like they cost more than Archie's car. As he pulled them to his waist, something knocked against his leg. When he reached into the front pocket, he found an amber plastic pill bottle. The pills inside were small and round. Oxycodone. There had to be 200. There was no label, no prescription. Consider it a sample. Archie rolled the bottle in his hand, listening to the music the pills made as they cascaded over each other. He could feel the physical anticipation in his body, his Pavlovian response. He set the bottle on the vanity while he finished getting dressed. A cashmere sweater, a pair of cashmere socks, a pair of hand-crafted leather shoes. He examined his reflection in the mirror. Archie had never looked more in his life like he was wearing someone else's clothes. Archie picked his filthy tux pants off the floor and transferred his phone and the compass into Jack's pockets, and then tucked his gun in his waistband. Finally, he picked up the brass pillbox with the hair in it. The pillbox was small, about the size of a child's palm. The brass lid shone under the bathroom lights. Archie held it in his hand for a long moment. Such a perfect, pretty object in his imperfect hand. And then he slipped the box into his pocket. There were many explanations, but that didn't mean it would hurt to run a DNA analysis, if only for his peace of mind. There was nothing to do about the rented tuxedo and shoes. They were ruined. Archie picked up the dirty clothes and eased them into the bathroom trash. As the tux fell from his hands, the image of the gargoyle flashed in his mind again. His throat burned and he rubbed his eyes. Then he snatched the bottle of pills off the vanity. He pocketed the bottle as he headed downstairs. The pills made a satisfying rattle every time he took a step. Chapter 19. The van was small and dark and crowded, and it smelled like BO and stale peanut butter and mildew and cigarettes. The cop with the 5 o'clock shadow sat in front of a bank of monitors, switches, and dials. Susan had to sit on the carpet, which was gray and stained with spilled coffee. Inside, the van didn't look like a van at all, but more like a recording studio in a submarine. The cop with the stubble was named Richard. He was sitting in a gray velour chair with armrests that looked like it had been salvaged from the driver's side of an RV. Richard's partner called himself Bear. He had a Van Dyke beard and dark oval wire sunglasses pushed up on top of his head, and a stool to sit on that wasn't as comfortable as the chair, but still better than the carpet. "I can call a cab," Susan said, twisting her legs around in an effort to get comfortable. "Sanchez will be here in a few minutes," Bear said. She'd been waiting for Sanchez for an hour now. Richard and Bear couldn't leave their post, apparently, but they also wouldn't let her leave until she was debriefed. She wondered if getting debriefed by the FBI involved waterboarding. She hoped it involved a bubble bath and an expensive hotel suite. "Someone's on the move," Richard said, his narrow eyes on one of the monitors. Susan scooted forward on her knees and peered at the image on the monitor. A man was walking over the bridge, approaching the gate. "Is that Jack?" Bear asked Richard. "Can't tell yet," Richard answered. "It's Archie," Susan said. He was wearing different clothes, but it was Archie. She was positive. She knew his hunched shoulders and the way he kept his elbows bent, hands in pockets when he walked. He stopped at the gate and waited as it swung open. Then he stepped through it and got something out of his pocket and held it up. "What's he doing?" Richard asked. "Looking for a signal," Bear said. He seemed to find one, because he bent his head over his phone for a minute. "He's sending a text," Bear said. "Should we pick him up?" Richard asked. "Give him a minute," Bear said. "See what he does." Archie got his car keys out of his pocket and held them loosely in his hand. "He's walking to his car," Richard said. "The valet's parked along the road last night." "It's the Taurus," Bear said. "It's a quarter-mile back." Susan heard the sound of tires on gravel. Someone had just pulled up behind the van. Sanchez, probably. It was about time. Susan's phone buzzed. Her bag was behind her, so she was the only one who heard it. She reached around and pulled her phone out and looked at it. One new text from Archie Sheridan. She opened it. It read, "Don't talk to Sanchez." Susan's mouth felt dry. There was a knock on the back of the van. Bear reached back to unlock the door. "There's your ride," he said to Susan as he threw the door open. Susan blinked into the sudden brightness. A short Latino man stared back at her. He had rough-hewn skin and thick dark hair, and features that looked like they'd been whittled by someone who didn't really know how to whittle, but had decided to take a stab at it anyway. He smiled at her and lifted his eyebrows. "Susan," he said, "I've heard so much about you." Hi?" she said.
Sanchez held out a hand.
"Let's go," he said. "We can talk in the car."
How was she supposed to get out of this one? Susan glanced down at her phone and in one quick motion deleted the text. Then she took Sanchez's hand and stepped out of the van. Chapter 20. Sanchez had taken Susan to the FBI's Portland field office. Archie had arranged to meet them there. In the meantime, he could only hope that Susan had gotten his text. The FBI's Portland office was in the Crowne Plaza building downtown, within walking distance of the Willamette. It wasn't a pretty building, or really notable in any way. Just a concrete gray box filled mostly with law offices, except for the fourth floor, which housed the FBI. Since it was Sunday, most of the building's other tenants were closed, and the place was empty except for a uniformed security guard whom Archie had passed smoking outside in front of the massive revolving doors of the main entrance, and who had waved Archie by with barely a glance. Archie walked through the lobby, past the shuttered cafe, to one of the banks of elevators, then punched a security code into the elevator keypad. When the elevator doors opened on the fourth floor, Sanchez was waiting for him. Compared to most government facilities, the Portland FBI offices were rather stately. There were marble floors, orange and gold hull carpet runners, and glossy maple doors. But scratch the surface, and it was just like any other office. Steel drinking fountains in the hallway, emergency floodlights mounted on the walls, a paneled drop ceiling cluttered with fluorescent lights and fire sprinkler heads. Archie could hear the drinking fountain humming. Sanchez looked alarmed.
"She's sick," he said. "She said she's having a really bad period. In the car on the way over, she said her cramps hurt so bad she couldn't even talk. I found her some Midol, but now she says she feels like she might vomit."
Sanchez's eyes flashed with concern. He was a man who only had sons.
"Is this normal?"
Archie had to work hard to suppress a smile.
"Where is she?" he asked.
Sanchez led Archie down the orange and gold carpet, through a pair of maple double doors with gold letters that spelled out Federal Bureau of Investigation, past an American flag planted in a floor stand, to a door with a woman's restroom symbol on it.
"I'll check on her," Archie said.
He approached the door. Sanchez hung back, pacing. Archie knocked.
"Susan?" he called.
I'm really bleeding a lot," Susan's voice called through the door. "And throwing up. You don't want to come in here. It's like The Exorcist." Archie opened the door a crack.
"It's me," he said.
He could smell cigarette smoke and quickly entered the bathroom before Sanchez caught a whiff of it. The bathroom had one sink and 3 metal stalls. 2 of the stall doors were open. The other one creaked open as Archie walked in. He could see Susan's feet under the partition, 2 dirty Converse All-Stars. As Archie came around the open stall, he saw that Susan was sitting on the toilet, fully clothed, a cigarette dangling between her fingers. The gold dress was stuffed in an open brown paper grocery bag, and she was back in her street clothes. Tights, the silver skirt, a tank top with the red hooded sweatshirt over it. The hood was up. She'd scrubbed all her makeup off.
There was still pink liquid bathroom soap around her hairline. Her sweatshirt had dark spots where water from the sink had splattered on it. "What took you so long?" Susan asked, ashing her cigarette into the toilet. "I had to make a call," Archie said. He didn't add, or Henry would have rushed the island with a SWAT team. "I did what you said," Susan said. "I barely said 2 words to him." "He's ready to call an ambulance," Archie said. "I think you've traumatized him." "Men really can't handle menstruation," Susan said, rolling her eyes. "Freaks you guys out." Her gaze landed on his shoes. She looked impressed. "Are those Italian?" Archie looked down at his feet. "I don't know." Susan took a drag off her cigarette. "Now what?" she asked, grinning. She liked this, Archie realized. She was enjoying herself. He'd created a monster. "Now we talk to Sanchez," Archie said. "But you said—" "We talk to him," Archie said. "But we're careful about what we say." "Why?" Susan asked, pulling at a hole in the knee of her black tights. "It's probably nothing," Archie said. He tried to be diplomatic in how he put it. "But Leo had some reservations about how much Sanchez could be trusted." Archie gave Susan a serious look. "Can you follow my lead?" Susan dropped her cigarette butt into the toilet water between her legs and brought a hand to her forehead in an exaggerated salute. Archie suspected that Susan Ward had never followed anyone's lead in her life, but he didn't see a lot of options. "I need you to lie to the FBI," he said. "Can you do that?" Chapter 21. Archie glanced over at Susan. She was chewing on her fingernails, sleeves pulled over her palms, hood up, reeking of stale cigarette smoke and hairspray. They were sitting across from Sanchez in a small, windowless room that had all the maneuverability and ambiance of a storage closet. Sanchez was sitting ramrod straight, eyeballing Susan like she might burst into flame. "What's this space used for?" Archie asked Sanchez. Archie had been in the FBI interview rooms, and this wasn't one of them. That was good. It meant that the room probably wasn't equipped with a surveillance system, though with the FBI, you never knew. "It's clean," Sanchez said. "No surveillance. We had a bunch of junior agents in here sorting paperwork for a big case." He slipped a hand into his pocket, pulled out a tin of mints, and snapped it open. "We can talk," he said. He held the open tin across the table like a peace pipe. Neither Susan nor Archie took a mint. Sanchez closed the box and dropped it back in his pocket without taking one either. The mints left a lingering, fine dust of white peppermint-smelling powder floating in the air. Archie had known Sanchez for almost as long as Archie had known Henry. Sanchez had been the FBI liaison on the beauty killer case. He had put in as many hours as anyone on the task force. Now Archie found himself searching his memory for any signs that Sanchez might be corrupt. But he couldn't come up with anything. No exotic vacations, no extravagant purchases. The man drove a 20-year-old Honda Accord with a dented fender. Archie was the one trussed up in ridiculous, expensive clothes. Sanchez was wearing pale blue jeans and a tan jacket over a golf shirt. The jacket was khaki with patch pockets and epaulets that made him look a little like a safari guide or zookeeper. Archie had seen Sanchez wear it dozens of times. The guy wasn't exactly a clothes horse. His parents still lived in Mexico. There was nothing flashy about him. Which just meant that if he was corrupt, he was careful. In the meantime, Carl Richmond was dead. And Raul Sanchez was now essentially running Leo's undercover operation. If he wasn't dirty, Leo needed him. If he was dirty, Leo was in serious danger. Either way, Archie had the feeling that he needed to parse what he told Sanchez right now very carefully. Leo's life might depend on it. "I saw Leo," Archie said. "Last night and again this morning." He looked Sanchez in the eye, trying to communicate the seriousness of the situation without frightening Susan. "You need to get him out of there." Sanchez sat up a little and uncrossed his arms. "He wants out?" "No," Archie said with a glance in Susan's direction. Sanchez looked at Susan. "Give us a minute," he said. Susan hesitated. Archie put a hand out, motioning for her to stay where she was. "She's part of this whether she wants to be or not," Archie said. "And she already knows too much already." That was all true. But he also needed her here. He needed a witness. If Sanchez was dirty, then the conversation they were about to have might become important. Sanchez nodded and Susan relaxed back into her chair. "The party was a cover," Archie said, "to get people on the island. They know they're under surveillance, so they invited 500 guests and hoped the more important ones would get lost in the shuffle." Nice plan. Apparently, it had worked. "What kind of meeting?" Sanchez asked. "Leo says they're working on some deal with the Russians," Archie said. Sanchez's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. The expression of surprise seemed authentic. "Did you see any of them? Can you identify players?" "It was a masquerade ball," Susan said with an exasperated roll of her eyes. "As in, masks?" "It wouldn't hurt to look at pictures," Archie said. He thought of the Russian outside Jack's office. Not everyone was wearing masks. Sanchez fixed his attention on Susan. "Are you sure you didn't see any of these people?" he asked. "Maybe you heard someone speaking Russian?" Susan nibbled on a cuticle. "Answer him," Archie told her. "I didn't see or hear any Russians," Susan said. "Were they wearing fur hats?" "Fur hats?" Sanchez said. Susan sighed. "I'm kidding," she said. "Tell him how you came to be there," Archie said, leading her. Susan peeled something off her fingertip and chewed it. "Someone named Cooper came to my house," she said. "He told me Leo wanted me to come to a party. He was insistent. He drove me out there, they got me all dressed up, but Leo didn't know anything about it, not until I saw him out there last night." "They used her as leverage," Archie said. "They wanted to ensure that Leo would do something for them," Susan added. "And they let you go this morning?" Sanchez said. Archie could see him thinking, his eyes roving. After a few moments, Sanchez came to the inevitable conclusion. "Leo must have done what they wanted," Sanchez said. His eyebrows knitted. "Any idea what that was?" he asked them. Actually, Archie had a pretty good idea, but he wasn't going to tell Sanchez that. "No," Archie said. "No," Susan said. She frowned. "But it might have had something to do with the letter." This got Sanchez's attention. He fingered the flap of one of his safari jacket pockets. "The letter?" he said. Susan shrugged. "Last week, Leo gave it to me to mail. He seemed really nervous about it." "Where is it?" Sanchez asked. "Do you have it?" "Have what?" Susan asked. Sanchez's face was scarlet. "The letter," he said. Susan looked from Sanchez to Archie, a picture of innocence. "I mailed it," she said. Susan had delivered it perfectly, exactly as Archie had instructed her in the bathroom. If Sanchez was corrupt, he was bound to be paranoid. He would worry that Leo had learned Sanchez was dirty and that the letter incriminated him. At the very least, it might buy Leo some time. Sanchez swallowed a few times. His forehead glowed. He touched the tips of his fingers to his mouth.
"Do you remember the address on the letter?"
he asked Susan. Susan offered an uncertain smile. "I think it was Oregon," she said. Then she made a pained face and laid a hand on her lower abdomen. "Ouch," she said. "There's that uterine cramping again." Sanchez's rough-cast features seemed to spasm. He glanced away, cleared his throat, and then put his palms on the tabletop. His gaze was steady now, his expression uncompromising. It was the expression that FBI agents practiced in the mirror.
"I need to know everyone who was there," Sanchez said. "I need you both to look at mugshots."
He cast a meaningful glance at Archie.
"We can leave Leo out of it," he said.
He directed his attention at Susan.
"I'll get my assistant in here to walk you through the database. She won't ask too many questions, and she can help with your female issues."
He raised his eyebrows at Susan.
"Now, can Archie and I have the room for a minute?"
"You want me to wait in the hall?" Susan asked. She was looking at Archie.
"Just for a few moments," Sanchez said.
Susan was still looking at Archie.
"It's okay," Archie said.
She relented and pushed her chair back from the table, yanked the wrinkled paper bag of clothes from under her seat, and stalked out of the room into the hall. She didn't close the door behind her, and Sanchez had to get up and shut it, and then sit back down. Archie pulled the compass out of his pocket and turned it in his hand under the table. Sanchez still had the G-Man face on.
"Suppose you tell me what's going on," he said.
Archie lifted an eyebrow, but didn't speak. He could feel the bottle of pills in his pants pocket, pressing into his leg like a hand on his thigh.
"You know I'm an FBI agent, right?" Sanchez asked. "A trained investigator. Went to Quantico and everything."
He leaned forward slightly.
"So, you want to tell me why you walked off that island wearing different clothes than the ones you had on when you arrived?"
Archie met Sanchez's unblinking gaze.
"I got dirty," he said.
The two men looked at each other for a minute, and then Sanchez shook his head.
"I told you not to get involved," he said.
Archie couldn't respond. Not without telling Sanchez everything, and there was no way he was going to do that until he knew he could trust him.
"These people are not your friends, man," Sanchez said. "They don't owe you anything. You think Jack's daughter's murder makes him like other grieving fathers? He counts on that. He's preyed off public sympathy since her funeral. His daughter's murder was the best thing to ever happen to his business. We gave him a walk for years after that. Then his freaky son Jeremy goes and gets himself murdered. Jack must have pinched himself, he was so happy."
Sanchez had a point. But right now, Archie couldn't entertain it.
"Are you going to pull Leo out of there or not?" Archie asked.
He spun the compass in slow circles on his palm.
"It's an active investigation," Sanchez said. "I can't comment."
"I see," Archie said. Sanchez started to say something else, but hesitated. Archie wondered if he was thinking about the letter.
"Thank you for your help," Sanchez said.
"Sure thing," Archie said. He slid the compass back in his pocket as he stood. "By the way, you owe me $328 for the tux."
"Wait," Sanchez said.
He rubbed his forehead. He looked conflicted, like he was struggling with something. Archie had a feeling this wasn't about the tux.
"Wait,"
Sanchez said again. He exhaled slowly, and then reached into the inside pocket of his khaki jacket and pulled out a folded piece of printer paper.
"I shouldn't be showing this to you," he said. "But I think you have the right to know."
Archie took the paper and sat back down. "Gretchen was spotted crossing the border in Blaine 2 days ago," Sanchez said. Archie stiffened. Blaine was just south of the border between Canada and Washington State, just a 5-hour drive north on Interstate 5. "Gretchen is spotted everywhere," Archie said, fingering the still folded paper. "She's like Elvis." "It's a still from a security camera," Sanchez said. He snapped the paper from Archie's hands, unfolded it, and returned it to the table. "Look at it," he said, tapping the printout. Archie looked down. The image showed a close-up of the driver's side of a car, probably taken from a camera mounted to a customs booth. The vehicle was a white SUV, though Archie couldn't see enough of it to determine the make or model. The woman behind the wheel had her blonde hair pulled back and was wearing a white blouse. The car window was rolled down, and her arm was outstretched, a passport in her hand. She was smiling, apparently at the customs agent who was about to receive the passport. The passport was blue, but a blacker blue than the U.S. passport. The woman was reaching toward the customs agent, but she was looking right up into the camera. There was no doubt in Archie's mind that it was Gretchen. "How did she get through?" Archie asked hoarsely. "She had a Canadian passport in a different name," Sanchez said. "A fake, obviously, but a good one. It didn't raise any flags. The car was registered in the same fake name as the passport. We have the plates, but she's probably dumped it by now." Archie's pulse throbbed in his throat. He swallowed hard. The entire world is looking for her, and she manages to drive over a border? She's not even wearing a disguise. "Exactly," Sanchez said. Of course. It was the smartest move she could make. Everyone expected her to have altered her appearance. No one was expecting Gretchen Lowell to look like Gretchen Lowell. "The customs agent had just finished training," Sanchez continued. "She'd probably been watching. It was the kid's first solo shift. He's on leave now. I suspect he won't be going back on the job anytime soon." "What name did she use?" Archie asked. "On the passport." "Isabel Stevens," Sanchez said. "Does that mean anything to you?" Archie's head stung. He reached up and scratched at the fresh scab. "Isabel was the name of Jack Reynolds' dead daughter," he said quietly. He chuckled darkly. He had only learned about the name Stevens a few months before. It was the closest he had ever gotten to Gretchen's past, and still he knew only what she had allowed him to discover. She was always one step ahead, and she was reminding him of that. And Stevens was the last name Gretchen used when she was a teenager in the foster system. He glanced up at Sanchez. "But you knew that." "Why would she use Isabel?" Sanchez asked. "Of all the people she killed." "It means something to me," Archie said. He touched his pants, making sure that the brass pillbox was still there. "You want to share?" Sanchez asked. Gretchen had maintained that she hadn't, in fact, killed Isabel Reynolds, that it had been Isabel's brother, Jeremy. Jeremy had been a spoon short of a full drawer, and he'd sure as hell had an unhealthy obsession with the beauty killer. Archie half believed Gretchen was telling the truth. Then again, Gretchen never told the whole truth. But Jeremy was dead, and that was a hornet's nest that Archie didn't feel like kicking. "It won't help you," he said. They were quiet for a few moments, the photo between them on the table. Sanchez fished the tin of mints out of his pocket again and put one in his mouth. This time he didn't offer one to Archie. "You want to change your mind about protection?" Sanchez asked. "No point." Archie was still studying the image. It was the same with every picture of Gretchen. He had trouble tearing his eyes away. but there was something about her expression in this one, the way she was looking at the camera, that made him feel like she was looking right at him, into him. He reached for it, his throat dry. "Can I keep this?" he asked.
"Knock yourself out," Sanchez said.
Archie pulled the photo toward him and stood up. The pills rattled in his pocket. The plastic bottle knocked against the brass pillbox. Sanchez stood up as well, and the two walked around the table and met at the door.
"You need to figure out who your friends are," Sanchez said.
"You have no idea," Archie said. Gretchen had been Archie's friend. Until she had drugged him, strapped him to a gurney, and started cutting him into small pieces. This was one of the things Gretchen had taught him. His instincts, always so reliable when it came to crime, could fail him when it came to people. It was why Archie had so few people in his life. He was never sure when someone was going to slip him a paralytic and start torturing him, and that sort of uncertainty tended to put a strain on relationships. Sanchez leaned close to Archie. It was an intimate gesture, as if he were about to share a confidence, even though they were the only people in the room. Archie could smell the peppermint on his breath. "Take care of yourself," Sanchez said. The caution implied danger. But what was Archie supposed to be in danger from? Gretchen? Jack Reynolds? The pills in his pocket? And were Sanchez's words a warning or a threat? "I always take care of myself," Archie said. The statement was such an obvious lie that it made both men grin. Chapter 22. Archie drove Susan home. The roses Cooper had brought were still on the porch, limp and wilted. Her mother had probably walked right by them. Susan stooped to pick them up, noticed that Archie was waiting for her to get inside before he drove away, gave him a wave, and opened the front door. She was greeted by the smell of warm caramel and the sound of Jefferson's Starship blasting on the turntable. She found her mother in the kitchen. Bliss's platinum dreadlocks were separated into 2 long braids, and she was wearing a T-shirt with an image of a marijuana leaf on it and the word "legalize," along with red and orange tie-dyed yoga pants. There was a pot of melted caramel on the stove and several dozen blushing green apples sitting on the counter. Clearly, her mother had not been exactly panic-stricken about Susan's disappearance. "Seriously?" Susan said. She stalked to the sink and began stuffing the roses in the compost bin. "I'm making caramel apples for Halloween," Bliss explained. "Not that," Susan said. That was pretty evident. "Didn't you wonder where I was?" The roses were long-stemmed, and Susan had to use a dish towel to protect her hands as she folded and smashed down the bouquet on top of decomposing orange peels and tea leaves. Bliss paused, the wooden spoon in her hand hovering over the pot of caramel. "You called me 2 hours ago," she said. "I mean before that," Susan said. She jammed the lid on the compost bin and tossed the dish towel aside. "After I disappeared yesterday." "Don't put those roses in the compost," Bliss said. "They're soaked in pesticides." Aha! So her mother had noticed the roses on the porch. She just hadn't wanted to pick them up without a hazmat suit. Susan snatched up the compost bin and emptied the entire contents into the trash. "Bill told me you'd gone to a party at Leo's father's house," Bliss said, stirring the caramel. "I assumed you'd spent the night." "Did he tell you the part about the big man in the black car and me acting strangely?" Susan asked. Bliss set the spoon down. "Honey, you always act strangely." "I was kidnapped, Mom. Held against my will. Like the Lindbergh baby." "I thought you were on the island," Bliss said. She picked up a wooden popsicle stick and jammed it into the bottom of an apple. Juice bubbled out where the stick separated the flesh. "I was on the island," Susan said. Bliss licked the juice off her fingers. "They wouldn't let you leave?" "Not really," Susan said. "I mean, it was implied that I shouldn't leave. Leo was supposed to bring me home this morning, but then Archie showed up in a mud-covered tuxedo with blood on his head." Susan knew this was sounding ridiculous, but she continued. "He got me out of there. Then an FBI surveillance van picked me up, and I had to go to FBI HQ downtown. I spent the last hour trying to identify mugshots of Russian gangsters. They wouldn't even let me draw masks on any of them, even though I told them that was the only way I'd ever recognize anyone." Bliss picked up the apple that was now firmly secured on a popsicle stick, and, holding it by the stick, dipped the apple into the pot of hot caramel. "Was the party fun?" It was all the yoga and meditation, Susan decided. Her mother had thrown herself into both since Pearl had been killed. It was possible she had actually meditated her blood pressure down to a permanent semi-conscious state. Susan threw a glance at the caramel apples Bliss had already finished and laid out on the wax paper. "No one eats those, you know. Their moms make them throw them away. It's got to be store-bought, or it might be poisoned or filled with razor blades." Bliss lifted the apple and held it above the pot, letting the extra caramel drizzle off in thick ribbons back into the pan. "I know," she said, "but I've been making Halloween treats for 20 years, and I'm not going to stop because some people are paranoid," she said. She set the apple down on the wax paper with the others and stabbed another Fuji with a popsicle stick. "That's when the police state wins," she added. Pearl had only lived with them a few days. She was a 17-year-old runaway who had once tasered Archie to the point of unconsciousness. But Bliss had always had a soft spot for anyone with an anti-authority streak. It had been more than 2 months since Pearl had been dragged from their house and murdered. Bliss still wouldn't talk about it. Still, you'd have thought with all they had been through that her mother would be a little more concerned about Susan's welfare. Gretchen Lowell was on the loose. A psycho had snuck in their back door with a machete last summer. Pearl had been murdered. "I'm going to lay down," Susan announced huffily. "Lie down." "Whatever." "Susan," her mother said. Bliss was standing over the caramel pot, an apple in her hand. The Jefferson Starship album hit a scratch and skipped. For the first time, Susan noticed how pale her mother was, the circles under her eyes. She hadn't gotten a good night's sleep since Pearl had died. Bliss looked down and jammed another popsicle stick into an apple. "What are you doing, sweetie?" she asked. "Excuse me?" Susan said. Bliss wiped her hands on a dish rag, came around the counter, put her palms on Susan's cheeks, and stared deep into her eyes. Her hands smelled like marijuana and caramel and coconut-scented lotion. Susan didn't like where this was going. "You have all these story ideas," Bliss said gently. "These book concepts. You can live here, rent-free. But you have to do something." A thread of panic pulled tight in Susan's stomach. "I freelance," she protested. Bliss smoothed Susan's hair. "You haven't written anything in 2 months," she pointed out. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," Susan said, voice rising. "Did I mention that I was kidnapped?" "You can't wait for life to fall into place, sweetie," Bliss said, squeezing Susan's head between her hands. "Don't worry about the direction. Just move." Susan stammered, not knowing how to respond. This was all she needed, New Age wisdom from her mother. This was a woman whose pubic hair was currently waxed in the shape of a pot leaf, and who had once woken up to find a tattoo of Salvador Dali's mustache on her hip, with no memory of how it had gotten there. "Just move?" "Did you see that on a bumper sticker?" Susan asked.
Bliss let go of Susan's face. "Your father once said it to me," she said. "We were high on psilocybin and wandered away from a rainbow gathering into a national forest and got lost." Susan didn't point out the fact that most likely her father hadn't meant those words to be some big metaphor. He was just trying to get them out of the woods. She didn't want to quibble. Her mother wasn't wrong. Susan didn't exactly have a 5-year plan. The Herald would certainly never take her back. Susan looked down at her pale, hairy knee poking through the hole she'd pulled apart in the black, opaque fabric of her tights. It had started out the size of her pinky, but she'd worried it, and now it was big enough to put her arm through. How could she take care of herself? She couldn't even take care of a pair of tights. She couldn't even remember to shave her legs. "Don't worry about the direction," Susan repeated. "Just move." "Got it." "And, sweetie," Bliss said, walking back around the counter. "Yeah," Susan said with a sigh. Bliss's smile vanished, and she gave the caramel pot a determined stir. "Everyone loves my caramel apples," she said. She picked up a popsicle stick and stabbed another apple. "I know," Susan said. Bliss gave her a satisfied nod. "I'm going to lie down," Susan said, turning for the stairs. "Pigs can't look up," Bliss said. "Excuse me?" Susan said. "Pigs can't look up," Bliss said. "They can't see the sky." Bliss gave Susan a helpful smile. "We all have problems." "Thanks," Susan said slowly. Bliss's smile widened. Susan jabbed a thumb at the stairway. "I'm going to just move to my room now," she said. Then she swiveled around and marched upstairs, the wooden stairs creaking under her feet. The smell of caramel followed her down the hall all the way to her bedroom. She thought of it that way now. Her bedroom. When she'd first moved back in with her mother, she had thought of it as her childhood room, or the guest room, or the room in which she was staying, or her mother's meditation room. But it had been over a year since she'd moved back home, and more than 7 months since she'd been fired from the Herald, and it wasn't feeling so temporary anymore. She didn't even bother to kick off her shoes before she flopped down on her futon. Her hairspray-coated hair crunched as it hit the pillow. Halloween. Susan wasn't sure she could take it. All those people acting like it was fun to splatter fake blood on their clothes and savage, innocent pumpkins. If any kids came to their house dressed like Gretchen Lowell, Susan was going to pepper spray them. Then there was Leo. Had Susan really thought he'd choose her over his obsession to put his father in jail? Was he supposed to drop everything and get her off the island? He'd allowed her to be used as some sort of bargaining chip. And then he hadn't even shown up the next morning to make sure she got home. That had been Archie. As usual. The light of the late morning sky poured through Susan's sheer curtains. Downstairs, Bliss flipped the record over, and side B of Jefferson Starships, knee-deep in the hoopla, drifted through the floorboards. Susan knew that album by heart, every word. It had been her father's album. When she was 10, he had taught her how to play "We Built This City" on the kazoo. She'd sounded good, too. It had only occurred to her later that her father's enthusiasm for the song was ironic. She rolled over on her side and put a pillow over her head, and then practically choked on the trapped hairspray fumes. This wasn't even Jefferson Starship's best album. She threw the pillow on the floor and sat up. It was useless. She was too wound up to sleep. Susan got out of bed, pulled her laptop off her desk, got back under the covers, and started to write. Chapter 23.
A cheerful sign on Rachel's front door spelled out Happy Halloween in silver glitter. A small black cat made out of tinsel and wire sat on the hall floor just to the left of the door. Archie nearly tripped on it. He took a minute before he knocked to recover some composure. He ran his hands through his hair and wiped the grit from his eyes. He touched the scab at his hairline to make sure it wasn't actively bleeding. It wasn't. This was as good as it was going to get. He knocked. Rachel opened the door within moments. Her face lit up when she saw him, and her smile widened into a huge grin. She was radiant. He had never seen her look happier. She lifted her arms as if she were going to throw them around him, but then her eyes filled with tears, and she lifted her shaking hands over her mouth. Her shoulders trembled. "Sorry," she said. She gulped back a small sob. He could see the lines of worry on her face now, the tension in her arms. She glanced at him, and there was a flicker of terror in her eyes. "I thought you were dead," she said. Archie stood in the doorway, confused. The pills were wearing off, and he felt headachy and tired. He had not expected Rachel to burst into tears at the sight of him. If his brain had been working faster, he might have been quicker on the uptake. But it took him a long moment, standing there dumbly as she sniffled, to put it together. She had been worried about him. Archie had not seen that coming. He'd been an idiot. It simply had not occurred to him that she would worry, not like Debbie had. It just wasn't their dynamic. "I got your messages," he said. She had left 4 messages last night, and another 3 that morning. He had not called her back. The texts had been casual, just checking in. He had missed the signals. Their dynamic, apparently, had changed when he wasn't looking. For a detective, he wasn't very good at noticing these things. Rachel wiped the tears off her cheeks. She was still sniffling. She could barely look at him. "I had bad cell reception," Archie said. He reached a hand and touched her wet cheek. "I'm not dead," he said. Her eyes moved up his face and stopped at his hairline. She swept a forelock of his hair to the side and studied his head wound, the line between her eyebrows deepening. "You should put some ice on that," she said. Then she stepped back. It was an invitation. Archie slid past her into the apartment. She was wearing tight white jeans tucked into brown boots and a fitted white t-shirt and vest. Her blonde hair was tied back into a ponytail. He caught a whiff of vanilla and coconut and could feel his body respond. He tried to distract himself. Rachel's apartment was the same layout as Archie's, but less depressing. The furniture matched. The walls were painted. She had cork floors and granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. There were always fresh flowers on the glass coffee table. Halloween decorations were tucked here and there. A ceramic jack-o'-lantern on an end table. A spider constructed out of the same black tinsel and wire as the cat in the hall sat on the kitchen bar. "Sit down," Rachel told him. Archie walked to her butter-yellow leather sofa and sat down. He watched her in the kitchen getting the ice. The daylight blazed through her factory windows and made his skin warm. He worried that if he blinked too long, he'd fall asleep. "I didn't have cell reception until this morning," Archie explained again. And then he considered name-dropping the FBI, but knew he couldn't. "I had a meeting." She walked across the room to him, carrying a gel ice pack wrapped in a dish towel, then held the gel pack out, one hand on her hip. Her brown leather belt had a shiny gold buckle shaped like a lion. "I'm sorry," he added, taking the ice pack, eyes on the lion, "that you were worried. I should have prepared you more for this." Archie placed the ice pack against his forehead and flinched from the cold. It woke him up a little. "I want to talk," Rachel said. Now he'd done it. He looked up at her. She had her other hand on her hip now, too. They were going to have a conversation, he realized. Archie didn't know a lot about women, but he had been married, and he knew when a conversation was coming. And he knew that when a woman wanted to have one, the best thing you could do was get it over with. Right, he said. Rachel placed her hand on the gel pack and held it against Archie's head until he let his own hand fall away. Then she stepped around his knees. He expected her to take a seat next to him on the sofa, but instead, she lowered herself onto his lap. Archie didn't know how to respond. He kept his hands at his sides, unsure what level of affection he should exhibit in this situation. Rachel was sitting across his thighs, her legs stretched out on the sofa, her back resting against the sofa arm, holding the gel pack against his skull. He was fully awake now. "Why haven't you introduced me to your kids?" Rachel asked. Archie had hoped she'd start with something easier. She looked at him, waiting. Archie chose his words carefully. "I didn't know you wanted to meet my kids," he said. Rachel frowned. She tilted her head slightly. He could feel her shift against his groin. The pill bottle in his pocket pressed into his thigh. He hoped she didn't think it was an erection. He cleared his throat and tried to explain. "I don't want to confuse them," he said. Rachel sat forward, her weight off the pills, and put her free arm around his neck. "How am I confusing?" she asked. Archie sighed. "How do I introduce you, Rachel? As my downstairs neighbor?" She glanced at him hesitantly. "You could try girlfriend." This was the opposite direction that Archie thought this conversation would go. His discomfort must have been obvious. "Okay," Rachel said quickly. "Then tell them I'm your sweet patootie, or special friend, or sex kitten, whatever, I don't care. Just introduce me. I don't want to be a secret." "Okay." She dabbed the gel pack at his forehead. "Does Debbie know about me?" "Yes." She smiled. "Good." Rachel curled happily in his lap. Archie's body struggled between the need for sex and the need to sleep. She shifted her weight again, positioning herself in a place that made his arms tingle. "Would someone call me?" Rachel asked. "If you were really hurt or killed, would anyone know to call me?" "Henry would," Archie assured her. He was getting self-conscious about his arousal. The condensation from the gel pack had soaked through the dish towel and was cold and wet against his skin. "Can you write it down somewhere?" Rachel asked. "Can you make it official? So that if something happens, I know. I don't want to hear about it on the news." Archie hesitated. He already had an emergency contact. "They'd call Debbie first, wouldn't they?" Rachel said, almost to herself. "That's important, because of the kids." "I can see if I can add you," Archie offered. "It's okay." Rachel rolled her eyes and laughed. "I'm being paranoid. I was just over-anxious last night. I had a bad feeling. Isn't that silly? I had this feeling you were in danger, and when you didn't return my calls, I started to get nervous. I don't have Henry's number. I called the non-emergency number, but they said they couldn't tell me anything, and they wouldn't put me through to anyone who could." She looked away, and when she looked back, her eyes were wet. She gave him a helpless shrug. "And then I realized something," she said. Her lip trembled. "I realized that I want to be the person you spend the night with on your birthday." Archie had spent last night unconscious in the mud, but he knew she meant it more metaphorically. Now she sat on his lap, eyes fixed on his, waiting. Archie still wasn't sure how exactly this had happened, but it appeared he had a girlfriend. "How about next weekend?" he said. "I have the kids next weekend. We can all do something together." Rachel's face flushed with pleasure. "Okay." "I'm sorry. I'm not better at this." She removed the gel pack and rewrapped it in the dish towel. "Your divorce really did a number on you, didn't it?" she said softly, as she placed the gel pack back on his forehead. Archie moved his hand along the length of her ponytail, the thick blonde hair slick beneath his fingers. "It wasn't Debbie." "You know," Rachel said, lifting her eyes to his, "people with girlfriends tell their girlfriends about their lives. Just FYI. It sort of comes with the package." "I guess I have a lot to learn about girlfriends," Archie said. "We also get a shelf in the bathroom." "You already have a shelf in the bathroom," Archie said. "I noticed that you also took over half a drawer in my dresser." "Did I?" Rachel asked with a grin. He could feel her against him again, the heat of desire. "It's getting warm," she said. Archie cleared his throat. "The gel pack," Rachel said. She took it from his skull, unwrapped it, and fingered the soft incandescent blue gel trapped under the plastic. Then she put it and the dish towel behind her on the end table and returned her body to his. Archie's forehead was numb and damp. Rachel ran her hand over his chest. He wanted her hand to go lower. "I know you're taking your kids trick-or-treating tomorrow," Rachel said, "but Halloween is my absolute favorite holiday. And I've been planning a special costume that I think you'll enjoy." She gave him a hopeful look. "Maybe we can get together after?" "We won't trick-or-treat much past dark," Archie said, but he was careful not to commit to anything specific. He knew better than that. In his line of work, things came up. Rachel nuzzled against his shoulder. "You look nice," she said. Archie looked down at his clothes reflexively. Rachel's cheek was pressed against Jack Reynolds's cashmere sweater. It seemed too complicated to explain. "Thanks," Archie said. Rachel raised her head and lifted her chin toward the bedroom. "Do you want to stay?" she asked. "Yes," Archie said immediately. He wanted to stay very badly, but he couldn't. "But I need to sleep," he said. "Good," Rachel said with a grin. She climbed off his lap and stood, and Archie felt a strong, naked urge to pull her back to him. "I have to go to class," she explained. She looked him up and down, a tiny line of concern between her eyebrows. Then she extended a hand for him to take. "I'll walk you upstairs first." "Do I really look that bad?" Archie asked. She turned her hand palm up and beckoned him. "Take my hand," she instructed. Archie took hold of her hand and let her pull him up into a standing position. They held hands, almost like boyfriend and girlfriend, as she retrieved her shoulder bag of books, and then all the way out her door to the elevator and down his hall. As they neared his apartment door, Archie saw her sneak a peek at her phone and realized that she was checking the time. He didn't want her to be late for class. "I can take it from here," Archie told her. She looked worriedly at his head wound. "You sure?" "I just have to make it to the couch," Archie said. She kissed him gently on the mouth and looked at him for a long moment, like she was seeing him for the first or last time. "Sweet dreams," she said. Then she turned and headed for the elevator. He watched her go. He liked watching her from behind, the way her ponytail swung as she walked, the way her hips moved. He wondered how much a cashmere sweater was, and whether Jack would miss his if Archie kept it. "Give me a hint," Archie called after her, "about the costume." Rachel threw him a flirty look over her shoulder. "It comes with a lap dance," she said. She beamed at him and then, with a toss of her ponytail, continued down the hallway. Archie smiled to himself and pushed open his door. He could already hear Ginger on the other side, scrambling to greet him. Maybe he could have a normal relationship after all. Chapter 24. Gretchen holds back as Archie opens the door to Lydia Hayes's apartment. It has been sealed with crime scene tape, and as he cuts through it, the yellow plastic flutters to either side, like ribbons snipped open on a present. He uses a key to unlock the door and then pushes it open and steps back to allow Gretchen to enter. She hesitates, and he realizes that the courtesy of holding the door for a lady is probably not the best rule of thumb when entering crime scenes. She doesn't want to go first. "Sorry," he says. "Wasn't thinking." He ducks under the remaining piece of tape and enters the apartment. It has been sealed for 2 days, and the smell of decomp still sours the air. The lights are off. Archie reaches and flicks on a light switch as Gretchen enters behind him. It is her idea to be here. She is usually content to see photographs of the scene, but she says this is part of some new approach to get much closer to the murders. They have FBI profilers for that, but Archie figures at this point they need all the help they can get. "Crime scene finished up yesterday," Archie says as Gretchen walks past him. "The apartment manager still needs to get someone in here to clean. Then we'll let the family in to collect her things." The living room where they are standing is unremarkable. The action has happened in the bedroom. Gretchen is walking around the room, her attention drifting from item to item. A thrift store sectional takes up much of the space. Posters for bands Archie has never heard of are tacked on the walls, along with a few posters of snowboarders captured frozen upside down in midair. It is the little things that get to Archie. The cold half-cup of coffee left on the coffee table the morning of the murder, the toothpaste stains on the bathroom sink, a book on the bedside table. Evidence of daily life. Gretchen's eyes keep moving, never pausing, taking everything in. She is wearing a form-fitting skirt and a blouse with a bra just dark enough that Archie can see its shadow beneath the fabric. He wonders if she's worn that for him. "Where do you think the killer hid?" she asks. "In the bedroom closet," Archie says. The closet door had been found ajar, and clothing had been pushed to the side and some of the shoes on the floor had been disturbed. Gretchen points toward the door to the bedroom and raises her eyebrows questioningly. "Are you sure you want to go in there?" Archie asks. "I've seen the photographs," Gretchen says. "It's not like the photographs," Archie says. "I want to see it." Archie shrugs. She hesitates before she touches the doorknob. "It's okay," Archie says. "CSU is done." Gretchen pushes the door open. He can see the fear in her neck and arms, and he is impressed that she is going forward despite it. She turns back and gives him a pleading, vulnerable look, and he steps beside her, happy to be her protector. He enters the bedroom and turns on the light. The smell is stronger in here. The bed frame is dark wood, an antique by the looks of it, maybe something from the family, an heirloom to get her started out on her own. The mattress has been removed since Archie's last visit to the apartment, but Lydia Hayes had bled enough that a faint person-shaped dark red stain is visible on the box spring below. The blood spatter around the bed makes the gray carpet look like it has been scattered with rose petals. Archie leans against the wall just inside the bedroom door as Gretchen takes a few tentative steps toward the bed. He doesn't talk to Debbie about his work. He lets her think it's because reliving his day is too upsetting for him. But the truth is, he is rarely upset by what he sees anymore. The crime scenes haven't bothered him for years, but he doesn't want Debbie to know that. He worries it will scare her. It scares him, sometimes. "It doesn't bother you, does it?" Gretchen asks, looking back at him. He is only mildly startled by the question. He is used to Gretchen's ability to read his mind. She's a psychologist, after all. "I've seen a lot of this kind of thing," Archie says. He chooses his words carefully. The death bothers me, but not the mess. It strikes Archie how quiet the apartment is, without the presence of the crime scene techs and cops. He doesn't hear any sounds of neighbors. There's no traffic. Gretchen takes a step toward him, her back to the bed. I didn't see you yesterday. I couldn't get away, he says. You work too much, she says matter-of-factly. That's what everyone says. She is facing him. They are eye to eye. He is just a few inches taller than she is, and when she wears heels, they are the same height. She tucks her fingers between the buttons of his shirt and touches his abdomen above the waist of his pants. Her fingers move, caressing his belly, and he feels waves of heat radiate down his legs. She brings her lips to his, and he accepts her mouth hungrily. He loses himself when they kiss. He has from the first time. The things he usually finds important drift to the background until only she remains. She pulls her mouth away and smiles. I've decided that you need to let go of your inhibitions, she says. Are you calling me uptight? She keeps her eyes fixed on his as she digs his shirt tails out and then starts to unbutton his pants. He is already hard from the kiss, and he wants to let her continue. He needs this. He spent the last 2 days interviewing Lydia Hayes's neighbors and friends. He's watched the ME slice her open and catalog her wounds. He's worked through the night reviewing crime scene evidence and photos. Gretchen's eyes are still on him, those perfect blue eyes, as she unzips his pants and moves her hand inside. But a glimpse of the blood-stained bed over her shoulder pulls Archie out of the moment, and he puts his hand on her wrist. This is a crime scene, he reminds her. He fumbles to zip up his pants, trying to fight his ache for her. Her fingers play with a button on his shirt. You said they were finished, she says. He looks at her incredulously. I'm not worried about evidence, he says. A woman was murdered in this room. It's a crime scene. It's not right. She drops her hands and he finishes tucking in his shirt. He glances at his watch. If he leaves now, he can get home in time to see his kids before bed. When he looks up, Gretchen is slithering out of her skirt. It drops around her ankles and she steps out of it, one stiletto at a time. Her legs are bare, and her flesh-colored underwear utilizes a minimal amount of fabric. Archie can feel sweat beading on his upper lip. She lifts the blouse over her head and lets it settle in a gauzy pile on top of the skirt. Then she reaches behind her back, unhooks her bra, and lets it drop to the floor. She smiles at him as she slips out of her underwear and kicks it aside. She is naked. Archie hasn't stopped her. His breaths come heavily. It is suddenly very warm in this room. His skull is sweating. Gretchen stands completely nude, the grisly tableau of the murder bed behind her. I'm not afraid of this, she says. Archie's mouth feels like sandpaper. The heat in his groin is almost overwhelming. It's going to be the best sex you've ever had, Gretchen tells him. Then you can go back to work, relaxed and ready to focus. She glances at the box spring and arches an eyebrow at him. Do you want me to lie down? Archie's eyes move down her body. Not on the bed, he says. Against the wall. She gives him a wicked grin and then saunters to the wall and puts her back to it. He walks over to her quickly, already unbuttoning his pants. By the time he reaches her, he has his cock in his hand. She glances down at him approvingly. It looks like you're ready to go, she says. He kisses her, all the while acutely aware of the bed behind him, of the fact that he isn't the only one with a key to the crime scene, and that anyone can walk in at any time, of the smell of decomp that still permeates everything. He knows that he will stink of it when he gets home, and that the smell will remind him now of this, of Gretchen. He can feel Gretchen's breathing quicken and her nipples harden under his hands. She lifts one knee and tucks her hips forward, and he slides into her, and they both groan. He can feel her clinging to him as he begins to thrust. "I want to try something," she says breathlessly in his ear. "I think you're going to like it. Will you let me?" He nods. He would agree to anything in exchange for this. She reaches behind his head, and a moment later, he feels a stinging pain at the base of his skull. He reaches up and tries to pull away, but she has her hand in his hair and her foot hooked behind him, holding him inside her. "What the fuck?" Archie says, his cock softening. His hand touches blood. "Stay inside me," she tells him. "Breathe." It hurts. "Do you feel it?" she asks him. "The endorphins from the pain. They heighten sensual pleasure. It's just a nail. I've got it pressed into your skull. It won't go in any farther." "A nail?" "Feel it?" Her eyes are shining. She is rocking against him, and he can feel it. Everything is amplified. He can feel himself hardening inside her again, and he can't help himself. He has to push deeper to keep thrusting. He lifts her knee higher. The pain is still there, but it is diluted by his mounting arousal. He shudders, almost dizzy, pleasure coursing through him. "Can I stab you again?" she asks, out of breath. He kisses her hard, pressing her against the wall, and she pushes her tongue deep into his mouth, just as hungrily. He tastes blood. He doesn't know whose. Then he remembers his wife. "Don't leave any marks," he says. Chapter 25. Archie woke up from a hard nap on the sofa, disoriented and sore, his body slimy with cold sweat and a bag of melted ice next to his head. Ginger was snoring gently on the floor below him, one ear twitching. He glanced at his watch. It was almost 3. He'd been asleep for hours. His headache had settled into a throbbing pain behind his eyes. Archie moved the melted ice to the coffee table and touched the scabbed lump on his scalp. He changed out of Jack Reynolds's clothes and into a pair of sweats and an old t-shirt. Now the t-shirt was damp with sweat. He could smell it on himself, but his head felt clearer. He'd sweated out the painkillers. He was still on the couch a few minutes later, imagining what Rachel's Halloween costume might be, when someone knocked on the door. Ginger lifted her head. "Come in, Henry," Archie called. The door opened and Henry walked in. Ginger, seeing it was Henry, laid her head back down and closed her eyes. Archie put his socked feet on the floor and sat up stiffly. That was the thing with painkillers. When they wore off, they only reminded you how much pain you were in without them. Henry sat down in the chair across from the sofa and put his feet up on Archie's coffee table. There was a dead leaf stuck to the heel of his black cowboy boot. There were dead leaves stuck to everything in Portland in the fall. They had a way of appearing in the most unexpected places. Henry smoothed his mustache and then crossed his arms and looked at Archie like he was waiting for him to say something. "Thanks for looking after the dog," Archie said. "I don't like it," Henry said, glancing at Ginger. "Her," Archie said. "You don't like her." "She's Gretchen's dog," Henry said. "She's my dog," Archie said. "Gretchen only had her for a night before she gave her to me. I don't think it was long enough to train her as an assassin. "When I was a SEAL," Henry said, "I'm telling you, we worked on shit like that." Henry's blue eyes narrowed, and he looked Archie up and down. "You sick?" "No," Archie said. "I was asleep." Henry shifted forward, anchored his elbows on his knees, and folded his hands. "You thinking about her again?" Archie's stomach nodded. He could feel a faint burn on his cheeks as he turned his head, eyes on the floor. "No." Henry didn't press it. It was rare for Henry even to breathe Gretchen's name these days. The more the media brought her up, the more TV specials and exposés, the less they talked about her. They both knew she could make you deranged if you let her. The only defense was denial. Henry nodded at the bag of melted ice on the table and cleared his throat. "How was your birthday?" Archie smiled thinly. "I have a headache, so it must have been fun, right?" Henry lifted his bushy gray eyebrows at Archie. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah," Archie said, wincing as he touched the goose egg on his head. "Is it over?" Henry asked. Archie rubbed his eyes. "Leo's still out there." "Can you talk about it?" Archie hesitated. Technically, Henry wasn't cleared to be briefed on Archie's little extracurricular op for the FBI, but Henry already knew everything up until the party. He knew that Leo was working for the DEA. He knew how Jack Reynolds made his money. Henry had known Leo as long as Archie had. Archie needed to talk it through with someone, and he still wasn't sure how much he could trust Sanchez. "Jack's working on some deal with the Russians," Archie told Henry. "The party was just a cover for the meeting. Leo's on his own. He thinks Sanchez is dirty. He doesn't trust anybody. I don't know what to think." "Do you trust Leo?" Henry asked. That was the question, wasn't it? But Archie couldn't trust his gut when it came to Leo, because his instincts were clouded by Leo's relationship with Susan. "I trust you," Archie said. He reached into the pocket of his sweats, retrieved the brass pillbox, and held it out to Henry. "There's a strand of hair in here," Archie said. "Can you run the DNA?" "Who do you think it belongs to?" Henry asked, taking the box. "You're going to think I've gone crazy." "I already think you're crazy." Archie exhaled slowly. "I walked in on Leo cleaning up last night." He glanced up at Henry. Henry was watching him intently. "He was covered in blood," Archie continued. "He used a chokehold on me. I lost consciousness. He said the Russians were coming back, that he was trying to protect me. He killed someone last night, Henry. He told me this morning, an FSB agent who'd infiltrated the group. He said he had to do it to maintain his cover, that Jack suspects him. I woke up outside on a bank near the boathouse 5 hours later with a head wound and no memory of how I got there. Leo claims they left me in the bedroom, and when he came back 10 minutes later, I was gone. I don't remember." Archie glanced at the pillbox in Henry's hand. "But this morning when I got out of the shower, I found a blonde hair," he said. Archie cleared his throat, clarifying. "I coughed it up." Henry rubbed his palm over his face, and then paused as if considering his response. "You should have a tox screen," he said finally. If he'd been drugged, a tox screen might show it, but it would also show opiates in his system, and Archie didn't want to have to explain that. "It's been too long," Archie said. "It's probably out of my system." Ginger whined in her sleep and rolled over on her back, and Archie stroked her belly with his foot. "I've been thinking about her," Archie said. "I had a dream about her last night." He watched Henry, looking for his reaction. "While I was unconscious. Before I found the hair. It seemed real. Like she was there." Henry's face was expressionless. "That doesn't mean she was," he said. "So you found a hair in your mouth. People have blonde hair. It was a party. You could have picked it up anywhere, off of anyone. I don't have to tell you that. Have you considered the possibility that it belongs to Rachel? You know, the other blonde you occasionally sleep with?" Rachel's private bits were waxed to a prepubescent shine, though Archie was in no mood to get into that level of detail with Henry. Besides, this wasn't about Rachel. Archie bent forward, retrieved the image from Sanchez from the coffee table, and began to unfold it. Henry glanced at the picture and then waved it away. "I've seen it," he said. So Henry was more involved in the pursuit of Gretchen than he'd led Archie to believe. "Maybe that's her," Henry said, flicking a hand at the picture. "Maybe she's in the country. It's a lot of maybes. The plan was not to bother you with this shit, remember? You can't get involved every time there's a sighting." "I feel her, Henry." Archie had to look away as he said it. But he still needed to say it aloud, and Henry was the only person he could tell. "I think she's here. I think she was on the island last night." Archie had stopped petting Ginger with his foot, and she flopped back over and sat staring at him, waiting for an invitation up on the couch. "Now you're sounding like a nut job," Henry said. He held the brass pillbox up between two fingers. "You just happened to have this pillbox with you when you found the hair? You were just carrying it around in your pocket in case you needed an evidence container?" The blood vessels on Henry's cheekbones and around his nose brightened. "How many did you take?" "2, Archie said. "Maybe more." "Maybe more?" "I don't remember," Archie said truthfully. "Some were missing, but I don't remember taking them. I haven't had anything since this morning. It's out of my system." Henry stood up quickly. Archie thought it was out of frustration until he saw Henry digging for the phone in his pocket and realized that he must have gotten a call. Henry answered it and then listened, his eyes on Archie. "No, I'm standing next to him right now," Henry said into the phone. "I'll tell him." Archie's mind was still on Gretchen, and his stomach tightened, anticipating news of another sighting. What's going on? "A dead body just washed up not far from Jack Reynolds' place." There it was. The surge of adrenaline that always came with a report of a murder. Archie sat up. His mind felt clear and sharp. He sat forward. "Leo's Russian?" "You said the Russian was a man, right?" Henry said. "Yeah." "Well, it's definitely not him." "A woman," Archie said. "So says the LOPD," Henry said. Archie looked down at his damp t-shirt and sweatpants. He couldn't go to a crime scene looking like this. "Give me a few minutes," he said. "Maybe you should sit this one out," Henry suggested. "Go in for that talk screen. Get your head checked." His head, Archie wondered, or his mind. "It's a concussion," Archie said. "I've been through worse." No one could argue with that. "Where's the rest of the Vicodin?" Henry asked. Archie only hesitated for a second. "Medicine cabinet," Archie said. "In the Prilosec container." Henry turned and headed for the bathroom. "I'm flushing them," he grumbled. "Happy fucking birthday." "Okay." Archie stood and headed for the bedroom to change, Ginger at his heels. As he walked, he put his hands in the pockets of his sweats, his fingers grazing the bottle of oxycodone. Henry hadn't asked about those. Chapter 26. The air had that stillness of fall to it. Archie could almost hear individual leaves falling and settling on the grass. He and Henry had parked behind the 4 Lake Oswego police patrol cars that were neatly parallel parked along the road in front of a Cape Cod-style home a half-mile past Jack Reynolds' place.
There was no activity in the front yard. The house's shingles were stained gray, and its trim was painted white, though the New England theme seemed to end at the yard, which was planted with Japanese maples, neatly trimmed evergreen shrubbery, and variegated grasses. A 4-foot-tall stone pagoda rose from a bed of chartreuse hostess. A small man-made pond with a bamboo fountain was lined with round stones and filled with fat orange koi. Ugly metal fencing had been erected around the pond in a desperate effort, no doubt, to keep the raccoons at bay. Archie could see a man staring through the front window. The glass reflected the sky and the grass, and the man was a ghost behind it, but Archie was able to make out a few details. He was light-skinned, clean-shaven, with glasses, tall and thin, with sloped shoulders and long face, and he was standing next to a large, dark dog. Both were looking through the glass at Archie and Henry with the same wary expression. But they didn't open the front door, and Archie and Henry didn't knock. Instead, he and Henry followed a path of paving stones around the side of the house toward the lake. The house's backyard sloped down to a residential dock that extended into the lake like an accusatory finger. The day had warmed into the high 50s, and Archie could feel the heat of the sun on his face, but the lake looked dark and cold. The backyard and the dock were peppered with fall leaves, not the pretty red and yellow ones. These were brown and dead and shredded by the wind. There was no crime scene tape, no flash of crime scene photography. Only several people standing around on the dock who at first glance might be preparing for a rowboat outing, but in this instance were probably more interested in the corpse at their feet. People drowned in Oregon all the time. Most of them drowned in rivers, some drowned in the Pacific, some drowned in lakes. A lot of the fatalities were due to unpredictable accidents, floods, capsized boats, sneaker waves. But there were also a good 20 people every summer who just went out for a swim and never made it back to shore. So a report of a drowning in Lake Oswego did not generate the sort of media excitement of a bona fide homicide. There were no helicopters, no news vans, no telephoto lenses aimed from passing boats, just 2 LO cops in their head-to-toe navy blue uniforms, and someone in street clothes Archie assumed was a crime tech or medical examiner hunched over the corpse. The 2 LO cops headed over toward them. "Major case," Henry said, showing them his badge. Archie didn't move to show his badge. In situations like this, he let Henry do the talking. The 2 cops were both men. They recognized Archie. He could always tell. There was that jerk of surprise and the awkward half-attempt at hiding it. The cops were both in their early 30s, a decade younger than Archie, and still swaggering with the confidence of youth. Their silver shirt pins read E. Leonard and S. Vitello. "What's Major Case want with this?" Leonard asked. "Maybe nothing," Henry said with an impatient smile. He pocketed his badge, and he and Archie bypassed the 2 cops and started down the grassy slope to the lake. "Careful of the dock," Leonard called. "The leaves are slippery." He was right. The leaves had coated the dock and begun the process of entropy, forming a primordial sludge. Archie walked with Henry, moving along the wooden slats gingerly, like an old man, aware of the cops standing in the yard watching him. He wondered fleetingly if he had disappointed them. In the flesh, Archie had the feeling that he was not so heroic-seeming as the papers sometimes made him out to be. The woman kneeling next to the body didn't glance up. She was a decade older than Archie and had her shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair in a ponytail, tucked under a black watch cap. She was wearing jeans and rubber-soled duck-hunting boots and a wool red-checked lumberjack shirt over a thick cable-knit sweater. Dr. L.L. Bean. The body she was kneeling over looked bloodless by comparison. Archie had seen a lot of carnage in the beauty killer days. He had seen bodies that had been gutted and electrocuted and dismembered. He'd seen the remains of people who had been eaten alive by rats. He had smelled burned flesh and putrid flesh, bleached flesh, broiled flesh.
and bodies that had been skinned and baked and boiled. This girl had no smell. The frigid lake had slowed decomposition. Even dead, she looked cold. It appeared as if she'd been submerged, but had been out of the water long enough that she was no longer soaking wet. Her blue dress was damp and stained with lake muck, but the hem had dried enough that it moved in the breeze off the lake, and her wet hair had dried to the point that thin wisps of bright blonde were visible. Her arms were at her sides, palms up, her fingers curled just enough that Archie could make out the silver glittery polish on her nails. Her feet were bare. Her toenail polish matched her fingernails. She seemed peaceful, her eyes closed and faintly sunken, a hint of gray where her lips closed in something close to a smile. Yet her death had been far from peaceful. Ugly red gashes cut across her neck and chest, creating open fissures of flesh. The blue slip dress she had on was a wet, second skin, revealing every bony notch on her, every cleft and joint. Bodies floated with the head and arms down, backside up, and could get fairly battered, caught in boat propellers, knocked against debris. But this girl hadn't been a floater. She was too fresh. The corpse in the water took a week to bloom enough bacteria in the gut to gas up sufficiently to float. Longer in frigid water like this. Besides, Archie had seen this girl just last night. Archie looked over at Henry. "I know her," he said. Henry's mouth opened. "Who the hell are you?" Dr. L.L. Bean asked them both before Henry could speak. The ID clipped to the pocket of her plaid wool shirt said she was the Clackamas County M.E., and that her name was Belinda Green. "Major case out of Portland," Henry said, his eyes still on Archie. Archie said it again, his stomach tightening, emphasizing every word. "I know her." He saw her in his mind's eye, her hand on the bathroom door, face flushed from alcohol. 22, she'd said, though he hadn't believed her. She looked older now. "She was at the party," he said. "She was with a friend. They'd both been drinking. I only saw her for a few minutes. Her friend was in the bathroom, sick. This girl was standing outside. We spoke briefly, but I don't know her name." Green twisted around, and Archie could see what she was looking at. Jack's Island was clearly visible offshore. The house was hidden behind the conifers that ringed the island, but he could make out part of the road and the dock. Green arched an eyebrow at Archie. "You were at the party on the island?" She gave Archie a once-over and snorted. "I'm impressed." Henry's eyes were still on Archie. His face was impenetrable. "What time did you see her?" Henry asked. Archie thought about it, piecing together the sequence of events. "A little after midnight," he said. "About 15 minutes before I ran into Leo." The rest was implied. A few minutes after running into Leo, Archie was unconscious. Archie's head ached. He had no idea what went on after that. Green lifted her chin back toward the faux Cape Cod. "The man of the house let his dog out the back door this afternoon," she said. "Heard Lassie barking its head off. Came down to investigate and found our girl here dead on his dock. Called the cops. He doesn't know how long she was out here, but it looks to me like she's been out of the water for at least a few hours." "She didn't drown," Archie said. "Doesn't look like it," Green agreed. "How much would she have bled out from the wounds?" Henry asked. Archie knew what he was thinking. The wounds looked deep. They might cause the sort of arterial spray that Leo was washing off in the bathroom. But Archie had seen the girl alive moments before Star came downstairs with the bag, blood already in her hair. Whoever Leo had killed, it hadn't been this girl. The timing didn't fit. "If they were pre-mortem, she would have bled a lot," Green said. "Maybe enough to kill her.
Of course, I can't say for sure one way or another at this point. But if I had to guess, she was cut up before she went into the water. She's not a floater, she's too fresh. But she spent some time in the lake, probably after she died. I'll know more at autopsy.
Henry ran his hand over the back of his head. What's to say she didn't have a few too many, decide to go for a swim, or fall in, get cut up in the fall, and then pull herself out here, where she collapsed and died. Dry drowning. That's a thing, right? We don't even know that this is a homicide.
Green peeled the wet fabric of the dead girl's dress up over the girl's hips.
She wasn't wearing underwear, and her genitals were waxed. Exposed like that, she looked so bare and vulnerable that Archie had to resist the urge to take his jacket off and cover her. Green indicated the girl's waist. Archie and Henry peered forward to look. Above her bony hips, carved into her cold, pale flesh, a purple line encircled her midsection like a belt. A ligature mark. Like she had been bound.
My guess is she was weighted down with something tied around her midsection, Green said. Thrown in the lake. Then maybe came loose, or someone had a change of heart. She pulled the blue fabric back down over the girl's legs.
Was she sexually assaulted? Henry asked.
Green looked at him hard. What do you think?
Archie glanced over at Henry. Major Case had a lot of discretion. The task force could claim almost any case they wanted. That had been the deal. Archie had given up his health and his sanity in pursuit of the beauty killer, and in exchange his team got the pick of the litter moving forward. I want this one, Archie said. Henry looked neither especially surprised nor especially enthusiastic. You think that's a good idea? He asked. Green's eyes widened at something behind them, and Archie turned to see Raul Sanchez heading down the dock. He had changed out of the safari jacket into an FBI windbreaker and FBI cap, the white lettering bright against blue.
Oh, goody, more cops, Green said grudgingly.
Sanchez had his badge out, which seemed redundant considering what he was wearing.
Raul Sanchez, he announced to Green as he stepped between Archie and Henry. FBI.
I can see that, she said. She didn't sound impressed.
So? Sanchez asked Archie. What do we have here?
Henry gave Archie a look. One of the party guests from last night turned up dead, Archie said. Major Case is taking over the investigation. We're going to need any surveillance footage you have of guests arriving or leaving last night. Sanchez squinted. Archie could see him considering his options. If they had footage of the girl coming onto the island, and no footage of her leaving, that was probable cause. They could get a warrant to search the entire island. Sanchez groped for a phone that was clipped to the waistband of his pants.
I'm going to have to make some calls, he said.
He turned and took a step on the dock, almost lost his footing, recovered, and then continued gingerly toward the yard. Green stood up.
I better go tell the others what we're dealing with. Get some crime scene techs out here.
We've got this, Henry told her. We'll have her transferred to our morgue. Green gave Archie and Henry a long look. You have kids? She asked. I do, Archie said, knowing where she was going. A boy and a girl. Green pulled off a blue latex glove with a snap. Good, she said. Archie got the subtext. Don't fuck this up. How old is she? Archie asked the ME. Green looked down at the dead girl, pulling off her other glove. Early 20s, she said. The girl hadn't lied to Archie, after all. She's all yours, gentlemen, Green said, hoisting up her ME's kit. Then, with a nod, she headed up the dock back toward the house, passing Sanchez, who was still on the phone. A breeze blew over the lake, rippling the water. Leaves blew off the trees and settled on the lake's bleak surface, floating for a few moments, and then silently slipping beneath the surface. Archie stared at the island. If he squinted, he could just make out the boathouse near where he had spent much of the night unconscious. Maybe his blonde hadn't been Gretchen after all.
"Where did you say you found that blonde hair?" Henry asked.
"Let's just say I had clear chain of custody," Archie said.
Chapter 27. Jack Reynolds answered the door dressed like he was going yachting. White pants, a white V-neck sweater with navy piping at the neck, and white canvas deck shoes, no socks. Archie threw a glance at Henry, who was dressed entirely in black, and hoped this would go better than he was anticipating. The island was tranquil and muted. The stacks of rented chairs and piles of torches were gone. The bars had been disassembled and loaded into trucks and carted off. The propane heaters that Archie had seen collected together in the yard that morning were now just faint impressions in the grass. It hadn't taken them long to get rid of any evidence that the bacchanalia had occurred. Even the dead leaves had been bagged and hauled away. This was how it went if you had 100 people working for you. The last time Archie could remember having a party, it had taken Debbie and him 3 days to do the dishes. Jack didn't invite them in.
"Nice outfit, Skipper," Henry said. "Did you come to return my Ralph Lauren?" Jack asked Archie.
Just 300 yards away, back on the mainland. Archie's major case team was working the crime scene at the Cape Cod. The dock had been cordoned off with crime tape. Crime scene techs were combing the yard. He had divers looking in the lake around the dock. The road was lined with law enforcement vehicles. There was no way that Jack didn't know that. This was a man who employed men with earpieces. He had surveillance cameras in trees. Archie nodded at Henry, and Henry dialed up a crime scene photograph on his phone. They'd downloaded it before they'd crossed the bridge, anticipating the reception issue, so all he had to do was tap the screen. The picture filled the screen. An image of the dead girl's face and shoulders. Henry handed Archie the phone, and Archie showed it to Jack.
"I need to know who this girl is," Archie said.
Jack barely glanced at the photo.
"I don't know her," Jack said.
"She was at your party last night," Archie insisted. "I saw her, right inside there."
Archie indicated the foyer behind Jack.
"As established by your presence," Jack said pointedly, "I was less than familiar with the guest list."
"She's dead," Henry said. Jack smiled thinly.
"I got that."
"We think she was murdered," Archie said. "Possibly here on your property."
Jack was a lot of things, but he was also the father of 2 murdered children, and that counted for something. Archie could use it. It was his way in.
"I don't know who she is," Jack said, his tone softening. "I'd tell you if I did. Maybe she came with someone."
"Who would know?" Archie asked.
"We used a private security company last night," Jack said. "Echo Corp." "They're military contractors," Henry said.
"Heavy security for a garden party," Archie said to Jack.
"I like my guests to feel secure," Jack said with a shark-like smile.
"They're not exactly local," Henry said.
"They have some local contractors," Jack said. "We flew in a few others."
"Those guys are all ex-military," Henry said to Archie. "They would have had a command hierarchy."
"Who was in charge?"
Archie asked Jack.
"He goes by Ronan," Jack said. "Charming, right? I'm guessing that's not his real name."
"He's one of the guys you flew in?" Henry asked.
"Yes," Jack said.
"Where is he?" Archie asked.
"The guest house," Jack said. "For all I know, he's still asleep."
Archie stepped closer to Jack.
He could smell him, his black soap, his expensive cologne. "Let's wake him up, shall we?" Archie said.
The guest house was locked, but Jack produced a heavy ring of keys, sorted through it, and opened the door. The air in the house was thick with the smell of freshly brewed coffee. 3 well-muscled men with thick necks and buzz cuts were sitting at the round kitchen table, along with Kareem, whose thicket of black hair and slight build left him looking a little out of place. There was a large serving bowl of scrambled eggs on the table, and another bowl of sausage links and plates that the men had just begun to heap with food. It was early evening, but this fact seemed to escape everyone at the table. Jack jabbed a thumb toward the living room. "Kareem and Ronan stay," he said. "The rest of you give us a minute." 2 of the buzz cuts looked to a third for permission before they followed Jack's orders. When Ronan nodded, they stood up and carried their plates into the living room. Kareem stayed where he was. Whereas the buzz cuts were all wearing varying versions of exercise pants or shorts paired with tank tops, Kareem was impeccably dressed in a well-cut gray suit and a canary yellow bow tie. Not a clip-on, Archie noticed. This bow tie was the real deal. It had been complexly knotted and was only very slightly askew. Kareem picked up a cherry-red electric kettle in front of his plate and poured hot water into a dainty cup with a tea bag in it. Steam rose from the cup. Ronan lifted a forkful of eggs to his mouth and chewed, his eyes darting around the room. His close-cropped hair was a shadow of dark stubble, and his eyes were a light brown that looked almost gold. His features and skin color were so multi-ethnic as to be difficult to pinpoint. He looked like he was from everywhere and nowhere. Archie recognized him from last night. He'd been the one with the headset and the clipboard. "I want you to tell him who the girl is," Jack instructed Ronan. There were empty chairs at the table, but Jack didn't sit. He stood with his arms crossed behind Kareem, like a captain on the bridge of his ship. Henry held his phone in front of Ronan, and Ronan studied the image of the dead girl. He didn't react at all to the fact that he was looking at a corpse. His meaty face didn't change. He did not appear disturbed. But he also did not appear overly cavalier or self-conscious, the way he might if he had something to prove or was overcompensating. It took looking at a lot of dead bodies before you could look at the face of a dead young girl like that without showing even a flicker of emotion. Archie knew that from experience. "I don't know her name," Ronan said finally, shoveling another bite of eggs into his mouth. "She wasn't on the list." "Nice," Jack said. "She wasn't on the list, but apparently she was at the party. Excellent security. Clearly I'm getting my money's worth." Archie slipped into one of the empty wooden chairs next to Ronan. Ronan didn't know her name. She wasn't on the list. But that didn't mean Ronan hadn't seen her. "You remember her?" Archie asked quietly. Kareem stirred his tea with a spoon, and the spoon knocked against the side of the porcelain cup as he circled it. He was wearing square silver cufflinks, each with a small blue gem at its center that matched the fine blue stripes on his white shirt. Ronan was wearing a black tank top and shorts that had an elastic waist. His legs were smooth and hairless. He swallowed some eggs and nodded. "She showed up by herself," Ronan said. "Said she'd grown up around here, that she'd always wanted to see the island up close. She looked hot. I figured an attractive woman at the party alone. That was good. She promised not to eat much." He slurped the eggs down with some coffee. "You hire class acts," Henry said to Jack. Archie stayed focused on Ronan, tripped up by something he'd said. She showed up by herself. But that wasn't right. She hadn't been by herself. "What about her friend?" Archie asked him. "She didn't have a friend," Ronan said, shoveling some more eggs in his mouth. "She was alone." "She was with another woman," Archie insisted. "I saw them later in the evening. They'd been drinking." A young woman crashing a party by herself? It seemed unlikely to Archie. But 2 women together, that he could buy. Ronan thought for a minute. It looked like it hurt.
Bright yellow bits of egg clung to the corner of his mouth. His tongue was stained brown with coffee.
"What did she look like?" Ronan asked. "Hot?"
Archie mentally stumbled. He hadn't actually seen the friend. She was in the bathroom. He'd heard her throwing up, or at least what sounded like someone throwing up. "I don't know," he admitted. Ronan shrugged.
"Maybe she met someone at the party, but I'm telling you she arrived solo, and she was the only person we let in who wasn't on the list."
He glanced at Archie.
"I mean, besides you."
Kareem lifted the spoon out of his cup, tapped it on the cup's lip, then licked the spoon and laid it carefully on the saucer. There was something about him that Archie found unsettling. He was too calm, too controlled. His cufflinks sparkled. The gems were probably sapphires. Archie turned his attention back to Ronan. Ronan took care of himself. He shaved his legs, for Christ's sake. He considered himself a player. He would have flirted with a pretty girl. And when men flirted with women, they asked their names. It was instant intimacy. Use the first name as often as possible. It was the same technique Archie used in interrogations. Ronan would have asked her name, which meant that he was lying. "What was her name, Ronan?" Archie asked. Ronan's mouth fell open. Archie could see chewed-up egg inside. Kareem lifted his teacup to his mouth. The teacup was a fragile little thing, bone china. A blue stamp on the bottom of the cup claimed it had been made in England. Archie watched as Ronan gave Kareem a questioning look, and Kareem responded with an almost imperceptible nod. The command hierarchy. Ronan's shoulders sagged and he scratched at a ruddy patch on his cheek.
"Lisa," he said. "Said she grew up here. Said she graduated from Lake Oswego High. Said she always wanted to get on the island."
He leaned forward a little and lowered his voice.
"But if you ask me, I think she was just interested in hooking up with someone important. Some girls, you can smell their desperation."
"I paid to have the list vetted," Jack said, shaking his head in disgust. "I paid for the headsets, the earpieces, and you let her in because she batted her eyelashes at you?" He looked down at Kareem. "Did you know about this?" Kareem returned his cup soundlessly to its saucer.
"No," he said.
Archie studied Ronan. Ronan wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, and yet he'd managed to gather a lot about Lisa Watson from a very brief encounter. Archie wasn't convinced that Ronan's powers of observation were that potent. "You'd met her before last night," Archie said. Ronan's mouth twitched.
"Outside the grocery store in town," he said. "We talked a little. She was a flirt. I told her I was in town for a job on the island. She said that thing about always wanting to see the place."
Archie felt a stab of pain, as a father. "You invited her to the party," he said, shaking his head. Ronan threw his head back defensively.
"Hey, I didn't think she'd show up."
"And when she did?" Archie asked.
"I had a job to do,"
Ronan said, glancing at Kareem.
"She thought it was some kind of date."
He grunted and flashed a world-class asshole smirk.
"That little bitch was lucky she got into the party at all."
Archie could imagine Ronan's surprise when the girl he'd talked up in town had shown up in her pretty dress, flush with excitement at the prospective evening. She would have wanted to avoid the humiliation of him sending her away. She would have seen the dazzling guests streaming up the path, the torches lighting their way, seen the tuxedos, the magical landscape, the Tudor mansion straight from a storybook. It was the kind of party little girls dreamed of. At that point, She would have done anything to get past the metaphorical velvet rope. Archie had seen enough to know what that meant. You made her pay for her ticket, though, didn't you? Archie asked Ronan. Ronan stabbed at some eggs with his fork. Without a commander to order him in no uncertain terms to reveal what he knew, he'd hem and haw all day about this. Men like him were incapable of taking responsibility unless someone with more power told them to. Archie had to force the situation. He put his hand on Ronan's shoulder and gripped it hard. "What did you do?" Archie demanded. The room went still and silent. Ronan's shoulder was more meat under Archie's palm. Archie could see the veins in Ronan's biceps as they engorged with blood. Ronan's fist tightened around the fork. Archie had a brief vision of the fork going into his neck. He did not doubt for a moment that Ronan could do it if he wanted to. Archie wondered what it would feel like. "You don't want to do that," Kareem said softly in his British accent. In the same instant that Ronan's shoulder relaxed slightly, Henry went for his weapon. He leveled it two-handed at Ronan's head. "Drop it," Henry said. No one flinched. Jack looked on, detached. Kareem was watchful. Apparently someone drawing a gun at breakfast was not all that extraordinary. "Drop it," Kareem said, picking up his cup. Ronan's hand opened. The fork stood for half a second, balanced on its tines, and then toppled over onto the plate, splattering fragments of scrambled egg onto the table. Archie kept his hand on Ronan's shoulder, the ribbed black tank top under his fingers. "She's dead," Archie said between his teeth. "She was sexually assaulted. Are we going to find your sperm on her?" Ronan met Archie's gaze with his golden eyes.
"I guess so."
Archie shook his head in disgust. "Where?" he asked. Ronan's mouth turned up in a smile.
"In her stomach."
Archie let go of Ronan and sat back in his chair. His head was pounding. His hand had left a red print on Ronan's shoulder. Next to him, Henry holstered his weapon, his face flushed. Jack was still standing behind Kareem's chair with his arms crossed. Kareem was sipping his tea. "We're going to need a DNA sample," Archie said. Henry lifted a small black case out of his pocket, opened it, and pulled out a long Q-tip.
"Open up, Romeo,"
he said to Ronan. Ronan looked again to Kareem, and Kareem nodded, and Ronan opened his mouth. Henry swabbed the inside of Ronan's cheek and bagged the Q-tip. "When was the last time you saw her?" Archie asked. Ronan crossed his arms.
"I let her in around 9:30. Didn't see her after that," he said.
"So you didn't see her leave?" Archie said.
"No,"
Ronan said. Archie looked over at Jack. "I want to review the footage from your surveillance cameras," Archie said. Jack smiled indulgently, like Archie had suggested that they strip down to their socks and cannonball into the lake. "That's not going to happen," Jack said. Archie rubbed his hands over his face. He knew there was very little chance of talking Jack into going along with his request, but he had to give it a shot. "I talked to this girl last night, in your house, and today she was found dead on your neighbor's dock. Whatever else you were up to here last night, it doesn't concern me."
"It sounds like it's my neighbor you should be interrogating," Jack said. "A dead girl on his dock? That sounds suspicious. You know, I've never trusted that man. He doesn't pick up after his dog."
"She was here," Archie said. "I need to look at the security footage, see the people she talked to, see if she had any altercations with anyone. For all we know, one of your cameras might have filmed the murder." Jack leaned forward, reached over Kareem's shoulder, and picked a piece of toast off Kareem's plate. The hierarchy of command. Jack took a bite off the corner of the toast and chewed on it a few times. "Get a warrant, and we'll talk," he said. "I don't suppose you'd consent to allowing us to interview the rest of your staff?" Archie asked. "Maybe check some backgrounds for priors?" There was a goon guarding the bottom of the first-floor stairs in the main house that could use a women's studies class. And I wouldn't mind asking him about his movements last night.
"I think I've given you enough time today, Detective," Jack said.
Archie stood up and pushed his chair in. "Say hi to Leo for me," Archie said. Jack didn't blink.
"Leo isn't here."
"Where is he?" Archie asked. Jack shrugged.
"Call him. Leave a message. If he wants to talk to you, I'm sure he'll return it."
"Can I take a piece of toast to go?" Archie asked, surveying the food on the table. Jack sighed.
"Help yourself," he said.
"Want one?"
Archie asked Henry. Henry squinted at him.
"No, thanks," he said.
There was a paper napkin dispenser on the table next to the bowl of eggs. The paper napkins were for the help. Archie would have bet money that they used cloth napkins in the big house. He pulled a paper napkin out and picked up a piece of toast and spread some peanut butter on it. As he reached to put the knife back in the peanut butter jar, his elbow caught the edge of Kareem's teacup. The teacup tipped over, rolled off its saucer, and then came to a stop, spilling its entire contents. Kareem jumped back, swearing in Hindi, as hot tea poured over the side of the table onto his lap. His chair clattered, upended on the kitchen floor, and Kareem stood pulling at his trousers to keep the scalding liquid off his legs. Archie handed Kareem the dispenser of paper napkins.
"Sorry," he said.
Jack didn't come to Kareem's aid as he frantically dabbed at his slacks with napkin after napkin. He didn't move. His eyes were on Archie.
"You should go now," Jack said.
Archie leaned toward Kareem.
"If you need a shower," he said, "I suggest the second-floor guest bathroom in the main house."
Archie gave Jack a wink.
"Just be sure to lock it."
Archie felt Henry's hand close around his arm.
"Let's go,"
Henry said firmly.
"Sure,"
Archie said. But first he turned back to Jack.
"One thing," he said.
Jack raised his eyebrows, waiting.
Archie was struck with a sudden urge to take a swing at him.
But he felt Henry's hand tighten on his arm again, and he let it pass.
"Stay away from Susan Ward," Archie said.
Jack arched an eyebrow and smirked.
"Funny," he said. "I think that little stunt bothered you more than it did my son." "We'll be in touch," Henry said quickly.
Archie tossed his piece of toast back onto the table and then let Henry steer him out of the kitchen. Archie and Henry didn't speak again until they were off the island, on the other side of the bridge, through the gates and beyond the reach of the surveillance cameras. Only at that point did Archie retrieve the folded napkin out of his jacket pocket and hold it out to Henry.
"What?"
Henry asked, touching his chin.
"Do I have something on my face?"
Archie opened the napkin, revealing the silver teaspoon he'd swiped off the table after he'd spilled the tea.
"Kareem's teaspoon," Archie said. "Have his DNA checked, too."
Chapter 28. When Susan woke up, the light outside the window had faded and dark shadows crept across the wood floor. She listened for a minute. The house was quiet. Susan's laptop was beside her on the bed, and she reached over and touched the keyboard to wake it up. The screen came to life, the Word document she'd been writing still open. The clock on the screen read 6:13 p.m. She blinked groggily and realized that she had slept most of the afternoon away. She didn't even feel that rested. She had a faint headache, and the pimple on her forehead hurt. She turned on her bedside light, sat up, wrenched off her sneakers, tossed them toward her closet, and then struggled out of her sweaty tights. She had peeled off all her clothes and was walking naked across the room to retrieve the old kimono she used as a robe when she noticed the puddle of green velvet on the floor, the cape she'd worn on her last date with Leo. It was right where Susan had left it after she'd thrown it off in frustration.
Susan picked up the cape, gave it a shake, and carefully draped it around a hanger. Then she slipped on the kimono and went across the hall into the bathroom to run a bath. She sat on the toilet seat while she poured some eucalyptus bath salts into the water, and then lit as many candles along the lip of the tub as she could without standing up. The bright scent of eucalyptus filled the room. She watched the bathtub fill, steam rising, clouding the bathroom window and beading the medicine cabinet mirror with sweat. When the water was knee-high, Susan dropped the kimono on the floor and stepped into the tub. The bathroom had a new door. Bliss had bought it at the Rebuilding Center, a house part salvage yard, and painted it to look like the old one. Susan's mother had tried to match the paint, but it had ended up the wrong color blue. Susan still saw Ryan Motley's hand reaching through the splintered wood, feeling for the doorknob, the fear on Pearl's face. The bathroom had been Susan's idea. She had led Pearl there, a step ahead of the intruder. Until that night, the bathroom had always been Susan's sanctuary. Susan closed her eyes and sank back in the water. Her face felt hot. She let the water envelop her until just her chin was above the waterline, and the hairspray from the night before leached away, forming a dirty film on the surface. When she came up, her skin was the color of coral. She poured a quarter-sized dollop of Dr. Bronner's peppermint all-purpose liquid soap into her palm and washed her hair. Susan's mother bought Dr. Bronner's in a 2-gallon jug and meted it out into containers throughout the house. They used it for everything. To brush their teeth, wash their hair, do dishes, wash their hands. Bliss even dabbed a little behind each ear in the morning as some sort of aromatherapy. Susan finished scrubbing her scalp clean and then leaned back under the water and ran her hands through her hair. When she sat up, the bath water was blanketed with peppermint soap suds. Susan lathered up her legs with more Bronner's, shaved them without cutting herself once, and then leaned her head on the back of the tub and closed her eyes. Her stomach growled. It was the peppermint. It made her hungry. Susan inspected her hands. They were pale and pruned. She stood up, grabbed a towel, and stepped out of the tub. She stood on the bath mat as she dried off, and the tub drained noisily behind her. The bathroom floor was fur, and 100 years of water stains had left the area around the tub so blackened with water damage that Susan was sure that one day the floor was going to give way, and that the heavy clawfoot tub was going to end up in the kitchen. She just hoped she wasn't in it when it happened. Once Susan had slipped the kimono back on and combed out her wet hair, she wiped up some water on the floor with the towel. Then she walked the length of the tub, humming a Jefferson Starship song, and blew out each candle. The candles were still emitting thin snakes of smoke as she headed across the hall back to her bedroom, starving, and already thinking about the caramel apples downstairs. She flipped on her bedroom light, went to her dresser, and dug a pair of red wool socks out of the sock drawer, and then sat down on the bed to pull them on. As she did, she noticed that something was strange about her computer. The screen was still lit up. She could see the blue glow emanating from it. It should have been asleep. She had set it so that if she went 4 minutes without typing, the screen would go dark. Susan sighed. Great. It must be frozen. A computer glitch. That was just what she needed. Naturally, she hadn't backed anything up in ages. She reached for the computer and turned it to face her and groaned as she saw the screen. Shit. The document she'd been working on had been deleted. The file that she had left open had been filled with writing. The page that was up now was just a single sentence. Her computer had eaten everything else. Her entire account of the evening before had vanished. The fact that it hadn't been for a story, that there was no editor waiting for it, that Susan had written it all down just for the sake of it. That somehow made it worse. She wanted to pick the laptop up and hurl it across the room. What had happened? She tapped a key on the keyboard. The cursor blinked obediently. There was no frozen rainbow ball. The computer appeared to be working just fine. What the... Susan read the sentence on her screen, bile rising in her throat. 7 words. They made her go cold all the way to the bone. "Hello, pigeon. Did Archie like his birthday present?" Susan leapt up and backed away from the bed like she'd been burned. Her heart was pounding in her ears. Pigeon. Gretchen had been the only person who'd ever called Susan that. Susan glanced around frantically. Gretchen had been here, in Susan's bedroom. She typed that sentence on Susan's computer. Susan forced herself to turn, open-mouthed and terrified, inspecting every shadow. But she was alone. Her darting eyes confirmed it. The closet was open and empty. There was no room for anyone to hide under the futon. Gretchen wasn't in her room. Dread gripped Susan by the stomach as her eyes turned to her laptop. Gretchen was in her computer. Susan stared at the laptop. She could see the patches at the bottom of the keyboard where her palms had worn away the metallic surface. The computer keys were coated with her oily grime. The screen was smudged with her fingerprints. Each sticker and decal had been carefully chosen and applied. Susan knew every scratch and speck on that computer, like she knew the freckles and scars on her own flesh. And Gretchen had found a way inside it. Susan inched forward in her socked feet, peering at the tiny black eye of the camera lens installed above the laptop screen. She clutched her robe closed. You could take over someone's computer remotely if you loaded the right malware. Susan had done a story about that once. You could even use the computer's own camera to spy on someone. A trickle of bathwater dripped down the back of Susan's neck. Her MacBook was her life. She wrote everything on it. Every story, every half-assed attempt at a novel, every email, every personal thought she'd ever cared enough about to write down. Now she approached it, grimacing, arm outstretched, like the computer was something alive, something dangerous, something infected. When she got close enough, she stretched her trembling hand across the bed and slammed the laptop closed. The Apple logo on the back glowed white for a few seconds, and then went dark. Chapter 29. It didn't take long to find the yearbook photo. Lake Oswego High had uploaded the last 10 years' worth of yearbooks into a digital archive on their website. All Archie needed was a password, and there she was. The Clackamas County ME's age estimate had been right on the money. The victim had been 22. The senior photograph, jauntily posed with a tennis racket under one arm, was 4 years old. Her hair was cut bluntly at her chin, her face was fuller, and her skin was photoshopped to a dewy plastic sheen. But even on the screen of Henry's phone, Archie still recognized her from their encounter outside Jack Reynolds's first-floor half-bath. Her name was Lisa Catherine Watson, and she had been voted most likely to marry a millionaire. Lisa Watson's parents lived in a 100-year-old house on a quiet street in the old part of Lake Oswego where the streets didn't have sidewalks and the houses all had gardens. The same photograph Archie and Henry had seen online was framed on the mantel in the living room. Other photographs were displayed as well. Lisa Watson as a small child with a tennis racket. Several of Lisa Watson as a young teenager with a tennis racket. Lisa Watson as an older teenager with a tennis racket. There were no photographs of her parents or any other sibling.
She was nationally ranked, Peter Watson said, before she started partying.
He was tall and lean and moved gingerly, like an athlete whose joints had paid the price. Archie nodded. He dreaded this part, the families. Sometimes he felt like the angel of death swooping in to destroy lives. He had to remind himself that he was only the messenger. "Can I get either of you a glass of water?" Lynn Watson asked hesitantly. She looked like her daughter, the slight overbite and pug nose, her face nearly as pale as a corpse. Archie thought of Lisa Watson on that dock, the ligature marks across her abdomen. She had not died peacefully. But her mother did not want to know that.
"Yes, ma'am," Henry said, glancing at Archie. "Thank you."
This was what you did. If the family offered you water, you drank it. It helped sometimes to do something, to have a task. There was a delicate balance to family notification. At first, it was important to be clear, to avoid misunderstandings. Hope. Your daughter was found dead. It appears to be a homicide. But once that devastating reality had been established, once it sank in, you did everything you could to avoid referring to the deceased as a body. "She's at the morgue," Archie had told the Watsons after delivering the brutal news. "She'll be released to you as soon as possible." You tried to be gentle. You tried not to make any sudden movements. You avoided using the past tense. "Is there anyone you can think of who might want to hurt Lisa?" Archie asked her father. Peter Watson winced, and his forehead creased. He had aged 10 years since they'd walked through the door.
"She didn't have a boyfriend, if that's what you mean," he said. "An ex-boyfriend?" Henry asked. "Anyone she might have run into at the party?"
Watson sank onto the arm of a wingback chair. Its sunflower yellow upholstery seemed inappropriately cheerful, considering. Most of the furniture in the room was the same aggressive shade of yellow as the chair. Embroidered yellow throw cushions on the sofa matched the formal drapes that hung over the windows. The walls were the color of ballpark mustard. Archie wondered if they would redecorate now.
"Honestly, I don't know," Watson said with a defeated sigh. "We didn't even know she was going to that party. She hasn't had a boyfriend since high school, more like."
He looked pained, and his eyes drifted to the floor.
"Encounters."
Lynn Watson re-entered the room. She had cleaned herself up a little, Archie noticed. Her face was still haggard with grief, her eyes swollen with tears, but she had applied a careful layer of plum-colored lipstick. The color brought out the blotchiness in her cheeks. She handed Henry and Archie each a lime-green plastic cup of water, no ice. The cups were printed with a state tennis finals championship logo.
"Thank you,"
Henry and Archie both said. Archie noticed that the lip of his cup was dusty, like it had been sitting on a shelf for a few years. He lifted it to his mouth and took a sip of tepid tap water. He said.
"They want to know if she could have run into anyone she knew, anyone dangerous, at the party out on that island,"
Peter Watson told his wife. "Lisa's very popular," Lynn Watson said, nodding. "She knows a lot of people." No one said anything for a moment. Archie could hear a dog barking in the backyard. "Anyone who lived around the lake?" Archie asked her, thinking of the dock where Lisa's body had been found. Archie flipped through his notebook for the name of the property owner. Wally Swinton? The two Watsons looked at each other blankly. "Swinton have any kids?" Archie asked Henry.
"No," Henry said. "He's a bachelor."
"A bachelor?" Archie said.
"He's gay," Henry said.
"Just say that then," Archie said.
"I thought I did," Henry said.
The Watsons were both looking at them. Archie wasn't sure what more could be gained from them. He was growing more and more certain that Lisa Watson had met someone at that party who had killed her, and that meant that the answers weren't here. They were on that island. "Do you know who she might have gone to the party with?" Archie asked the Watsons. "A female friend?"
"Lisa didn't really have girlfriends," her father said.
"She has a lot of friends," Lynn Watson corrected him. She glanced at her husband sharply, and then her face softened. "She just isn't exclusive," she explained to Archie and Henry. "She doesn't have best friends, so she doesn't talk about them much. We haven't met them, but she is very popular."
"She moved home last year," her father said.
Archie saw him steal a look at his wife, and knew that this fact had been a bone of contention between the two. "She's a junior at PSU," her mother said. "She took a few years off, but now she's studying physical education." She caught herself and lifted a hand over her mouth. "She was studying."
"She went out a lot," Peter Watson said, "but usually alone. I can give you the names of some of the people she knew in high school if that might help."
"We'd appreciate that," Archie said.
"You pressured her too much," Lynn Watson said to her husband. Peter Watson's face colored. Parents blamed themselves. The cause of death didn't matter. They always blamed themselves, or each other. Archie had seen it before. "All your stupid tennis dreams," Lynn Watson said to her husband. "He gave her a racket when she was 2, she said, looking at Henry and Archie. By the time she was 6, he made her practice every day, camps all summer. She couldn't take the stress. She'd started partying by senior year. They caught her drinking on campus and kicked her off the team. She couldn't cope." She glanced back at her husband again. She was rambling, not even pausing for a breath. "We shouldn't have let her move home. If she hadn't moved back home, she wouldn't have even known about the party." "She was nationally ranked," Peter Watson said again, his voice catching. Lynn Watson stumbled toward Archie, her eyes glassy, lipstick staining her front teeth. Her breathing was rapid and shallow. "You find who did this," she said. Her eyes went back in her head, and Archie just had time to get an arm around her before her knees gave out. Water slopped out of his cup and onto the floor. "Breathe," he told her. "Long, deep breaths." She nodded and put her weight into his shoulder, and he held her as the hyperventilation passed, while Peter Watson sat motionless on the yellow chair. "Promise me," she said to Archie, clutching him. "Promise me you'll find who did this." She trembled against his body. The barking in the backyard had grown frantic. "I promise you," Archie said. Henry cleared his throat. Archie glanced over at his partner. "I promise you that we'll do everything we can," Archie clarified. Chapter 30. When Archie stepped off the elevator on the 6th floor of his apartment building, he inhaled a lungful of lingering cigarette smoke, and he knew that someone was waiting for him. He unsnapped his holster and walked down the hall toward his apartment door, alert for any movement. The building manager had hung glittery white paper skeletons on the walls. They were the size of children, with brass grommets at their joints that allowed their limbs to splay out at unnatural angles. There were 4 of them between the elevator and Archie's apartment door, affixed to the walls with thumbtacks. They grinned at him as he walked past, with wide, unblinking eyes. Skeletons didn't have eyes. Soft tissue, bulging with maggots. They were one of the first things to rot on a corpse. But no one seemed to remember that at Halloween. Archie's apartment was at the end of the hall, near a corner that led to a fire exit, and Archie was almost to his door when he saw a shadow move on the floor. Then Leo stepped around the corner, the cigarette still in his hand, half burned down, a thread of smoke wafting from the orange tip. Archie exhaled and put his key in the lock. "Did I keep you waiting long?" he asked. "About 20 minutes," Leo said. He had something in his hand, and he tossed it to Archie. Archie just managed to snatch it from the air. He turned it over in his hand and looked at it. It was a flash drive. "I didn't want to just leave this in front of your door," Leo said. He moved to step beside Archie, and Archie instinctively turned slightly, so Leo couldn't get behind him. Leo raised his palms. "No chokehold," he said. "Scout's honor." Leo didn't look any better than he had that morning. He clearly hadn't spent the afternoon catching up on sleep.
His white button-down shirt was fresh from the dry cleaners. His hair was molded to perfection, but he still looked like shit. His face was pallid, and there was something leaden in his gaze. The rims of his eyes were the color of raw steak.
"Who's the lucky lady?"
Leo asked, indicating the shoulder of Archie's blazer. Archie glanced down at the plum-colored lipstick smeared on the tan corduroy.
"It's not what you think,"
he said, pushing his apartment door open. If Leo tried anything, Archie could always shoot him. He heard a scrambling from inside the apartment, and then Ginger appeared. She pranced eagerly at Archie's feet, and Archie felt the familiar swell of well-being that came with coming home, now that he had a dog to greet him. He reached down to pet Ginger with one hand, while turning the flash drive over in the other.
"Is this what I think it is?"
he asked Leo. Leo had followed him inside.
"The surveillance footage from last night," he said.
Jack had refused Archie to his face when he'd asked for this just hours ago. Archie wondered what had changed his mind.
"Does Jack know you brought it?"
Archie asked.
"Does it matter?"
Leo said. Archie straightened up and brushed the corgi hair from his pants. Leo's cigarette ash fell onto Archie's floor. Ginger nosed at it and then lapped it up.
"You can put that out in the sink,"
Archie said. Leo looked down at his hand and seemed startled to find the burning cigarette between his fingers.
"Sorry,"
he said, and he walked over to the kitchen sink and ran the faucet over the cigarette butt, and then washed it down the drain. Archie walked to the kitchen counter, got one of Ginger's treats from a box, and held it out to her. She sat and looked at him with her head cocked. Then he nodded at her, and she dropped flat and rolled over. He held the treat out, and she took it gently from his hand and trotted off with it into the living room.
"Nice dog,"
Leo said.
"Do you want a beer?"
Archie asked, setting the flash drive on the counter.
"I can't stay,"
Leo said. Archie opened the fridge and got a beer out and opened it.
"But I'll take one to go,"
Leo said. Archie handed Leo the beer and got another one out for himself. They drank silently together, standing in the kitchen. Most of the lights were still off, and the apartment seemed dark and empty. Archie heard a train.
"Do you know what happened to the girl?"
Archie asked. Leo put his beer down on the counter.
"No,"
he said. He looked Archie in the eye.
"I swear,"
he said.
"It had nothing to do with me. I'll try to find out what I can from the inside, but so far no one seems to know anything."
Archie wanted to believe him.
"I saw Sanchez today,"
Archie said. Leo's back straightened, and he put 2 fingers to his lips. His eyes moved slowly around the room. Archie followed his gaze. This was ridiculous. Leo couldn't really think that his apartment was bugged, could he? But Leo appeared dead serious. This was looking less like caution and more like paranoia. Leo cleared his throat.
"How's Susan?"
he asked. Archie took a pull of beer.
"Annoyed?
Tired?"
Leo nodded.
"I'm going to give us some space," he said, "while I'm out there. For her own protection."
That may have been the smartest thing Leo had said since he had arrived at Archie's apartment. Leo's eyes went to the dull green light of the microwave's digital clock.
"I should get back,"
he said. But he lingered there in the kitchen, the beer in his hand, like there was something more he wanted to say.
"Thanks for this,"
Archie said, touching the flash drive on the counter. Leo drew back the last swallow of his beer and sat the empty bottle down next to the flash drive.
"Before you turn it over," he said,
"you might want to take a look at the boathouse camera footage." He wiped his mouth and turned away before Archie could read his face. Archie picked up the flash drive and looked at it. What the hell? Leo was opening the door, already on his way out of the apartment. "Wait," Archie said, coming after him. Leo jumped back, but it wasn't because of Archie. The door opened and Susan stepped through. She was clearly as surprised as Leo was. She had probably just been about to knock when Leo opened the door.
Her wet black and white hair was plastered to her head, and she was wearing black jeans and an orange t-shirt with the words, "Worst Halloween Costume Ever," emblazoned across the chest. Her Converse sneakers were neon yellow today, no socks. The shirt was wrinkled. She had dressed in a hurry.
"Hi," Leo said.
Susan frowned, hugging to her chest the laptop she was carrying. Her eyes scanned the apartment until they landed on Archie. "I just needed to see Archie," she said. Leo glanced over his shoulder at Archie.
"Me too," he said.
Then he looked at Susan, waiting. It was Archie's apartment, but for some reason he felt like he was intruding. Ginger came out from under the coffee table to investigate. Even she seemed to sense the tension. She looked up at Archie fretfully. "What?" Susan asked Leo.
"I'm on my way out," Leo said. "You're standing in the doorway."
Susan's eyebrows raised in understanding, and her face reddened. She stepped inside the apartment, out of the doorway, to let Leo pass. "Sorry," she said. Leo moved past Susan. Susan glanced over at Archie. The hall light was bright behind her, and her face was in shadow, but Archie could see the hesitation in her body language. She put her arm out and touched Leo, stopping him. "Will you call me later?" she asked him. Archie watched as Leo pulled away.
"I'll try," he said.
Leo closed the door behind him, leaving Archie and Susan alone in the dark apartment. Archie walked over to the standing lamp in the living room and turned it on. He wanted to give Susan a moment to recover from the interaction with Leo before he asked her what the hell she was doing at his apartment, but she didn't need it. When he turned back, she was right behind him with her laptop cradled in her arms. Her eyes burned with intensity. "I need to show you something," she said. Ginger was standing at her feet, waiting to be petted, but Susan didn't bend over. "Is it the internet?" Archie asked. "Because I've seen that." She ignored him and opened the laptop. He glanced down at the screen. The only open item on the desktop was a Word document with a single line of type on it. "Read it," Susan urged him. He did. "Hello, Pigeon. Did Archie like his birthday present?" Archie's skin got hot. He looked up at Susan, perplexed. Her eyebrows jumped impatiently. "It just showed up on my screen this afternoon," she said. "Don't you get it?" She held the screen next to her face, her wet black hair combed back over her ears so that the pink of her skull was visible behind the white skunk stripe. Her nail-bitten fingers gripped the computer so hard they were white. "She hacked into my computer, Archie," she said. "I don't know how, but she did. I had started writing about last night. I wrote 2 pages, then I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I took a bath, and when I came back to my room, the story I'd written was gone, and this was there instead." Her cheeks were pink, every freckle on fire. "I don't understand," Archie said, stepping back. Ginger gave up on Susan and trotted over to Archie. "It's her," Susan whispered. Archie's eyes went back to the screen. He could feel his body going cold. "Gretchen hacked into your computer and wrote that?" Archie said. "Yes," Susan said. Archie lifted his hands and rubbed his face, as if he could scrub what he was seeing from his vision. "Hello, Pigeon. Did Archie like his birthday present?" Didn't make sense. She was trying to distract them with some meaningless riddle. He hadn't gotten a birthday present from Gretchen. He had spent the better part of his birthday alone, unconscious in the mud. Hadn't he? Archie got the flash drive that Leo had given him out of his pocket and looked at it. "Give me a second," he mumbled to Susan, and he made himself walk over to where his own laptop hummed on the kitchen bar. Ginger thought he was going for another treat and scurried past him into the kitchen. He was out of his body now, willing himself to put one foot in front of the other to slide the flash drive into the USB port.
He waited for something to happen, an icon to appear on the screen, a window to open. But nothing did. His outer space screensaver looked vast and empty, billions of stars floating in a black void. Ginger came around the corner, looking disappointed, and flopped down at his feet. Susan stepped beside him. "What are you doing?" she asked. Archie indicated the flash drive, his eyes still on the screen. "This is footage from the security cameras on the island last night," he said. "A young woman was found dead this afternoon on a dock at a nearby property." There was still no flash drive icon on the desktop. The laptop wasn't recognizing it. Archie tapped the return key a few times, squinting at the starry landscape. "I saw her at the party last night," he continued, "before I blacked out." He stopped there, deciding to leave Leo out of that particular part of the story. "I woke up this morning on the embankment outside the boathouse," he said. He touched the wound on his head. "With this." Maybe the flash drive didn't work. Maybe it was corrupted. "There's a boathouse camera," Archie said, remembering what Leo had said. "I want to see that footage." He scanned the keys helplessly, trying to figure out what more to do to get it to work. Susan closed her computer and set it on the kitchen bar next to his. "Here," she said, moving his hand away from the keyboard. "Let me." He stepped away from the computer gratefully and allowed her to take his place. He watched as she studied his laptop. Then she reached out and wiggled the flash drive in the USB port, and the flash drive icon instantly appeared. Apparently, he hadn't inserted the flash drive correctly. Susan glanced over at him with a slight smile, but didn't comment. "Click on it," Archie said. Susan clicked on the icon and a window opened with dozens of thumbnails, each with a different label. S.E. Garden, Pool, Dock. Archie scanned them until he found the one called Boathouse. "Here," he said, pointing at it. Susan moved the cursor over it and clicked. Another box opened on the screen, and the video started loading. "Can you make it go faster?" Archie asked. "Maybe if you had updated your video player in the last 3 years," Susan said. The status bar ticked forward at a glacial pace. "Is that how you hurt your head?" Susan asked. Archie stayed focused on the screen. "I don't know how I hurt my head," he said. "So what's the last thing you remember?" Susan asked. A face flashed in Archie's mind. "Leo," Archie said numbly. Susan turned to him, eyebrow arched. What did he do? The status bar was at 60%. "Can we agree to let that go for now?" Archie asked. Susan pressed a key with her thumb, and the status bar stopped moving. She had it paused. "What are you doing?" Archie demanded. Susan crossed her arms and faced him. "Tell me what happened." Archie looked at the screen and then back at her. Susan was a snoop by nature. She needed to know everything, especially if it concerned her even in the most tangential sense. Most of the time, Archie found that rather charming. But right now, it was not charming at all. He needed to see that footage. She had no idea what was at stake. "Leo used a chokehold on me," Archie explained. "He had his reasons, which he shared with me later." "A chokehold?" Susan asked, arms still crossed. Archie sighed. "Fine." "He stepped next to me," Archie said, pivoting slightly behind Susan. "Close, like this. I thought he was going to tell me something he didn't want overheard, but instead he put his arm around my neck and pressed his forearm here." Archie reached around Susan, hooking his elbow lightly under her neck and anchoring his wrist with his other hand. The move required him to tuck his body against hers as he pulled her back into his arms. He could feel her pulse on the inside of his elbow, but she didn't protest. "It compresses the carotid artery," Archie explained, his arm pressing ever so gently on her neck. "Your brain can't get enough oxygen." His mouth was next to her ear, just as Leo's had been next to Archie's when he told him not to struggle. "This warm blackness just sort of overwhelms you," Archie told her. Her hair smelled like peppermint. He could taste it in the air. Her lashes fluttered, her eyes straining to access her peripheral vision. When it's done right, it just takes a few seconds before everything shuts down. Your arms and legs go numb, and you black out. She was very still. She did not move out of his arms. Instead, she leaned back into him, releasing her weight into his arms, the back of her head resting in the hollow of his shoulder. He left me on the floor, Archie continued. Blackouts from a chokehold usually last a few minutes, assuming you don't break someone's neck. But when Leo came back, I was gone. He assumed I had come to and gotten out of there. But you hadn't, Susan said. She was pressed against him. Had he pulled her that close? Or had she backed into him more tightly? He could feel the heat between them, clouding his head. Archie dropped his arms and stepped back. I didn't come to until shortly before I saw you this morning, he said, about 5 hours later. Susan's cheeks were pink. She reached a hand to her neck. So how did you get to the boathouse? She asked, looking sideways at him. Archie pointed at the screen. Okay. Susan started the video loading again. They stood together in awkward silence, watching the status bar. 75% loaded. 82% loaded. 90% loaded. An image appeared in the black box. It took a moment for Archie to orient himself. The footage was at night and in black and white, but the center of the image was well lit by an outdoor post light, the shadow of a gargoyle, wings outstretched, alighted on its top. Archie could make out the embankment, part of the dock, the edge of the lake. He could even visualize which corner of the boathouse the camera was mounted to. It was not where he'd awoken that morning, but it was close. Susan hit the play arrow. Nothing happened. It's not working, Archie said. Yes, it is, Susan said. Nothing's happening, so nothing's happening. She was right. If he looked closely, he could see the tree branches moving, sequins of light reflected on the lake. They watched for a few minutes, and then Archie said, "Fast forward." Susan clicked on the progress arrow and dragged it to the right, and the image blinked by faster. Then Archie saw the jerky motions of bodies moving into the frame. "Stop," he said. But Susan had already stopped. They both stared at the frozen image on the screen. Archie tasted something salty and metallic in his mouth. Blood. He had bitten the inside of his cheek. He swallowed and cleared his throat. "Back it up," he said. The figures on the screen stepped backward out of the frame. "Hit play again," Archie said. Susan looked over at him. "Do it," Archie said. Susan hit a key. For a long moment, there was just nothing. The ferns moved in the night air. The lake sat cold. The dark ground was hard and silent. Archie wasn't sure if the video had sound. But if it did, there wasn't any to hear anyway. He kept his eyes fixed on the screen, and then Archie stumbled into the frame. He recognized himself immediately. His head was down, chin knocking against his chest. He had his arm slung around a woman. Archie's chest tightened. He was only half aware of grabbing the edge of the countertop with his hand to steady himself. The woman was supporting him, guiding him along, keeping him upright, like someone escorting a drunk home after a bender. She had her arm circled around his waist. Her hair was dark and fell past her shoulders. She was wearing a body-hugging evening gown with a deep V that cut down her chest almost to her navel, and a slit that reached halfway up her thigh, even though the video was in black and white. Archie knew that dress was red. The woman led him to the embankment and then lowered him to his knees. He teetered there, kneeling before her, leaning against her legs. until she knelt beside him and guided him gently onto his back on the ground. She looked up at the camera then, and like a magician revealing a trick, she reached her fingers under the scalp above her forehead and peeled off the dark wig. Her light hair fell to her shoulders. And there she was. Voila! Gretchen Lowell. Archie heard Susan's sharp intake of breath, but he couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Gretchen said something directly into the camera. Archie could see her lips move.
"Jesus Christ,"
he heard Susan say. It was muffled, like she'd said it through her hands, like she was covering her mouth. On the video, Gretchen curled over Archie. The red dress was cut low in the back, and he could see the shadows of her vertebrae coiled over his lifeless body. Gretchen had always had a beautiful back, elegant, like a dancer's. She lowered her head next to his, her hair falling like a blonde curtain swallowing his face. She was talking to him, Archie realized. She was whispering something in his ear. As she did, she walked one hand down his chest and over his groin. Standing there in his kitchen, he felt her touch, the flow of blood and warmth as he got hard despite himself. He shifted his position, hoping that Susan wouldn't notice. Gretchen lay beside him on the ground and moved her hand along the inside of her own leg and up under her dress. Her hips rocked. An uncomfortable heat swelled in Archie's chest. Her head was still beside his, as if immersed in their private conversation, but she was clinging to him now, her body wrapped around his like a snake, her hips grinding against the hand she had pinned between her body and his thigh. The tent of his erection as he lay there on the ground was clearly visible. But he couldn't be blamed for how his body responded. Susan must know that. Archie could hear Susan breathing beside him. He still couldn't look over at her. He couldn't bear to see her face. Then Gretchen stood. She hitched her dress up around her waist and kept her eyes on the camera as she stepped around his body and put a high-heeled foot on either side of his head. She wasn't wearing underwear. Archie could see a thin shadow of pubic hair on her pelvis as she lowered herself down and sat on top of his face. She started grinding herself against him, keeping her own hand working in hard circles, the dress pooled around her waist. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were slits. Her head was tilted back. It didn't take long. Gretchen always came easily. She was like a raw nerve. Her shoulders jerked forward and her head dropped. She kept rubbing at herself, harder and faster, and then her shoulders heaved again and she drove her fingers up inside between her legs and rolled her head back. He heard Gretchen gasp. But the video didn't have any sound. It had been Susan's gasp. Gretchen lifted her head and gazed at the camera with a serene smile. Then she stood up and let the dress fall around her legs as she stepped away from Archie's body, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Archie heard Susan moving away from the kitchen bar, stumbling backward. He couldn't move. Couldn't turn his head after her. He stared at the screen. The impact of what he was seeing, too overwhelming for him to respond. Susan gasped again, although now Archie recognized the sound for what it was. A retch. He closed his eyes, blocking it all out. This wasn't happening. "I'm going to throw up," Susan said. Chapter 31. Henry was pacing. His broad face was tense, jaw muscles bulging, his cheeks flushed.
Archie sat on the couch, his legs and arms crossed, wishing he could be somewhere else. Susan sat curled up on the opposite end. The space between them felt impenetrable. Their laptops, in contrast, sat snugly next to each other on the kitchen bar, Susan's sleek silver Mac covered in old stickers, and Archie's stoic department-issue black PC. The image on Archie's laptop screen was paused at the point where Gretchen had left the frame, and Archie's body lay prone on the ground. Henry had watched the footage when he'd arrived, while Archie and Susan sat on the couch, not talking. Susan's green eyes were wide, and her lips were half their normal size. She sat cross-legged, her yellow sneakers on the couch, her arms around a red throw pillow she'd pulled onto her lap. She had worried a loose thread at the corner of the pillow until it had formed a puddle of string in her palm, and the pillow's piping had come completely off one side. Archie had liked that pillow, but he hadn't asked her to stop. Henry stopped pacing and turned to Archie.
"Are you sure it's her?"
Henry asked. Archie gave him a tired look. Henry lowered his head and returned to pacing.
"Okay, it's her."
He glanced back at Archie.
"I guess we know where that hair came from."
"She was on the island," Archie said. He'd known it. He'd said as much to Henry, but he decided that now might not be a good "I told you so" moment. Henry put his hands together.
"We have all the video files?"
he asked. "I don't know," Archie said. "I think so." He tried to catch Susan's eye, but she remained focused on deconstructing his throw pillow.
"We'll get Nguyen to review them all," Henry said. "See if she appears on any of the others. See if there's any footage of Lisa Watson in there while we're at it."
Archie nodded, but he didn't think they'd find Gretchen in any of the other footage. Leo or someone on the island had reviewed all the video files before they turned them over, and Leo had only mentioned the boathouse camera. "This was all for you," Susan said stiffly. Her eyes were on the pillow in her lap. Her fingers were still tugging at the thread. "She risked coming back here, risked getting caught, because it was your birthday," she said. Henry had stopped pacing. The air in the room felt cold and still. Archie didn't know what she wanted him to say. It was true. He should have seen it coming. He should have known that Gretchen would use the occasion to make a point. He should have been prepared. "But it wasn't enough for her to see you," Susan said, pulling out another thread. "She wanted you to know. That's why she sent me that message. That's why she let herself be filmed by the security camera. Why she probably murdered that girl. She wanted you to know that she came back on your birthday." She fixed her gaze on him, eyes like green glass. "She wanted you to see her," her mouth twisted in disgust. "All over you." Archie tried to meet her eyes, but found it physically painful. He searched for something else to look at, anything but her. His hands. The coffee table. Of all the people in the world, Susan was the last Archie would have chosen to see that video, though he would never tell her that. Even Ginger had abandoned him, retreating under the coffee table and staring up at him with abject disappointment. Henry had gotten very interested in something out the window. "How was this supposed to go, Archie?" Susan demanded. "Did she think you'd like the performance? Are you flattered? Does it turn you on?" "No," Archie said, his voice cracking. He cleared his throat and took a breath. "No," he said again. He needed to make her understand. His body might betray him when it came to Gretchen, but his mind was clear. But it wasn't enough for Susan. That was evident. She was looking at him with tears in her eyes. He'd seen the same wounded frustration on Debbie's face. That was Gretchen's weapon. He could recover physically, he could give up pills, but he would never be better. "I don't get to have a life without her," he said to Susan. He shrugged helplessly. He couldn't fight the truth anymore. He was too worn out. "She can find me anytime. She is there. Even when I think I'm alone. She'll never let me go."
The words hung in the room. That's what this was about. That's what she wanted me to know. He said it again. She will never let me go. He forced himself to hold Susan's gaze, hoping she understood what he was trying to say. And she sent you that message because she wanted to make sure you knew it, too. Didn't Susan see it? Gretchen had figured out what Archie had worked so hard to keep from Susan. She knew how much he cared for Susan, and she was taking proactive measures to eliminate the possibility of anything happening between them. Susan balled up the thread in her hands and flung it on the couch cushion. "You know what I think?" she asked. "I think you cheated on your wife. It ended up blowing up in your face, and you're still beating yourself up for it." Archie's head hurt. "I think I've paid for that," he said. "You're not still punishing yourself?" Susan asked. "For that?" Archie said. "No." "Then why don't you tell people about the affair?" Susan asked. "You're divorced. I'm not talking about sending out a press release. I mean, tell the people on your team. Tell the people running the manhunt. Tell them you had an affair with Gretchen Lowell and that it was a mistake and you regret it. It's part of the story, isn't it? It colors her motivations. Maybe you can help them understand her better so they can catch her. You didn't know she was the beauty killer. She seduced you. Everyone would understand that." Would understand what? That he was a heel? That he'd lied to all of them then and now? That he'd deserved everything that had happened to him? Archie lifted a hand to his temple. "That's insane," Henry said from the window. "You don't have to do that," he added to Archie. "I don't think he can move on until it's out in the open," Susan said. Archie looked at his hands, hands that had held his children, hands that had moved over every part of Gretchen's body. "It's personal," he said. "Well, your personal issues affect other people personally," Susan said. "Like Lisa Watson, for instance." Archie looked up. "Gretchen didn't kill Lisa Watson," he said. Susan sighed audibly and threw up her hands. Henry pursed his lips and stood silently for a moment, and then came over and sat down in the chair next to Archie. He scooted the chair close and folded his hands under his chin. "They were both on that island," Henry said. "You said you talked to the victim." He peered over his knuckles at Archie. "Maybe Gretchen saw you and got jealous." "Gretchen doesn't kill when she gets jealous," Archie said, frustration edging into his voice. He rubbed his face, searching for the words to explain it. "She sees it as a challenge. She wants to win. She wants me to choose her." He thought of how carefully Gretchen had laid the groundwork for the collapse of his marriage. In Gretchen's mind, killing the competition would be cheating. The more Archie thought about it, the more he was convinced that he was right. "It's been 14 months since she killed recreationally," he added. Henry lifted his salt and pepper brown eyes. "So we're not counting the serial killer she dismembered 2 months ago after her escape from the nut house?" "Or the nurse she slaughtered on her way out of that nut house?" Susan said. Archie shook his head. They didn't understand. Those weren't recreational kills for her. She didn't kill those people for fun. She did it because she had to. "So it's just, what, a crazy coincidence that Gretchen shows up at a party shortly before one of the guests turns up dead?" Henry asked. "Think about it," Archie said wearily. "Think of all the beauty killer victims we've seen over the years. Remember Sarah Jasudison?" "The librarian?" Henry said. They had found Jasudison's decapitated body in the back of her 1997 Subaru Outback, and her head in the Central Library drop box a week later, with a note apologizing for it being overdue. "Gretchen enjoys killing," Archie said. "She stretches it out. She makes an art out of it. This didn't have any of Gretchen's creativity.
Lisa Watson was stabbed and thrown in a lake. No, Gretchen would consider that crass, below her pay grade.
She's a murderer, Susan said.
She murders people. She doesn't need a reason. You talk about her like she has rules. Let's not forget that she's a psycho bitch. She made that little tape to prove to you, to all of us, that she can get to you anytime she wants. Even on an island crawling with private security guards and cameras mounted everywhere and an FBI surveillance van parked out front. Maybe she wanted to kill someone, and instead of killing you, she killed the first person she came across. It's called bloodlust. She was horny for it.
Susan's cheeks were scarlet.
You made her horny. So she murdered Lisa Watson. Maybe she didn't have time to make it.
She paused, and her eyes darkened.
Fancy. She didn't have time to get creative. Maybe she just wasn't feeling her artistic muse that day, so she just killed her.
Susan looked from Archie to Henry.
In the end, it doesn't matter how she did it, does it? Lisa Watson is still dead.
I didn't mean it like that, Archie said. He had put Susan through enough. He didn't want to argue with her about this.
What did you do after we watched that tape?
Susan asked evenly.
You called Henry. He dropped everything and came right over. You showed him the footage, and you two have been wringing your hands ever since.
So, Archie said. There's a task force out there hunting Gretchen, Susan asked.
Why didn't you call them?
Archie fumbled for an answer. I wanted Henry's take on this first. It's been 40 minutes since we saw proof that she was on that island last night, Susan said.
That's 40 minutes that the cops trying to catch her won't have. Maybe she's long gone by now, I don't know. But I do know that when you see a deranged escaped criminal, you call the police so they can